I discovered my fiancé's secret. My name is Qin Feng. I accidentally transmigrated to a world similar to Earth and even obtained a system. As long as I play the role of a useless fiancé, I can receive rewards. I originally planned to slack off for a year, but why has my fiancé's attitude toward me suddenly changed? Chapter 1. Are you giving alms to a beggar? Young master, President Xu is coming back today. Do you need to prepare for anything? Inside the luxurious villa of the Xu manor, a butler-like man respectfully bowed to Qin Feng, who was lounging on a leather sofa. Qin Feng, dressed in pajamas and holding a glass of red wine, immediately sat up straight in surprise and asked, Xu Li Jun. Jun is coming today. What is she coming back for? Jun is finally coming back. His surprise was justified. He had transmigrated into this world 3 months ago and learned that his identity was the fiancé of Xu Li Jun, the president of Tinghua Group, one of the 10 largest financial conglomerates in Huagua. At first, he had been curious and even a little expectant about this Xu Li Jun, but she had never returned home in all these months. Fortunately, he had acquired a role-playing system. As long as he played the role of Xu Li Jun's fiancé diligently, he would receive rewards every day. After 3 months, he had accumulated numerous skills, assets, and funds, gradually growing fond of this kept man lifestyle. But now, the butler was telling him that Xu Li Jun was coming back. Young master, I shouldn't be saying this, but recent news suggests that Tinghua Group might be in trouble. The butler hesitated before carefully observing Qin Feng, then continued, I also heard that President Xu seems to want to annul the engagement. Maybe that's why she is coming today. Qin Feng placed his wine glass on the coffee table, his brows furrowing deeply. Xu Li Jun had only gotten engaged to him as a shield and a cover-up. Since their engagement, she had never even stayed in this house. Meanwhile, he had been living the good life, fine food and drinks every day, along with generous rewards. He had long grown accustomed to this carefree existence. As long as he remained Xu Li Jun's fiancé, he could keep receiving rewards. In just 3 months, he had acquired numerous companies, stocks, luxury cars, funds, and even enhancements to his physical attributes. But the damn system had placed restrictions on his funds and assets. If he failed the task midway or ended it prematurely, all the money and assets he had gained would be taken back by the system. If Xu Li Jun was really here to break off the engagement today, that would mean apart from the skills and attributes he had obtained, he wouldn't get a single cent from his amassed wealth. No way. He had to maintain the engagement at least until the first phase of the system's mission was complete. While Qin Feng was deep in thought, the butler, Luo Yongshan, secretly curled his lips in disdain. He had long despised this good-for-nothing young master who did nothing yet lived like a god. This kid had simply struck gold chosen by Xu Li Jun, the president of one of Huagua's top 10 financial conglomerates, and that was how he ended up living in the Xu family estate. But clearly, President Xu didn't like this fiancé of hers, otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed away for months. Is Qin Feng home? The villa door opened, and a graceful silhouette entered, accompanied by a cold voice that instantly drew the attention of both the butler and Qin Feng. I'm here. Qin Feng responded and turned his gaze to Xu Li Jun. Although he had already seen her photos, this was his first time seeing her in person, so he couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Fair skin, stunning beauty, a slender figure though dressed in a sharp business suit, it did nothing to hide her extraordinary aura. Perfection. Whether in terms of looks or temperament, this woman completely outclassed most idol celebrities. Qin Feng, take this 5 million. I'll give you another 5 million later. Xu Li Jun walked up to Qin Feng, took out a check from her handbag, and handed it to him with an indifferent expression. From start to finish, she maintained a cold and aloof demeanor, which greatly displeased Qin Feng. But the system's mission was not yet complete. Leaving now would mean failure. Qin Feng quickly decided to play along and pretend he had no idea she was about to dump him. Using his acquired advanced acting skill, he put on a greedy expression as he accepted the check and said, "You're really giving this to me? Wow, this is the most money I've ever seen in my life." Xu Li Jun's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt. Just as she was about to say something, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "You stingy woman, is this all? This isn't even a fraction of my assets. You think I'm some beggar? You?" Xu Li Jun's anger flared instantly. There were only 3 people here: herself, Qin Feng, and the butler Luo Yongshan. The voice was unmistakably Qin Feng's. But just as she was about to lash out, she suddenly realized something was off. Qin Feng was still greedily holding the check, even kissing it repeatedly with exaggerated enthusiasm. He hadn't opened his mouth at all. Then how did she hear his voice? While she was still puzzled, the voice sounded in her mind once again. What else with that look on her face? Did my acting slip? Did she see through me? This time, Xu Lijun watched carefully. Qin Feng was staring at her with his innocent wide eyes, looking as if he genuinely knew nothing. His lips were tightly shut. Could it be? A shocking realization formed in Xu Lijun's sharp mind. I can hear his thoughts. She quickly took a deep breath, trying to remain composed, and then calmly said, Qin Feng, I've been too busy with work to keep you company these past months. I feel guilty about it. Take this money and spend it however you like. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. Thank you, Junjun. You're the best. Qin Feng beamed with joy, perfectly portraying a money-hungry, pampered kept man. He even mentally praised his own acting skills. HMPH. Acting all cold and arrogant with that icy face. If not for this mission, who the hell would want to be your fiancé? Veins popped on Xu Lijun's forehead, and she clenched her teeth in rage. So this bastard was acting all along. The only reason she had chosen Qin Feng as her fiancé was because, aside from his good looks, he had no redeeming qualities and was easy to manipulate. But now she realized this guy was two-faced. Good thing she could hear his thoughts. However, what did he mean by the mission isn't complete? Thinking about Tinghui Group's recent crisis, a terrifying possibility struck Xu Lijun. Could this guy be a pawn of her competitors? Still, being able to hear his thoughts might not be a bad thing. She might even be able to use it to uncover the people working behind the scenes. In that case, I won't expose him just yet. With a scheming glint in her eyes, Xu Lijun regained her composure. Seeing Qin Feng's blissful expression, she took a step closer and said warmly, Xiaofeng, you must be bored staying home all the time, right? Not at all, Junjun. There's food and drinks here, and I'm enjoying myself. Qin Feng flashed a fawning smile, embodying the perfect gold digger attitude, and said, meeting you was the greatest stroke of luck in my life. I just hope these good days last a little longer. Har. Once my mission is over, I'll be a billionaire. Who the hell will even remember you then? Xu Lijun's gorgeous face turned cautious. Just what kind of mission was this guy talking about? And who was backing him? Chapter 2, bankrupt within a year? No way. Since this guy has ulterior motives, it's best to keep him close. Don't worry, as long as you behave, we'll have plenty of time together. Xu Lijun curled her lips into a smirk. I've been neglecting you lately, and I feel guilty about it. Come to the company with me tomorrow. Go to the company with you? But I don't know anything. Qin Feng was stunned. Going to the company with this woman? How could that possibly be more comfortable than lying at home every day and receiving rewards? It's fine. Seeing his reaction, Xu Lijun smirked again and continued. If you come to the company with me, we be able to spend every day together. You're right. Being with you every day makes me really happy. Qin Feng forced a smile, but inside, his mind was racing. Happy my ass. Sleeping at home all day is way better. If you want me to accompany you at night, I might reluctantly agree, but who the hell wants to go to the company with you? Bang! Xu Lijun's hand trembled, and her handbag fell to the ground. This guy's two-faced behavior was infuriating. But she hadn't yet figured out who was targeting her company, so she couldn't fall out with Qin Feng just yet. Endure. Junjun, your bag. Qin Feng quickly picked up her handbag and, with a concerned expression, said, This handbag looks like a limited edition. It must be expensive, right? If it's damaged, that would be a shame. It's fine. Just 20 or 30,000. I was planning to replace it anyway, Xu Lijun replied casually, then said to Qin Feng. I'm going to take a shower first. Let's have a late night snack together later. Shower together. No, I mean, I'll go take one too. Can't even joke around, she's looking at me like she wants to eat me alive. Good thing I reacted quickly. Smashing a bag worth tens of thousands without a care, replacing it without a second thought, no wonder your company is going bankrupt. Xu Lijun. Watching Qin Feng walk upstairs, turning back every few steps with a seemingly reluctant expression, Luo Yongshan, who had remained silent until now, couldn't he help but ask. President Xu, you and the young master are. There's nothing between us. Xu Lijun paused as if something occurred to her, then changed the subject. Has the young master been anywhere lately? Or contacted anyone? The young master just eats and sleeps and eats, just like cough. He hasn't gone anywhere. Luo Yongshan almost blurted out that Qin Feng was like a pig, but considering Qin Feng was still Xu Lijun's fiancé in name, he didn't dare to speak carelessly. Housekeeper Luo, you've been with the Xu family for over 20 years. I trust you. Keep an eye on the young master for me from now on. Xu Lijun lowered her voice, giving the order. Luo Yongshan's heart skipped a beat as he caught the key point. President Xu, do you suspect the young master? Xu Lijun glanced cautiously upstairs, then nodded slightly. Just follow my instructions. Don't ask too many questions. Understood. I'm going to take a shower too. Housekeeper Luo, arrange for some late-night snacks. I'll be dining with the young master later and having a little chat. Understood, President Xu. I'll take care of it right away. Luo Yongshan left to make arrangements, while Xu Lijun headed toward the stairs. Ding! Distributing yesterday's role-playing reward. Congratulations. You have obtained the special attribute, unfazed by alcohol. This function can be turned on or off at will. Ding! Distributing 100-day role-playing reward. Congratulations. You have obtained 51% shares in the Eifer company, 10 billion yuan in funds, 1 bottle of War God oil, and 2 lucky charms. As the system notification ended, Qin Feng, who was showering, was instantly delighted. A 100-day reward. Nice. Quite generous. One of the reasons he was reluctant to end this mission was that every 10 days, he received a grand prize, and every 100 days, he got a super grand prize. These rewards weren't just limited to houses, cars, and money, they even included enhancements to his physique, granting him the ability to perform tirelessly for over an hour, cough, and other enticing benefits. In short, role-playing felt great. The longer he played, the better the rewards. Eifer Company, one of the world's top 10 luxury brands, with an annual net profit exceeding 100 billion yuan. Not bad. Even though he had already accumulated plenty of rewards and his wealth had long surpassed 100 billion, this new reward still made Qin Feng feel incredibly pleased. The more he gained, the more he didn't want to fail the mission. He had to keep going. Just a few more months, and he'd be a true billionaire. Lost in fantasies of his future lavish lifestyle, Qin Feng quickly finished his shower, wrapped a towel around himself, and stepped out of the bathroom. Just as he changed into fresh clothes, a knock sounded at the door. Opening it, he saw the housekeeper standing there with a professional smile. Young master, dinner is ready. President Xu is waiting for you. I'll be right there. Qin Feng nodded, but as soon as he shut the door, his face darkened. This woman had just returned and already wanted to have dinner with him? That felt a bit suspicious. Could it be that she was really falling for his looks? Although he knew he was as handsome as the dear reader's favorite protagonist, he still found that possibility unlikely. If he had a choice, he really wouldn't want to see Xu Lijun's cold face. But he had no choice. Changing into a casual outfit, he quickly headed downstairs toward the dining room. Whatever she was planning, he would just deal with it as it came. The long dining table in the living room was already filled with a luxurious spread. Xu Lijun sat at one end, wearing a loose purple short dress. Her wet hair suggested she had just taken a shower. Aside from her perpetually icy expression, this woman's figure, face, and skin were undeniably top tier. When she saw Qin Feng, she waved calmly and said, Qin Feng, come sit. This is the first time we're having dinner alone together. As she spoke, she casually ran a hand through her hair, an incredibly seductive gesture. Junjun, you're such a busy person. You hardly have time to come home for meals. Qin Feng replied with a pitiful expression as he sat across from her. From the outside, he looked like a poor, neglected househusband. But in his mind, he was furiously complaining. Who the hell wants to eat with you? Just stay at the company and don't come back. Wouldn't it be better to live at the office? Hearing Qin Feng's outwardly affectionate but inwardly disdainful words, Xu Lijun almost bent the fork in her hand. Did this guy not realize who owned this mansion? However, she hadn't gotten the information she wanted from Qin Feng yet, so she had to play along. I haven't been home lately because the company has been facing some trouble. Someone has been secretly targeting Tinghua Group. Qin Feng paused for a moment. First time having dinner together, and she was already bringing up company matters. Something about this felt off. After all, he was just a good-for-nothing, a kept man, a total slacker. What did the company's affairs have to do with him? Despite his doubts, he still put on a concerned expression and said in the most useless way possible. Junjun, that sounds so tough on you. Tinghua Group's business strategy is completely flawed. Do they even need external sabotage? If they don't change direction soon, they'll be facing bankruptcy and restructuring in a year or two. Chapter 3. What's crazy? Although he just wanted to play his role of a loser well, he was somewhat concerned about the affairs of Tinghua Group. Many things in this world develop a few years to more than 10 years slower than those on Earth, but the general direction is the same as that of Earth. In addition, he possessed top-notch business knowledge rewarded by the system, and had long seen the shortcomings of Tinghua Group. In the past, Xu Lijun was devoted to his career and didn't come home to see him, so he was too lazy to say anything and just wanted to wait for the task to be completed and then take the reward and leave. Now hearing Xu Lijun mention the company's situation, he felt very disdainful in his heart, and had no intention of giving Xu Lijun any advice. Xu Lijun, who had been paying attention to Qin Feng's thoughts, was shocked when he heard Qin Feng's words. Is the company's development strategy wrong? What exactly is wrong? When her parents had an accident, she took over and brought the precarious company back to being one of the top 10 conglomerates in China. Her ability is evident. Now Qin Feng actually said that her strategy was wrong. Isn't this a joke? Thinking of this, Xu Lijun relaxed instead. Looking at Qin Feng, who looked concerned, she smiled and said, "It's not hard. Starting tomorrow, I'll just have you by my side. Oh. I hope I can help you share your worries." Qin Feng said hypocritically, but he couldn't help sighing in his heart. Whether your company goes bankrupt or not is none of my business. I don't want to go to the company with you. Wouldn't it be better to trade stocks with this time? By the way, Lonson Technologies stock is going to rise sharply tomorrow. I have to take the opportunity to buy it and make some extra money. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt a little excited. Although the funds and assets rewarded by the system cannot be used at will, Xu Lijun will give him 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month. He used this pocket money to make millions from the stock market in just over 2 months. The money earned in the stock market has no system restrictions and can be spent at will. Xu Lijun, who had been paying attention to him, was slightly stunned when he heard his 2 complaints. Lonson Technology is going to rise sharply. Lonson Technology is just a company that makes batteries. It has nothing to do with the chips and semiconductors that are popular recently, and there has been no good news. How could it suddenly surge? This guy doesn't know anything about stock trading, he must be talking nonsense. Humph, you said before that your company made a wrong decision, that must be nonsense. I had investigated this guy's intelligence very clearly before. He was the type who was incompetent at everything and left nothing behind. How can such a person know about company strategies, future directions, and stock market buying and selling points? Although I don't understand how this guy could be bribed to deal with me, can't I hear his thoughts? Xu Lijun felt that she had Qin Feng firmly under her control. Thinking of this, she gently put down her chopsticks and asked casually, "Our Feng, is the money I give you every month enough?" "It's enough. I don't go out every day and I have no place to spend money." Qin Feng answered without thinking, but he regretted it after he finished speaking, and quickly added, "Of course, if you insist on giving it to me, I won't refuse. I'll just consider it as saving it for you. There is an old furniture factory in the western suburbs that wants to be sold. They want 50 million yuan. If I have the money, I will buy it directly. I can make several times the money in less than half a year. This woman doesn't even feel bad about buying a bag worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, so what's the harm in spending some money on her?" When Xu Lijun heard Qin Feng's thoughts again, doubts arose in his mind again. The old furniture factory in the western suburbs. Isn't that a furniture factory? She also knew that the old factory wanted to sell its land and factory buildings due to poor management. But the price of 50 million is a little bit high. If it is just the land price, it is worth at most 20 or 30 million. Moreover, the factory building and equipment are outdated, and I have never been involved in the furniture industry. It would be a loss if I bought it for 50 million. Xu Lijun shook his head slightly, and suddenly realized that he seemed to have been led astray by Qin Feng. I want to find out who is secretly targeting me, or who is the man behind the scenes who bribed Qin Feng. Why does this guy always have such weird thoughts? Xiao Feng, from now on, you will go to and from get off work with me every day, and I will not give you money for the time being. Just tell me if you want to buy anything. Xu Lijun raised the corner of his mouth slightly and spoke casually. Qin Feng's face suddenly turned bitter. Okay, Jun. Stingy. Your company deserves to go bankrupt. When Xu Lijun heard this again, he wanted to lose his temper again. Why does this guy keep cursing that his company is going bankrupt? Humph, do you really think that your master behind the scenes is omnipotent? You underestimate me, Xu Lijun. Snap. Xu Lijun slammed the cutlery in his hand on the table, then stood up and said calmly. I suddenly don't feel like eating anymore. You take your time eating. I'm going back to my room to rest. Jun, I'll stay at home tomorrow. I promise I won't go anywhere. How can this be possible? Seeing Qin Feng's bitter face, Xu Lijun couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Let you always curse my company to go bankrupt and let you have bad intentions. Don't you want to be with me every day? Qin Feng was frantic, but thinking of the system reward, he could only bite the bullet and pretend to be expectant and said. Of course I did. I miss you so much. It's settled then. Xu Lijun gritted his teeth and replied, then immediately turned and left. It's torture to stay with this bastard for any longer. I really admire him for looking so innocent no matter how much he complains in his heart. Qin Feng looked at Xu Lijun's back and sighed in his heart. There will be no comfortable life tomorrow. I hope it will not affect my lazy life. He always felt that this woman had some conspiracy, as if she was setting a trap for him. I just think of myself as a salted fish. If I don't like someone, I can just kick them out. Why would I need to target them? I hope I'm just overthinking it. Qin Feng thought about it and walked to the bathroom to look in the mirror. He found that he was still handsome and charming, so he sighed with satisfaction. That's another possibility, she's attracted to me. She deliberately used this unusual attitude to attract my attention. Or, take the initiative to flirt with her. Xu Lijun did not rest after returning to the room. She stood at the window, enjoying the cool breeze and lost in thought. She felt heavy in her heart when she thought that she, a woman, had to support such a big company. Who doesn't he long for freedom and carefreeness? When I get home from get off work, I don't even have anyone to talk to, let alone a shoulder to lean on. Just when Xu Lijun was lamenting her own unhappiness, the sound of a guitar suddenly interrupted her thoughts from outside the window. Ha! Who's playing the guitar? Why haven't I heard this melody before? Xu Lijun felt strange and was about to stick his head out to check when a low and soft singing voice came from outside the window. You rubbed your red eyes. It makes you look sadder. I feel sorry for you, but I can't comfort you. You say the world is cold. You doubt what is true. I want to give up and run away. Xu Lijun had already seen Qin Feng singing downstairs from the third-floor window, but after seeing Qin Feng's appearance, her mouth opened into an O shape, with a strange look on her face. I saw Qin Feng downstairs with his upper body naked, revealing his perfect and strong muscles. He was wearing only shorts and a guitar strap on his shoulder. He was shaking his head and twisting his waist, singing the song with deep emotion and intoxication. Although night had fallen, with the help of the bright light, Xu Lijun could even see that Qin Feng's messy hair was still dripping. The water drops flow from the hair to the cheeks, and then from the cheeks to the muscles of the body. If an ordinary nymphomaniac woman saw this tempting scene, she would almost scream and fall. Unfortunately, the only question that popped up in Xu Lijun's mind was, why is this guy crazy? Chapter 4 Hidden Deeply. Of course Qin Feng chose this look and sang this song on purpose. After traveling for so long, he has learned that many songs, movies and TV shows on Earth are not available in this world. If he didn't have the system, he could have done well as a plagiarist. With the Earth's rich song resources and the top-notch vocal and musical level rewarded by the system, he is fully confident that he can make any woman who hears this song fall in love with him. Coupled with his perfect body and six-pack abs enhanced by the system, he is an absolute girl killer. In order to delay time and successfully complete the system task, Qin Feng resolutely decided to shamelessly hook up with Xu Lijun. As long as the woman has a good impression of him, she doesn't need to fall in love with him. She just needs to wait a few more months before saying goodbye to him, and his goal will be achieved. While he was singing, he was secretly looking at Xu Lijun's room. Seeing Xu Lijun standing at the window and looking at him blankly, he felt a little proud. After singing a song, he pretended not to notice Xu Lijun at the window, packed up his guitar and returned to the villa. The moment she turned around, she coquettishly stroked her hair which had been sprayed with water. When doing this movement, I deliberately slowed down the speed. Watching Xu Lijun from the balcony on the third floor, she heard something that made her want to beat someone up. So what if you are an iceberg beauty? Come and fall in love with my jeans. Damn it. I don't know how many women this bastard has deceived with this trick. Xu Lijun had a cold face, gritted his teeth, closed the window and pulled the curtains, and the room immediately became quiet. Although she was angry, she couldn't help laughing when she thought of Qin Feng's performance just now. Is this guy here to make fun of me? And I'm kneeling down under his jeans. If I had known that this guy was so funny, I should have come back earlier. Qin Feng did not receive any praise or invitation from Xu Lijun, so he could only pack up and go to bed with a little disappointment. Forget it, there is still a long way to go. The night passed quickly as everyone in the villa had their own thoughts. As soon as the sky was slightly bright, someone knocked on Qin Feng's door. You'll go to hell if you disturb someone's sweet dreams. Qin Feng was disturbed from his sweet dream and immediately became furious. He threw back the quilt and rushed to the door. He wanted to teach this ignorant housekeeper or servant a lesson. Why are you knocking so early in the morning? Junjun, do you have something to talk to me about so early in the morning? Seeing Xu Lijun standing at the door, Qin Feng could only put away his anger, and looked at Xu Lijun with an innocent and puzzled expression and asked. Xiao Feng, since it's just daybreak, let's go out for a run, come back and have breakfast, and then go to the company together. Fuck you. Isn't it nice to sleep in? You are sick, woman. I am in good health, I can do it 10 times a night. Qin Feng complained madly in his heart, but said with a smile on his face. Exercise is good. I always like to exercise. Then let's go. Hearing Qin Feng's complaints, Xu Lijun gritted his teeth and forced a smile, saying, I'll wait for you downstairs. Watching Xu Lijun leave, Qin Feng closed the door and couldn't help but complain. Stinky woman. Why are you running so early in the morning? Never mind, I'll just think of this woman as a way to create an opportunity for me to be alone with her. Thinking of this, I suddenly felt a lot better. He calmly changed into sportswear and walked downstairs. Outside the villa, Xu Lijun was wearing sports shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, and his straight and slender legs were flawless. Her hair was casually tied into a ponytail. Compared with her previous cool hairstyle, Xu Lijun now looked more like a girl next door. I have to say, this woman looks feminine when she dresses like this, especially her long legs which are quite perfect. I wonder what it feels like to touch them. Qin Feng felt a little yearning for Xu Lijun's legs, but he looked at Xu Lijun with a look of disrespect and said, Junjun, where are we going? Hearing Qin Feng's inner voice, Xu Lijun silently cursed him as a pervert, and then said calmly, We just need to run around the manor 10 times. What? 10 laps? Qin Feng suddenly exclaimed. The Xu family manor covers an area of dozens of acres. Even if you only run along the small paths built in the manor, one circle is almost 2 miles. 10 laps is almost 20 miles. Xu Lijun was very satisfied with Qin Feng's performance, and said calmly, It's just 10 laps. I, a woman, can run it. Can't you be healthy? Okay. How can a man say no? Qin Feng smiled, but in his heart he thought of Xu Lijun 100 times. Damn. Who are you looking down on? I have enough physique to run 100 miles. Qin Feng has won system rewards and his physical fitness even exceeds that of many professional athletes. If you can just lie down every day to get rewards from the system, why bother getting up early every day to run and sweat? But Xu Lijun had already taken action, so he could only follow him, still talking loudly. Junjun, wait for me, don't run so fast. Xu Lijun in front raised his mouth slightly, You are the only one who wants to run 100 miles. Speed up, or you'll have to go to work before you can finish 10 laps. As Xu Lijun spoke, she quickened her pace. She just wanted to see Qin Feng make a fool of himself. Although Qin Feng looked a little embarrassed and breathed heavily, he did not fall behind at all after one lap. What's going on? This guy still has some energy. I'll speed up. Xu Lijun didn't believe it and quickened his pace again. The housekeeper also said that this guy eats and sleeps all day long, so it is impossible for him to have such good physical fitness. Junjun, I can't run anymore. Qin Feng's seemingly weak voice came from behind him. Xu Lijun was about to say something, but she heard a voice that made her teeth itch. If I pretend to be exhausted, will the bitch hold me in her arms? It would be best if I could put my head on her long legs. Don't pretend. If you don't run 10 laps today, you won't be allowed to have breakfast. Xu Lijun almost roared, then sped up and ran again. It's outrageous that this guy could have random thoughts while running. Qin Feng was also helpless and could only grit his teeth. Forget it, let us run. Don't make this woman unhappy for now, or the reward for the past 3 months will be gone. Junjun, I'm here. Qin Feng could only cheer up and speed up to catch up. Xu Lijun was a little depressed. No matter how fast she sped up, Qin Feng could always catch up. Although he looked exhausted and shaky on the surface, his rich inner thoughts had already betrayed him. It's the 3rd lap. This woman has great stamina. Is this how she got those long legs? It's the 5th round. If I pretend to faint, will she give me artificial respiration or something? It's the 8th lap. Should I pretend I can't run anymore? Otherwise, I won't fit the image of a good-for-nothing fiancé. After running 10 laps, Xu Lijun felt out of breath, but Qin Feng still looked like he was about to fall down. This guy still has the energy. Xu Lijun was a little frightened. It seems that the previous investigation data was wrong. Qin Feng is a guy who hides very deeply. Chapter 5. Let me do odd jobs. Go back, take a shower, have breakfast and follow me to the company. Xu Lijun walked straight towards the villa with a cold face. Junjun, wait for me. Qin Feng pretended to be exhausted and followed. From the time he finished running to the time he finished breakfast, Xu Lijun had a dark face the whole time and didn't say a word to Qin Feng. If I hadn't suddenly heard this guy's inner voice, I wouldn't have known he was such a good actor. Looking at Xu Lijun's back, Qin Feng thought to himself with some worry. It seems that last night's performance was not enough. I have to release some other explosive news. Hearing Qin Feng's thoughts, Xu Lijun's face turned even darker. What kind of tricks does this guy have? I have to be more vigilant. After the two went back to their rooms to take a shower and change clothes, they had breakfast together. Xu Lijun didn't even say a word to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, who had taken the initiative to talk to her several times but received no response, could no longer hold back and began to curse madly in his heart. Stinky woman, why are you making such a stinky face? Do I owe you money? Let us go. Xu Lijun, who had only taken a few bites, couldn't bear it any longer. He took out a tissue, wiped his mouth, stood up and walked out. No, I haven't eaten yet. Qin Feng was a little crazy and felt that this woman was really unreasonable. I was so busy trying to find something to talk about that I didn't even have time to eat a bite of my food. Besides, Xu Lijun clearly only ate 2 or 3 bites, but he ran 20 laps in the morning. Doesn't he need to replenish his energy? You have so much in your stomach, why do you need to eat? Xu Lijun's voice came from the door of the villa. She was really afraid that she would not be able to control herself and drive this chess piece away. My stomach is obviously empty, okay. Qin Feng could only hurriedly pick up a pastry and chase after him. This stinky woman was fine yesterday, why did she suddenly become unreasonable? Stay calm. The more you need to stay calm at this time, you can't fail. I just don't believe that I can't conquer you. Qin Feng ran out of the villa while biting the cake, and secretly made up his mind, let this stinky woman show off for a while, and then I will find a way to make her fall in love with me slowly. This has nothing to do with system task rewards, but rather an obsession with not admitting defeat. He is a man with a system, and he has many abilities that others don't have, such as various love songs from Earth, acting skills and special abilities awarded by the system, etc. If you can't even handle a woman, what's the point of living like this? In the manner, a brand new and cool red Ferrari flashed in front of Qin Feng like a brilliant flame and stopped. The door opened, and Qin Feng swallowed the last bite of pastry and sat in. Junjun, this car is quite cool. Qin Feng made a vague compliment, but as expected, he did not get a response from Xu Lijun. Before he could fasten his seat belt, the car started instantly and drove towards the gate of the manor. Damn! You want to murder your husband? Qin Feng cursed in his heart and quickly fastened his seat belt and sat firmly. Xu Lijun gritted his teeth secretly and stepped on the accelerator almost to the bottom. Before the two security guards at the door had time to salute, Xu Lijun's Ferrari had already rushed out. Why is Mr. Xu driving so fast? A thin security guard with dark skin looked at the almost disappearing Ferrari with some confusion and asked the fat security guard next to him. I don't know. Fortunately, we opened the door, otherwise we would have to change the railing. Tonghui Company parking lot. Qin Feng got out of the passenger seat with a pale face, looked around, and immediately ran towards a trash can. When Xu Lijun saw Qin Feng's embarrassed look, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I told you not to keep scolding me in the car. You damn bitch. I didn't feel this bad even after running 20 laps this morning. Why are you driving so wildly on purpose? Don't give me a chance, or I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Qin Feng was complaining crazily over there, and the curve of Xu Lijun's mouth was becoming more and more obvious. Go ahead and curse. The more you scold me, the less burden I will feel when I punish you. When dealing with a person with ulterior motives, Xu Lijun felt that there was no psychological pressure in how he treated Qin Feng. Before in the car, Qin Feng kept complaining about her, which made her very angry, so she moved left and right, fast and slow on purpose. Although Qin Feng's body had been enhanced by the system, he was not a Superman after all, and he soon became carsick. A few minutes later, in the president's office of Tonghui Group, Secretary Lin Wan respectfully reported her work and then secretly looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's appearance is indeed outstanding, and after being enhanced and improved by the system, it is easy to attract the attention of women who are obsessed with looks. Lin Wan was curious about Qin Feng not because of his handsome appearance, but because Qin Feng entered the office with Xu Lijun. The most important thing was that she heard Qin Feng call Xu Lijun Junjun. Although she was quickly interrupted and corrected by Xu Lijun, Lin Wan still noticed the subtle relationship between the two. Mr. Xu often tells his suitors that he has a fiancé. Could it be the one in front of me? Lin Wan was guessing secretly in her heart, and after Xu Lijun listened to the report, he nodded slightly and pointed at Qin Feng and said, Secretary Lin, this is Qin Feng. Give him some odd jobs. Doing odd jobs. Lin Wan and Qin Feng spoke almost in unison, both pairs of eyes looking at Xu Lijun at the same time. Especially Lin Wan, she blinked and looked at Xu Lijun with some confusion, afraid that she had misunderstood. Xu Lijun said expressionlessly, You heard it right, it's just doing odd jobs. By the way, from now on, this office and the elite office area outside will be cleaned by Qin Feng. Jun. Mr. Xu, you want me to clean? Damn. Even if I can be a secretary or a personal bodyguard. Qin Feng opened his eyes wide and almost squeezed out these words through his teeth. He had already cursed in his heart. You bitch. You asked me to clean the house. I'm still your fiancé in name only. How can you really do that? Xu Lijun just smiled faintly and said, Xiao Feng, doing odd jobs is only temporary. You need to get familiar with the company environment first. As for Qin Feng, their undercover, she was not worried at all that Qin Feng would really leave, so she did not want to let Qin Feng be too comfortable. Qin Feng secretly vowed today to deal with this woman. After a little thought, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll do it. You bitch, I'm staying here to watch your company go bankrupt step by step. Humph, by the time your company goes bankrupt, I'll be a super rich man, and by then I'll pay you back with interest. Hearing Qin Feng's inner thoughts, Xu Lijun frowned slightly. This bastard mentioned again that his company was going to go bankrupt. What kind of confidence does the force behind him have? As one of the top 10 conglomerates in China, Tonghui Group is involved in many industries, so it is not so easy for it to fall. What's more, it's within a year. Humph, this guy must be just saying that out of anger, or maybe letting his company go bankrupt is just his pitiful wish. Chapter 6 The Price Limit. Xu Lijun felt that he had guessed Qin Feng's true thoughts, and he breathed a sigh of relief and stopped thinking about it. As for the statement that Qin Feng would become a super rich man in the future, she naturally thought that Qin Feng would receive a handsome reward for helping others to destroy her company. She is confident enough to lead the company through all difficulties. What's more, there is an undercover who is self-righteous but has no idea that he can hear his inner voice. Secretary Lin explained the work to Qin Feng. Xu Lijun gave Lin Wan an instruction, then sat in his office chair and began to look at the documents. Lin Wan clearly felt that the relationship between the two was not simple, so she looked at Qin Feng with some embarrassment, forced a smile, and said, "Brother Feng, look. Just call me Qin Feng." Qin Feng glared at Xu Lijun fiercely and continued, "It's just cleaning. As long as you don't mind my rough hands and feet, I can do anything. Hey, if I accidentally break something, I don't have money to pay for it, so who's afraid of who?" Qin Feng was about to leave the office with Lin Wan when Xu Lijun suddenly looked up and said coldly, "Secretary Lin, if Qin Feng accidentally damaged anything, please give me a list of all the damages at 100 times the price." Okay, Mr. Xu." Lin Wan looked at Qin Feng with some sympathy and replied unnaturally. Qin Feng wanted to kill Xu Lijun with his eyes when he heard this, but when he found that the other party was busy working again, he could only snort coldly and turn away. "You damn bitch. You are really going too far. I wish you have your period every day." Bang. As soon as the office door was closed, Xu Lijun punched the table. "It seems that I am too kind. This is all your own fault. The elite office area is the decision-making and operation department of Tinghua Company. There are only 20 or 30 people in the spacious hall, but these people are all the backbone of the company." Seeing Lin Wan and Qin Feng, several young and beautiful staff members immediately greeted them with a smile. "Secretary Lin, who is this handsome guy? Is he our new colleague? Hey, this little brother is so handsome, does he have a girlfriend? What's your name, handsome guy?" Lin Wan quickly stopped a few enthusiastic female employees and kindly reminded them. "Stop making a fuss, he was brought here by President Xu. Mr. Xu's people." Several female employees quickly put down their dirty hands and prepared to return to their seats. "Even if it's a joke, I wouldn't dare to make fun of Mr. Xu's people." Lin Wan turned around and whispered, "Brother Feng, you are mainly responsible for this area and Mr. Xu's office. If you need anything, please feel free to tell me." Several female employees who had not walked far away were shocked when they heard Lin Wan's words, "In charge of our area. Is he going to be our supervisor right after he arrives?" Alas, it is indeed easy to be an official if you have someone in the court. Such a big place. What do I need to do? Clean the windows and sweep the floor. Qin Feng did not lower his voice. He was Xu Lijun's nominal fiancé. She was not ashamed, so why should he be afraid? Well. Lin Wan, who wanted to save Qin Feng's face, could only stutter. You just need to do these two things for now. The garbage will be taken care of by the special cleaning lady." "What? Clean the windows and sweep the floor? Isn't this a cleaning job?" Not only were the few female employees who had just gathered around and were about to go back stunned, but even those who were eavesdropping with their ears perked up all thought they had heard wrong. The people that Mr. Xu brought here are just here to clean the house. The company is not short of cleaning staff. Even if there is a shortage, there is no need for Mr. Xu to bring people here in person. Even a blind person could see that Lin Wan was respectful towards Qin Feng and she kept calling him Brother Feng. Qin Feng's answer confirmed Lin Wan's words. "That's fine. These tasks aren't tiring. As long as Mr. Xu is happy, it's fine. Secretary Lin, you can go ahead and get busy." "Okay, Brother Feng, I'll go report the situation to President Xu first." Lin Wan bowed slightly to Qin Feng, then turned and walked towards the president's office. After Secretary Lin left, everyone was still staring at Qin Feng stupidly. Qin Feng felt a little uncomfortable and could only cough twice and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Qin Feng. I will be responsible for the sanitation of this area from now on. If there is anything I haven't done well, please forgive me." He is very open-minded. Is he working for Xu Lijun? Of course not. I am working for the system, and I get generous rewards every day. If you can earn $1 million by eating a mouthful of shit, many people would dare to eat the other person into bankruptcy. Qin Feng has a system. He can get various rewards, assets, attributes, skills, etc. by doing some cleaning every day. What can't he do? So Xu Lijun arranged for him to do odd jobs and clean the house, and he could endure it and didn't care. Perhaps because of his identity as a cleaner, the men in the office were less hostile and the women were less alienated and cautious. It turned out to be a cleaner. A short-haired girl who was about to turn around and go back to her seat turned around and walked towards Qin Feng, smiling and said, Feng, why are you willing to clean here? If you don't want to work hard, you can tell your sister." Before Qin Feng could answer, another girl spoke up, "Chichi, don't fight with me. Qin Feng is mine." "Hey, you two, don't scare Xiaofeng." Another girl grabbed Qin Feng's hand and said, "Xiaofeng, sister will take you to find a wife." "No, take you to find tools." Qin Feng was speechless and could even feel a few envious, jealous and resentful glances coming from behind him. "Sisters, please stop making trouble during work hours. Otherwise, if Miss Xu sees us, she will deduct my salary." "Humph. Straight man." After hearing the words, Mr. Xu, everyone calmed down and walked towards their seats. Qin Feng found a broom and started sweeping the floor casually. Seeing everyone start to work seriously, Qin Feng suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have a chance to make extra money today. In Xu Lijun's office. "Lin Wan, help me keep an eye on Lonson Technologies stocks." "Okay, Mr. Xu." Lin Wan immediately took out her cell phone to check, but she was very confused. Why did Mr. Xu suddenly ask about Lonson Technologies stocks? "I don't even pay much attention to my company's stocks on weekdays." Despite her thoughts, she quickly found out and began to report. "Mr. Xu, the market will not open for another half an hour." According to Lonson Technologies' recent announcement and stock price trend analysis, there should be nothing unusual. Xu Lijun heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing that, then shook his head slightly and laughed at himself. "I shouldn't have checked, that guy doesn't have that ability." "Okay, just pay attention to it when you have nothing to do. Go to work first." "Okay, Mr. Xu." After Lin Wan finished speaking, she respectfully left the office. Xu Lijun was processing documents quickly, and before he knew it, it was noon. "It's almost time for dinner? Time flies." Xu Lijun stretched, then stood up and stretched his hands and feet. "I don't know what happened to that guy." Xu Lijun suddenly thought of Qin Feng. This guy is an undercover and cannot leave his sight for too long. Thinking of this, she hurried to the door, ready to check Qin Feng's position. As soon as the door opened, Lin Wan came running over in a hurry, holding a document. "What happened?" Xu Lijun knew something big was going to happen, so he asked immediately. "Mr. Xu, the Lonson technology that you asked me to pay attention to suddenly hit its daily limit. Chapter 7 Selling out the company." "What? Impossible." Xu Lijun was startled, and quickly welcomed Lin Wan into the office, then closed the office door, turned around and asked, "What exactly happened?" She was extremely shocked. She had heard from Qin Feng's inner voice that Lonson technology was going to increase in value, so it shouldn't be a conspiracy against her. Lin Wan handed her the document in her hand and said quickly, "It's like this, Mr. Xu. Just now, the country suddenly issued a policy. You will understand after reading it." Xu Lijun quickly took the document and soon saw the surprising information. The national government website released, "We will make every effort to promote the development of new energy vehicles. Related stocks are facing huge opportunities." Attached stocks. Among them, Lonson Technology is prominently listed. Xu Lijun stared blankly at the document in his hand, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. This is news released by the national government website. How did Qin Feng know such good news in advance? "Mr. Xu." Seeing Xu Lijun looked petrified, Lin Wan shouted a few times with some concern. "Yeah, I'm fine." Xu Lijun walked to his office chair and rubbed his temples gently, but he still couldn't calm down. Does this guy really have the ability, or is he just guessing, or does he have some special channels? That's right. Xu Lijun slammed the table suddenly, startling Lin Wan, who had been paying attention to him. "Mr. Xu, you." "Secretary Lin, I have a task for you. I will give you some money, and you go on by the Shijiaoxia furniture factory quietly." "Furniture factory? Okay. Lin Wan was stunned. Why did Mr. Xu suddenly think of buying a furniture factory? But as a qualified secretary, she only needs to follow orders. Xu Lijun was also very decisive and immediately wrote a check for 50 million to Lin Wan. "Go and do it immediately." By the way, you must keep it confidential. Yes. Although Lin Wan was very confused, she still took the check and left. After a long while, Xu Lijun said softly, "Is this guy just guessing? I'll trust you again." She thought clearly, even if there was a loss, the most she would lose would be the factory and equipment, and at least the land would still be hers. Outside, it was time for dinner. Qin Feng rejected the invitation of several enthusiastic female employees to have dinner together. As he watched them leave one by one, he looked at the computers with fiery eyes. It's still 10 minutes before lunch break. I wonder if it's too late to buy Lonson Technologies shares. After waiting for everyone to leave, Qin Feng couldn't wait to run to a computer in the corner. Only 5 minutes. But it's okay, I'm a high-level hacker, my hand speed is first-rate. In just a few seconds, he cracked the computer password and quickly opened the stock market information to search for Lonson Technology. When Qin Feng saw that Lonson Technology was rising in a straight line and firmly locked at the upper limit, he was immediately furious and cursed. Fuck you. I'm a step too late. It's all that bitch's fault for forcing me to come to the company. Now I'm suffering a huge loss. He tapped on the keyboard and found out the time and reason for the limit. It's just as I expected, but unfortunately it's still a step too late. I didn't expect the country to be so fast. With his top financial knowledge, he had long realized that new energy would be a hot spot. After 2 days of research, we set our sights on Lonson Technology, which has always been underestimated. He expected that with the help of a favorable trend, Lonson Technology's stock price would increase by at least 6 daily limits and about double. Unfortunately, I didn't buy at the opening today, so I missed it. Apart from cursing Xu Lijun a few more times, he had no choice but to accept it. Anyway, with top-level financial knowledge, there is no shortage of opportunities to make money. I quickly erased all traces of my online experience and prepared to leave to avoid being discovered. Huh? What is this? When Qin Feng was cleaning up the traces, he discovered something unusual. Someone had added a hidden link to the browser. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to see any problem at all, but he was a top hacker with the system reward level, and he immediately realized that things seemed to be complicated. His hands turned into afterimages and he started typing on the keyboard. He soon found a chat software from the hidden link. Need to log in. Qin Feng was slightly stunned, then curled his lips in disdain. Can this be difficult for me? His hands were as fast as lightning as he started typing on the keyboard again. Qin Feng didn't notice that Xu Lijun appeared not far behind him at some point. At this time, Xu Lijun's face was full of anger, and he wanted to rush up and catch Qin Feng red-handed. That's right, she took it for granted that she had caught Qin Feng having an affair with someone else. And that outsider is most likely the mysterious person behind the scenes. However, to be on the safe side, she did not say anything. Instead, she took out her cell phone and filmed while quietly moving closer. When she was still for 5 meters away from Qin Feng, she suddenly heard a murmur in her ear. You want to stop me with something like this? I'm a world-class hacker. Oh, I really admire myself more and more. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. It's actually transaction information. The person using this computer is selling company information. Hey, even though I found out, I don't care if that bitch dares to ask me to do odd jobs. It would be better if you go bankrupt sooner, then I will use my money to kill you. He. Behind him, Xu Lijun's face was full of mixed emotions, including shock, anger, confusion, and some grievance. If what Qin Feng just said was true, then Qin Feng was not only in contact with the person behind the scenes again, but he even discovered someone who sold out the company's intelligence. What made her feel confused and aggrieved was that a traitor appeared in the elite department that they always thought was solid and loyal to her. The anger towards this traitor even overshadowed Qin Feng's anger in cursing him into bankruptcy. Over there, Qin Feng's finger-tapping speed slowed down, and a voice came again. This guy's skills are not good enough. This disguise is too easy to be exposed. Let me help you strengthen it. Xu Lijun's forehead was crisscrossed. This damn bastard. He actually wants to help the tyrant. She knew that she couldn't hesitate any longer. Once she asked Qin Feng to withdraw, it would be bad if he refused to take responsibility, or started to shirk responsibility or even colluded with the owner of the computer. Thinking of this, she stepped forward quickly and shouted loudly. You are such a jerk, Qin Feng. You actually sold out my company's information. Fuck. I got so scared. Qin Feng was really shocked. He turned around and saw Xu Lijun holding a mobile phone and recording him. He quickly raised his hand and said, "Don't accuse a good person. I didn't do anything." "You didn't do anything. Don't pretend. I just recorded it, you're selling company information." "Stop, stop, stop. I didn't do that. The owner of this computer did it." How could Qin Feng take the blame for this? If he were to be forced to eat government food or even peanuts for a few years, who would he go to cry to? "I just came to the company today, how can I know any secrets?" Qin Feng was quite unhappy with Xu Lijun's indiscriminate character. "Stinky woman. Are you big-breasted and brainless? Bar, you are like a washboard, no breasts and no brains." Chapter 8. I'll take care of you slowly. Xu Lijun ignored Qin Feng's complaints, continued filming with his phone in one hand, pointed at the closed web page on his computer with the other hand and said, "You can ask me to trust you. Just pull out the transaction record for me. I need to confirm it." This was her purpose. She wanted to hear Qin Feng's inner thoughts, so she certainly didn't mean to frame him. But she was not an expert in computers, and if she asked someone to fix it, she was afraid that the evidence would be damaged. So of course she had to force Qin Feng to find the evidence himself. "Jun, if I find the transaction records, you won't frame me again, right? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up." Xu Lijun's face was cold, his tone was chilly, and he seemed to be unwilling to negotiate. But her eyes were already filled with tears, and she hoped that Qin Feng was just lying to her. Okay, wait a moment." Qin Feng said this and could only turn around and start typing on the keyboard. Xu Lijun was also paying attention to Qin Feng's thoughts nervously. If this guy showed that he wanted to destroy the evidence, she would kick him away without hesitation. Qin Feng cooperated and opened the hidden chat software and found the chat records. Although he didn't really want to help Xu Lijun, this woman had been taking photos and videos, and he wasn't the one who did it, so he couldn't take the blame. "I'm not trying to help you, I just don't want to be misunderstood. You're lucky this time. Go away." As soon as Xu Lijun saw the chat history, he immediately pushed Qin Feng aside and started to check it carefully. At first, she was able to remain calm. But gradually, his body began to tremble and finally he started to choke. She didn't expect that in her company, even under her nose, there would be people who would betray her company. So what? Qin Feng felt very uncomfortable as he suddenly became helpless against the usually strong Xu Lijun. He felt a little embarrassed and hesitated whether to comfort Xu Lijun, but the first thing he said was, "I'm hungry. Eat out by yourself." Xu Lijun replied calmly, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and then he slowed down his tone and said to Qin Feng, "Wait, can you do me another favor?" "What?" Seeing that Xu Lijun's tone had become much gentler, Qin Feng didn't believe that this woman had changed her personality, so he was very alert. "Can you help me check all the computers?" Xu Lijun felt that he had used up almost all of his strength to say this. Qin Feng understood, this woman wanted him to see if there was anyone else who was selling out company information. "This is something you have to ask of yourself." Qin Feng was proud in his heart, but he didn't want to agree to Xu Lijun easily. "You dare to let me do odd jobs? Why should I help you? Please say something nice to me." Although he thought so in his heart, he looked embarrassed on the surface. Jun, I found this chat record by accident. I don't know anything about computers. I'll give you two choices. First, I'll give you 10 million, and you'll help me check all the computers, and you'll be my fiancé. Second, I'll still give you 10 million, and you'll pack up and disappear. I'll block all the computers here and ask professionals to check them." Xu Lijun said to Qin Feng while gritting his teeth. It was impossible to ask her to beg someone for help, especially when that person was the shameless undercover agent Qin Feng. "Sure. I can't afford to play this." Qin Feng cursed in his heart, but he put on an obligatory look on his face and said, "I was just joking with you. Your business is my business. It's not about money." How polite. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Xu Lijun to speak, he took the initiative to walk to the computer next to him and started typing on the keyboard quickly. "Forget it, since you helped me get so many rewards, I will help you this time with reluctance. Anyway, your company made a mistake in its decision, and even without spies it would be finished in a year or two. After hearing Qin Feng's thoughts, Xu Lijun finally felt better. Even though this bastard cursed his company to go bankrupt, he would not bother with him for now since he could help him find the spy. She was confident enough in her abilities that there was no way she was going to let the company go bankrupt. Especially since a spy was found today, she simply couldn't believe why her company went bankrupt. Looking at the busy Qin Feng, she suddenly remembered something and immediately picked up her mobile phone to send a message. Although Qin Feng was unhappy with this woman, he agreed to her and was too lazy to play any tricks. He was very fast and finished checking the more than 40 computers in the office in just over an hour. One in less than 2 minutes. This speed made Xu Lijun wonder if he was slacking off. Fortunately, Qin Feng complained while checking. This one doesn't have one either. Hey, my computer's level has been exposed today. Will the reward be less tomorrow? Hey, this woman discovered another advantage of mine besides being handsome. I wonder if she will really fall in love with me. Hee, I don't like a woman like her who has no breasts or buttocks, has a bad temper and likes to make a sour face. Xu Lijun behind him was holding his cross ribs. This bastard, I was just wondering if my attitude towards him was a bit too much. But after listening to what this bastard was thinking, she felt that nothing she did would be excessive. After dealing with the spy, we have to find out who sent this guy and what his purpose is. I finished the inspection. Qin Feng exited the last computer, wiped off the non-existent sweat, turned around and said to Xu Lijun. Junjun, there's something wrong with the owner of that computer. It can only be said that he was just unlucky. He was really mourning for the spy. He had specially found the computer in this corner, but he didn't expect to discover the spy by accident. Xu Lijun had no expression on his face, and just nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. I have to deal with the spy in the afternoon. I will give you half a day off as a reward for you. Real. Qin Feng looked happy and excited, but he was cursing in his heart. Is this considered a reward? You bitch, I shouldn't have helped you. I have done such a great deed, but I still have to do odd jobs tomorrow. Xu Lijun didn't bother to care about Qin Feng's inner complaints, but thinking that Qin Feng had made contributions after all, she also replied seriously. That's right, you don't have to work in the afternoon, but don't go too far. I'll treat you to Western food in the evening. Although he wanted to teach Qin Feng a lesson, Xu Lijun clearly distinguished between public and private affairs. Qin Feng has made contributions, so she cannot be stingy. This is called treating things separately. Okay, Junjun. I won't bother you anymore. I'll go out and eat first. Qin Feng turned around, curled his lips secretly, and almost ran into the elevator. When the elevator indicated the next floor, Xu Lijun gritted his teeth and said, why are there either spies or people with ulterior motives around me? Qin Feng, I'll deal with the spies first, and then I'll slowly deal with you. Chapter 9 Free is the most expensive. Qin Feng walked out of the elevator with cheerful steps, only to find that all the people from the elite department were waiting downstairs. Qin Feng. A short-haired female employee who had greeted Qin Feng in the morning immediately greeted him and hurried to him. Boss Xu, what's going on? He asked us not to go upstairs yet, and he said he had something important to announce. Do you know what it is? The eyes of the others were also focused on him, making Qin Feng feel a little uncomfortable. How should I know? I'm not Mr. Xu's worm. I'm just a handyman. Of course Qin Feng didn't dare to say anything nonsense. He just replied casually and prepared to leave. Forget it, Xiaoya. Qin Feng just came today and he's a cleaner. How could he possibly know what Mr. Xu was going to do? A male employee spoke up and expressed what most people were thinking. The short-haired female employee could only move aside. As she watched Qin Feng walk away, she said with some doubt. Why do I feel like Qin Feng knows but won't tell me? Teng Hui walked out of the company's door. He had a rare bit of free time and he planned to relax. Where are we going? I usually stay in Xu's manor and have never had a good look around. For a moment, I didn't know where to go. Oh right. Didn't the system reward me with advanced fishing skills before? Why don't we go fishing? Qin Feng suddenly remembered that there was an artificial lake not far away where many people were fishing. Since this is a rare leisure time, I want to think about how to make money today. I'll just relax. Take a taxi and arrive at Feixiang Fishing Park in just over 10 minutes. There are many rivers in Jiangxi province, and many fishing enthusiasts like to fish in the wild. There are not many people who fish in artificial lakes like this one, which charges a fee. Qin Feng went in and rented a set of fishing gear, then found a location and prepared to set up a nest. Young man, I come here often. That location is not good. Many people can hardly catch any fish there. Next to him, an old man in his 60s looked at Qin Feng and reminded him. Qin Feng took a look at the old man. His short graying hair made him look very energetic, and he was wearing a loose training suit, and he didn't look like a fisherman. Hey, uncle, just because most people can't catch fish doesn't mean I can't catch fish either. Besides, how many people who pay to come here to fish do so for the fish? Qin Feng smiled faintly and started to make a nest. Har har, young people think things through, and I am the one who is inferior. The old man smiled heartily. Seeing Qin Feng skillfully making nests, putting bait on the bait, and casting the rod, his eyes were filled with admiration. There aren't many young people like you who like fishing. Many people prefer to hang out in bars, watch TV series, or play games. Qin Feng smiled faintly, and after fixing the fishing rod, he turned around and said, I don't like what they pursue. There is not a single game or TV show that I like nowadays. Of course, he was not bragging. Although there were games in this world, compared with those on Earth, he looked down upon the games here in terms of production, graphics quality, and mode. Not only are many games charged, but there are very few 3D games, not to mention Crossfire and PUBG, which are very popular around the world. As for TV shows and movies, he watched a lot during the 3 months he stayed at Shu's Manor, and most of them made him fall asleep. Many times, he even wanted to bring classic movies and TV shows from Earth here. Finally, considering the image of the good-for-nothing fiancé he was playing, he gave up and planned to make some money in the film and television industry after completing the task. But his words made the old man frown and said with some displeasure, Young man, although I think fishing can cultivate one's sentiments, you can't belittle the gaming and film and television industries. For example, the recently popular game, Qixia Jianghu, is also very popular among my granddaughters. Qin Feng sneered mercilessly, Uncle, I've tried the game you mentioned, and it's rubbish. If I wanted to, I could make a game that beats it in a minute. Oh? Handsome guy, can you really make a game that beats Qixia Jianghu? A very clear, yet angry female voice came from behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked back and found that there was a beautiful woman standing behind him with a stunning appearance and a temperament comparable to Shu Lijun. And this beautiful woman, who was dressed fashionably and beautifully, was looking at him with great anger. Qin Feng was too lazy to respond to the woman's inexplicable anger, but turned to the old man and asked, Uncle, do you know this girl? My granddaughter. The old man explained the relationship between the two, and then added, she likes the game Qixia Jianghu very much. I see. Qin Feng suddenly realized, belittling something that others love will naturally cause others to resent it. But he was telling the truth, so he said without any embarrassment. Your granddaughter is so pitiful. It seems that she doesn't have many things to play with. This is almost like saying that this woman has never seen the world. Hello handsome man, what kind of game do you think is a good game? Among the current online games, are there any online games with better special effects, plot, servers, etc. than Qixia Jianghu? The woman stood next to Qin Feng and asked condescendingly. No. Qin Feng looked at the beautiful woman's white legs under her short skirt, and compared them with Shu Lijun's beautiful legs in his mind, and felt that they seemed to be on par. His straightforward answer surprised both the beauty and the old man. Then the beauty gritted her teeth and asked, Since you admit that Qixia Jianghu currently has no rivals, why do you look down on Qixia Jianghu? Wait. Qin Feng did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned around, shook his hand and pulled, and caught a crucian cop the size of a palm. He then said calmly, Let's not talk about the production, plot, and even maps of this game. In my opinion, they are all very low level. Let's just talk about the operation of this game. In fact, all games on the market currently have a common problem, which is the charging model. If you want to play the game, you have to buy an activation code. An activation code costs as little as 99. Let's not talk about whether many people are willing to spend this money. Can you really make money by operating like this? Even for a popular game like Qixia Jianghu, millions of people are willing to pay for it, and some money was made in the early stages. But if a game wants to develop over the long term, what about the operating expenses in the later stages? Hearing Qin Feng's question, the beauty was stunned. Indeed, the profits in the gaming industry are too low, mainly because too few people are willing to pay to play. But the game is free, who the hell would be willing to develop it for people to play? Moreover, after paying, there is no way to collect more money, otherwise the players will protest. But in the later period, there was no money, and the various maintenance and operation costs could not keep up, so the business could only get worse, and eventually all the players were lost. Game companies have all developed a model for making quick money, that is, once a game becomes popular, they make some money and immediately develop a new game. This has become the unspoken rule of all game companies. What you said is really funny. Isn't it right to play games with genuine copies? Don't our national game companies, developers, technicians, etc. want money? Qin Feng put the fish in place, put the bait back on, and then said slowly, "Hey, I didn't want to say so much, but seeing that you don't seem convinced, I'll just say a few words. Call." The fishing rod was thrown out again, and Qin Feng said as he fixed the fishing rod, "Free is the most expensive. If I were to develop a game, I would make it free to all players. As for profit-making methods, there really shouldn't be too many. For example, you can make paid props in the game. Purchasing props can get you many benefits and privileges. As long as you control it well and don't affect the balance of the game, it's fine. As the popularity grows, we can hold some competitions regularly to attract more attention. If we have enough popularity, won't we be able to find sponsors? To turn online games into esports? Oh, there are too many things to say. I am too lazy to tell you all this. After all, you won't understand even if I tell you." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and fiddled with his fishing rod, looking as if he didn't want to bother with them. The beauty and the old man looked at each other, and shock was revealed in both of their eyes. Free stuff is the most expensive? Paid props. Esports. The beauty repeated it several times, her eyes becoming brighter and brighter. Finally, she grabbed Qin Feng's shoulder and said excitedly, "Sir, I am sorry for offending you just now. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Guan Yunyang, and that's my grandfather Guan Xinghai. Could you please do me the honor of finding a place for us to have a good chat?" "Sorry, not interested." Qin Feng felt that he had just said too much. This was one of the businesses he was going to start in the future, so he couldn't reveal too much. Guan Xinghai and Guan Yunyang were a little dazed. They thought that Qin Feng's attitude would change a little after hearing their names. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng seemed to have never heard of their names at all. Guan Yunyang was a little embarrassed, but she quickly regained consciousness and said respectfully, "Sir, to be honest, my grandfather is the founder of Xiaoyo Network Company, and I am the newly appointed CEO. Cheshire Jianghu is one of the games developed by our company. If you are willing, we hope to invite you." "I'm sorry, I don't want to." Qin Feng understood the identities of the two people and couldn't help but curse in his heart, "Damn, I can meet competitors even when fishing. I was too talkative just now. How could I say so much to my future opponent?" Guan Yunyang was somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Feng's attitude, but still said sincerely, "Sir, we are sincere. As long as you are willing to be our game consultant or planner, I will give you an annual salary of 3 million. How about that? Even if you don't agree, I hope you can allow us to use the plan you just proposed." "Whatever." Qin Feng said nonchalantly, "It's just a plan, use it if you want. The most important thing is the game itself. If it can't attract people, don't even mention it's free. Even if you pay, no one will play it." He had some feelings towards this woman. Seeing his attitude, most people would turn around and leave and use the method he said without notifying him. "You don't need to worry about the game's appeal. We are confident about it," Guan Yunyang said as she took out a check from her bag, quickly filled in a number, and handed it to Qin Feng, saying, "Although you are unwilling to join our company, I would like to borrow your ideas, so you can take this money as a licensing fee." Qin Feng took a glance and found that 2 million was filled in on the check. "Hey, I just said it casually, but you are willing to offer 2 million. Not bad. Young man, take it. This is what you deserve." Guan Xinghai, who was standing by, stopped fishing and walked up to Qin Feng and said politely, "Take it, otherwise we will be under pressure to use the plan you just mentioned." Although Qin Feng loves money, he is not really greedy for it. What's more, compared with the rewards accumulated by the system, these 2 million are not even a drop in the bucket. Take the money, I really don't need it. Qin Feng also stood up and said seriously. Don't feel pressured, because I'm also planning to make a few games recently. If I take away your company's users in the future, don't blame me. You want to make games too. Guan Yunyang had a feeling in her heart, if Qin Feng entered the game market, then the Xiaoyou company's leading position would be lost. Qin Feng smiled slightly and did not answer. He pulled up another crucian carp weighing more than half a pound, and then began to pack up his fishing tools. After cleaning up, he saw the old man and the child still standing there looking at him stupidly. He waved his hand and said, 2 fish are enough for us. You don't need to send any more. Sir, can you tell us your name? Guan Yinyan's voice came from behind. Qin Feng said without even turning his head, I am Qin Feng, see you again if we are lucky enough. After he left for a long time, Guan Yunyang put away the check in her hand and said solemnly, Grandpa, if this Qin Feng really enters the gaming industry, he will definitely be our formidable rival. Guan Xinghai quickly comforted her, Yanger, no matter whether Qin Feng will get involved in the gaming industry or not, you must have confidence. If there is no opponent, there will be no progress. Grandpa is right, Guan Yunyang immediately realized, and then said confidently, if he really wants to get involved in the gaming industry, I have the confidence to defeat him and even make him join us willingly. Chapter 10, More Pretentious Than Me. Qin Feng was holding a plastic bag containing the trophies he had just caught. Thinking that it was still early to get off work, Xu Lijun must not have finished get off work yet. Why don't we just go back to the villa and cook these 2 fish ourselves? Although he had obtained god-level cooking skills as a reward from the system, he had never really put them to use. The main thing is that there are housekeepers and servants to take care of his daily food, clothing, housing and transportation, so he doesn't need to do anything by himself. I'm in a good mood today, and I caught the fish myself. Why not go back and reward myself before Xu Lijun gets off work? Thinking of this, he immediately took a taxi and rushed to Xu's manor. An hour later, Qin Feng walked out of the kitchen carrying a plate of delicious fish, and couldn't help but take a sip of the plate in his hand. It smells so good. It smells so good. Only my god-level cooking skills can produce such a level of flavor. He couldn't help but start bragging, but this delicious food was indeed very appetizing. Really? Let me try it. A familiar voice came from not far away, almost scaring Qin Feng so much that he knocked over the tray in his hand. Jun, aren't you going to deal with the traitor in the company? Why are you back so early? Qin Feng put the tray on the dining table, looked at Xu Lijun who was walking towards him with a smile, and asked with a bitter face. Stinky bitch. Are you born in the year of the dog? This is my first time cooking and you came here just by smelling the food. Xu Lijun sat down at the dining table and said calmly. I think you should be rewarded for dealing with the traitor, so I'm leaving get off work early. Having said that, she picked up the chopsticks without hesitation and began to taste the fish made by Qin Feng. It tastes good. Qin Feng was so angry that he wanted to throw the plate on Xu Lijun's face. But on the surface, he still tried to pretend to be happy and replied, No, my cooking skills are just average. It's really delicious. I didn't expect you have such a skill. Qin Feng had a dark face, and was very disdainful of Xu Lijun's praise. He was secretly alert in his heart. She discovered another good thing about me. I can't go on like this. It will affect my image as a loser. Waste material. When Xu Lijun heard Qin Feng's thoughts, he couldn't help but glance at him, muttering in his heart. This guy wants to be a loser. Is it possible that his previous mediocre information was also fake? Humph. The less you want to show off, the more I want to see what merits you have that are worth pretending like this. Xu Lijun put down his chopsticks, took out a check from his bag and placed it on the table in front of Qin Feng, saying, Xiao Feng, here is 10 million. I'll give it to you if you help me check my computer today. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Xu Lijun still remembered this. At that time, I thought she was just saying it casually, but I didn't expect her to give it to me as soon as she got off work. This isn't good, is it? I'm not someone who is after money. As Qin Feng spoke, he had already skillfully collected the check and carefully put it into his pocket. Hey, with this capital, plus what I earned before, I can save 50 million in another 3 to 5 days. I hope the Shijiao furniture factory is not sold. When Xu Lijun heard Qin Feng's voice, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Fortunately, I asked Secretary Lin to buy the Xia furniture factory today. Although I don't know what's so good about that broken factory, but since this guy can't stop thinking about it, maybe there is some benefit to it. Aren't you not greedy for money? Xu Lijun was almost laughing at this guy. Isn't it funny to be so hypocritical? Qin Feng replied with a money grubber look, aren't I keeping it for you? Humph. Xu Lijun snorted coldly. He was no longer surprised by Qin Feng's inconsistency. Can I eat the food you cook now? Of course, Junjun, what is our relationship? If my money is not something that can't be touched, who would care about your little money? Qin Feng sighed in his heart, sat down and started eating. Xu Lijun found it funny, he doesn't care about his own money. He made it sound like he was very rich. Was he just having a fantasy? She didn't know if it was because the fish was so delicious or because she was hungry after skipping lunch, but she stopped thinking about it and ate faster and faster. Qin Feng looked at Xu Lijun, who did not look like a lady at all, and could not help but said, Junjun, please slow down and leave me one. The two of them worked like a whirlwind and soon finished up the 2 small fish. I'm really not satisfied yet, Xiaofeng, make something delicious for me next time. Xu Lijun ignored Qin Feng's inner complaints and gave him a sincere compliment. Forget it, my cooking is not tasty. You are not my wife, why should I cook for you? Xu Lijun wiped his mouth, stood up and said, let's go. Walk. Qin Feng was a little confused and didn't know what this woman wanted to do next. Originally I was going to take you to the hotel for a good meal, but the housekeeper told me you were at home, so I came back to pick you up. We haven't eaten enough of these 2 fish. This. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this woman was so grateful. Not only did he give him 10 million as promised, but he also took him to a hotel for a meal, which made him unable to complain. This woman still has her merits. Hearing Qin Feng's rare compliment to her, Xu Lijun's lips curled up nicely. Wait for me, I'm going to change my clothes. Let's go together. No, I mean I want to change too. Qin Feng followed Xu Lijun upstairs. After arriving at the room, he quickly changed his clothes, opened the door, walked out of the room, and waited in the lobby downstairs. After waiting for a few minutes and still not seeing Xu Lijun come downstairs, Qin Feng silently complained that women are trouble. I was idle and started to think about random things. This woman is inviting me to dinner tonight. I wonder if she will drink. What should I do if she gets drunk? Forget it, I'll just take it one step at a time, I'm not a serious person anyway. Qin Feng was thinking when a sinister voice sounded from behind him, startling him. Sir, would you like some tea? Fuck. Butler, you just speak and scare me. Qin Feng suddenly sat up from the sofa, turned around and glared at the housekeeper. The butler said expressionlessly. Excuse me, uncle, would you like something to drink? Ever since Xu Lijun asked him to leave a message for Qin Feng, he no longer had a good attitude towards this son-in-law. No need, Junjun will treat me to a good meal later. Qin Feng did not notice the change in the butler's tone. Thinking that he had good intentions, he softened his tone and said, Butler, please don't come up behind me and talk to me out of the blue next time. Okay, sir. The housekeeper nodded slightly, and then asked casually, by the way, sir, Mr. Xu gave you half a day off today, did you go buy fish? Of course not, Qin Feng replied casually, I caught this fish by fishing. The housekeeper bowed slightly and said, Sir, if you want to fish, you can go fishing in the artificial lake behind the manor. How can it be challenging to catch the fish in there? Qin Feng yawned, then looked at the stairs and said, Junjun, why does it take so long to change clothes? Mr. Xu may need to dress up. The housekeeper replied casually, and suddenly changed the subject and asked, Son-in-law, what do you think of our President Xu? Junjun, she's beautiful, capable, and trustworthy, so of course that's great. Qin Feng was generous with his praise, but he was puzzled as to why the butler asked him this. Son-in-law, a few years ago, the master and the mistress met with an accident, and the young lady who was studying abroad was forced to come back to handle the funeral affairs of the master and the mistress. The butler walked up to Qin Feng, still looking respectful, but looking at him with sharp eyes and continued. At that time, their master and his wife passed away, and several shareholders bullied the young lady because she was young and inexperienced, and wanted to undermine her. Outside, many rival companies took the opportunity to suppress Qin Group. At that time, it was really a case of internal and external troubles. Qin Feng opened his eyes wide and looked at the housekeeper. He knew a little about this matter, and Xu Lijun must have been in a very difficult situation at that time. Xu Lijun is indeed a talented person, as he was able to handle this mess in just a few years. But why did the butler suddenly bring this up? Butler Luo, I know these things, but I don't understand why you bring them up. Luo Yongshan moved closer to Qin Feng, holding the wooden decoration on the sofa with one hand, and said in a low voice, "Son-in-law, I have no ill intention in saying this, but I want to remind you, Miss found you as her fiancé in order to reasonably reject those suitors with ulterior motives. I hope you don't do anything to hurt Miss. Otherwise." When Luo Yongshan said this, he exerted force on his hand, and Qin Feng immediately heard a click sound in his ear. Qin Feng stared at Luo Yongshan's hand with wide eyes, and immediately found that the solid wood decoration was crushed by him. Fuck! He's actually a martial artist. Qin Feng was shocked. He had received a lot of rewards in these 3 months. But most of them are assets and funds, various side skills, and some attribute rewards that improve physical fitness. The only things he hadn't obtained were secret manuals on martial arts techniques or moves. This is also one of the reasons why he has been willing to stay in Shu's manor for the past few months. It is safe here. But in the current situation, Luo Yongshan seems to be a little dissatisfied with him, and he is a master as tall as a 3-story building. Even if Qin Feng hit it with a hammer dozens of times, he couldn't break it into pieces. Butler Luo, what do you mean? Qin Feng gritted his teeth and looked at Luo Yongshan. There was no fear on his face, but he was already panicking in his heart and even secretly activated a lucky charm. Luo Yongshan suddenly smiled, stood up, bowed to Qin Feng and said, "I'm sorry, sir. My hand just slipped. Did I scare you? Damn. Are you prettier than me?" Qin Feng cursed in his heart, but he played the role of Xu Lijun's fiancé not just for the system reward, and he was not greedy for Xu Lijun's assets. Although Qin Group is one of the top 10 conglomerates, it is only at the bottom of the list. The rewards Qin Feng received in the past 3 months added up to almost the same amount as Tencent Group's assets. At this rate, in another month, the rewards he gets from the system will exceed those of Qin Group. Why would he covet Xu Lijun's company? Xu Lijun walked down the stairs on the carpet and saw Qin Feng and Luo Yongshan in the living room. She was about to speak when she heard something that shocked her. "Damn! You old man dare to threaten me. I have hundreds of billions of dollars now, how can I be interested in this bitch's property? Eiffel alone is half of your Tencent Group, right? Who are you comparing to?" Chapter 11, Hallucination. Xu Lijun would not believe that Qin Feng was lying. After all, that was what he really thought. But what Qin Feng said was so horrifying that she simply couldn't believe it. Worth hundreds of billions. Eiffel Company? Isn't he that a well-known foreign luxury goods company? How could it be Qin Feng's? Before she could think about it, Luo Yongshan had already spotted her and saluted her. "Mr. Xu. Butler Luo, Qin Feng and I won't be eating at home tonight." Xu Lijun said calmly, then looked at Qin Feng, smiled slightly, and said, "Xiao Feng, let's go. I'll take you to the Dynasty Hotel for dinner." The Dynasty Hotel. Qin Feng was stunned, his heart tightened and he began to mutter. "I still have 25% of the shares of this hotel. I don't know if I will be recognized if I go with this woman." Xu Lijun was about to step down the last step, but when he heard Qin Feng's words, he almost fell to the ground. She grabbed the escalator in a somewhat awkward manner to avoid falling headfirst, and her mind was already thinking quickly. How is it possible that this bastard owns 25% of the shares of Dynasty Hotel? Dynasty Hotel is a family business, and I know the boss. It seems that I was too suspicious before. This guy really has hallucinations. Qin Feng and the housekeeper rushed over when they saw Xu Lijun almost fall. "Junjun, did you fall? Let me see. What a pity. You are lucky that you didn't see this woman make a fool of herself." When Xu Lijun heard Qin Feng's voice, he immediately changed the direction of the hand he had just extended and slapped the back of Qin Feng's hand hard. "No need for your help, I'm fine." Qin Feng was a little dazed, Why is this woman so hot and cold? Wasn't she going out to eat with me? Why did she get angry when I helped her? Fuck. If you don't want to help me, then don't help me. I don't care. You must have reached menopause early because of the pressure from work, you bitch. Qin Feng withdrew his hand with an embarrassed and aggrieved look on his face. Even the housekeeper, who was unaware of the situation, felt that Xu Lijun's performance just now was too intense. Even if Qin Feng has a problem, he can't make it too obvious. However, Xu Lijun's performance made Luo Yongxin more determined. The young lady did not like this son-in-law, and the two of them were together just a deal. Xu Lijun could only grit his teeth secretly. This bastard's acting skills are really amazing, he is almost crying. If he hadn't been able to hear his inner voice, Xu Lijun believed that he would have been deceived by Qin Feng. Xiao Feng, Xu Lijun said to Qin Feng after he stood firm, the reason why I went to the Dynasty Hotel for dinner was actually because I wanted to meet the hotel owner. I know their owner very well. After she said this, she stared at Qin Feng's expression. Qin Feng was a little surprised and said quickly, Jun, I think we should find a Western restaurant to eat and not waste money. Damn, if I get recognized, wouldn't that stinky woman know that I'm a shareholder of the Dynasty Hotel? I can't go. Don't save money for me, just go to the Royal Hotel. After hearing Qin Feng's thoughts, Xu Lijun was even more unwilling to let him go. Let me shatter your fantasy today. Jun. Walk. As Xu Lijun spoke, he walked out of the villa. Qin Feng had no choice but to follow him, complaining in his heart all the way. Damn it. I hope the people at the Dynasty Hotel can't recognize me, otherwise it will be hard to explain. If this bitch knew that I was not short of money, she would definitely doubt why I was her fiancé. Did she want me to say that I really liked her? Par. This woman is so self-righteous and has such a sour face every day. How can I possibly like her? Xu Lijun, who originally wanted to treat Qin Feng to a good meal as a token of his gratitude, now had the urge to hit him. Forget it, I'll bear it. Xu Lijun gritted his teeth secretly. I'll let you meet the owner of the Dynasty Hotel later to break your fantasy first. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Jiang Province Dynasty Hotel. Xiao Feng, we're here. Let's book a private room first, then I'll call their boss Hong Shiwei and ask him to come over. I'll also introduce him to you. It's not necessary, Jun. Of course it's necessary. You are my beloved fiancé. Now I have decided to introduce you to everyone. You have to behave well. With a smile on his face, Xu Lijun walked into the hotel lobby. A bespectacled man in a suit and tie saw Xu Lijun and Qin Feng and hurried over to greet them from a distance. Hey, isn't this Mr. Xu? You haven't been here for some time. When Xu Lijun saw the man, he also smiled professionally and said, Manager Yi, I'm bringing my fiancé to dinner today. Please arrange a private room for us. Having said that, she turned her head and glanced at Qin Feng, then continued, if possible, I hope you can tell Mr. Hong to come over for a drink. No problem, I'll arrange it right away. Mr. Xu, please follow me first. Manager Yi first looked at Qin Feng in surprise, then enthusiastically took Xu Lijun and Qin Feng to the elevator. Seeing Qin Feng rubbing his nose, Xu Lijun followed Manager Yi with a smile on his face. In a luxuriously decorated private room, Qin Feng and Xu Lijun were sitting in front of a huge dining table. At this point, Qin Feng was too lazy to worry about whether the hotel owner would recognize him. He just made small talk. Jun, if you really want to thank me, can I not go to the company tomorrow? Of course not, Xu Lijun refused outright, but when she saw Qin Feng's bitter expression, she relaxed her tone and said, Isn't this because I want to see you every day? Starting tomorrow, you don't have to do chores anymore. I'll arrange something else for you. Can I play computer? Qin Feng asked with a pitiful look. I will find a chance to cash out tomorrow, and then quickly invest in the stock market, and try to double it within a week. Together with what I earned before, it should be enough to buy that furniture factory. Playing on the computer. Xu Lijun was stunned at first, but after hearing Qin Feng's thoughts, she almost laughed. This guy is still thinking about that furniture factory, but unfortunately the furniture factory has become hers. But what did this bastard say? Double your money in a week. Domestic stock transactions are all T+1, and the fluctuation range is 10%, which makes it impossible to conduct frequent short-term operations. To achieve this, you must make more than 10 points on the stocks you buy every day. How is this possible? Oh, it really is delusion. What happened with Lonson Technology before must be just a coincidence. Before Xu Lijun could answer, the door of the box was pushed open. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a powdered face, wearing a suit with suspenders, walked in with a big belly. After seeing Xu Lijun and Qin Feng, the middle-aged man laughed heartily. "Oh, Mr. Xu, you are such a rare guest. Calculating the time, you haven't been to our Dynasty Hotel for more than a month, right? Just now, Manager Yi said that you came with your fiancé, but I didn't believe it. This is the owner of the Dynasty Hotel, Hong Shiwei. He looks fat and honest, and gives people the impression of being kind. But as the saying goes, all businessmen are dishonest. The fact that he was able to grow a small restaurant into one of the best hotels in Jiangsu province is definitely not as simple as it seems." Xu Lijun stood up, shook hands gently with Hong Shiwei, then pointed at Qin Feng standing aside and said with a smile, "Boss Hong, I've been spending my free time with my fiancé Qin Feng. Didn't I bring him here as soon as I had time? Har har har. Qin Feng, right? He's very handsome and a perfect match for Mr. Xu. Wait. Qin Feng." Hong Shiwei and Qin Feng were already shaking hands, but suddenly they realized something and froze. Qin Feng exerted a little more force on his hands, then smiled politely and said, "What's wrong, Mr. Hong? My name should be very popular, right? This boss shouldn't recognize me, right? After all, I don't have to show up for anything." Hong Shiwei looked a little embarrassed, and quickly let go of his hand and apologized. "I'm sorry, I just suddenly remembered something else and lost my composure. Please forgive me." Xu Lijun certainly didn't want Hong Shiwei to just get away with it, so she looked at Hong Shiwei and asked, "Mr. Hong, what do you think of my fiancé? Have you seen or heard of him anywhere?" This. Hong Shiwei's expression became a little strange, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Xu, this is the first time I've met Mr. Qin, and I've never heard of Mr. Qin before." Xu Lijun did not show any dissatisfaction with Hong Shiwei's words. Instead, he looked at Qin Feng with some complacency. "I let you pretend. Now the fantasy can be shattered, right?" But soon, she went crazy again because she suddenly heard this. "Luckily, this Hong Shiwei didn't recognize me, otherwise my status as a hidden rich man would be exposed." Xu Lijun was a little angry. "It's already this time, and you are still fantasizing." For some unknown reason, Xu Lijun looked at Hong Shiwei and asked jokingly, "Mr. Hong, your hotel business is getting better and better. I want to invest in your hotel and get a piece of the pie." This was originally a joke, and it is impossible for Xu Lijun to really invest in the Royal Hotel. But when Hong Shiwei heard this, he was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and said excitedly, "Mr. Xu, stop joking. Our Dynasty Hotel is a family business, and we have never thought of letting other people invest. If you really like it, I welcome you to eat for free every day in the future, but let's forget about investing." Xu Lijun was stunned. Does this guy need to be so excited? Hong Shiwei also felt that he had been a little too radical. He looked at Qin Feng with a complicated expression and quickly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Xu, just now Nothing, I was just joking." Xu Lijun's face had turned quite dark, and he was still wondering how Hong Shiwei, a seasoned businessman, could make such a mistake. Just then, Hong Shiwei's cell phone rang. He apologized and walked to the corner to answer the phone. After a while, he came back and said to Xu Lijun, "Mr. Xu, Xiaoyo Network CEO Guan Yunyang is coming to dinner with a group of subordinates. I need to go and receive them. You and Xiaoyo Network are old acquaintances, would you like to go and meet them?" Chapter 12, I won't meet her anymore. Xu Lijun frowned slightly after hearing this and said, "Mr. Hong, we at Tinghui don't have much business dealings with Xiaoyo Network, so we won't." Before Xu Lijun finished speaking, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. "This Guan Yunyang brought her subordinates here, could they be the ones from the game development department? I didn't expect that she would quickly adopt and take action on the few ideas I casually mentioned. This woman is not only beautiful, but also has some courage in doing things." She looked at Qin Feng in surprise. "Does this guy know Guan Yunyang? What other ideas did you give her?" What surprised and annoyed her was that Qin Feng actually praised a woman like this in his heart. And this was the woman she had always been secretly competing against and regarded as her rival. Jun, why don't you say anything? What are you looking at me for? Qin Feng felt a little uncomfortable with Xu Lijun's gaze, so he asked. Xu Lijun saw that Hong Shiwei also had a strange look on his face, so she quickly said. Just now I suddenly remembered that we have an internet company under Tinghui, and they are also planning to develop games recently. If possible, I would like to go over and get to know them later. Hong Shiwei clapped his hands and said excitedly. That's great. You and CEO Guan are the twin phoenixes of Jiang province. You both became company presidents at the same young age. Your meeting will surely become a great story. What a good story. This stinky woman must not agree. I just finished pretending to be awesome today. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to meet Guan Yunyang at this time? Originally, he didn't want to meet this rival in his heart, but after hearing Qin Feng's complaints, Xu Lijun smiled and said to Hong Shiwei. Then it's settled. Mr. Hong, after you meet Miss Guan, please mention that I want to meet her. If she doesn't want to see me, I won't bother. Okay, I will definitely convince President Guan to facilitate a meeting between the two of you. Hong Shiwei said this with some excitement, and then hurriedly left the box. Qin Feng couldn't help but look bitter, and said unhappily. Jun, I won't go later. I'll just wait for you in this box. How can this be possible? Xu Lijun patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and said seriously. You are my fiancé, so of course I will take you with me later. You little bastard. The more you don't want to go, the more I'm going to take you there. Can you give Guan Yunyang some ideas? This delusion is a disease and needs to be treated. The Royal Hotel has 9 top-notch private rooms, named respectively as Mantingfang, Qinyuanshan, Dailianhua, Zui Penglai, Shangjianhuan, Manjian Hongming Furong, Wangjiangyan, and Nianu Jiaro. The private rooms are not only luxuriously decorated and spacious, but can also be used for meetings, karaoke, rest, etc. The minimum consumption of these boxes is 6 figures, which is not affordable for ordinary people. At this time, in the Manjiang Hong box, Guan Yunyang and a group of senior staff were discussing at the dining table in the box. Everyone, whether we can succeed depends on this time. In the following time, I hope everyone will work together to make Xiaoyo Network the absolute leader in China's game industry. Guan Yunyang picked up the wine glass and said to everyone in an excited tone. The others raised their glasses and stood up to express their responses. Don't worry, Director Guan, we will definitely do our best to complete this groundbreaking reform according to your proposal. Chairman, you can come up with a free and open model. In this respect, you are countless times better than that Xu Lijun. Yer, who is Xu Lijun? How dare he be called the twin phoenixes of Jiang province with you? After we dominate the Chinese gaming industry, Xu Lijun won't even be worthy of carrying your shoes. Guan Yunyang felt a little uncomfortable listening to the flattery of her subordinates. She did not tell them during today's meeting that the free and open model was not her idea. Finding that everyone was talking more and more outrageous, Guan Yunyang quickly raised her hand to interrupt them. Everyone be quiet. After everyone was quiet, she continued. Actually, this idea of opening it to the public for free was not something I came up with. Wasn't this Guan Yunyang's idea? The people who had been flattering him before suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but soon, a few of the more shameless ones spoke again. Director Guan, if you hadn't told us we wouldn't have known, but you don't take credit for yourself, and that alone makes you better than Xu Lijun. Although the idea was not yours, the specific implementation plan must have been yours, right? It's not like no one has tried the free model before, but they all ended up losing money. However, the plans that the official director has come up with are very good and will definitely be a big hit. By the way, Director Guan, who came up with this idea? Guan Yunyang was speechless. Why do these subordinates like to flatter so much? She didn't want to take credit for it, and she didn't dare to deny Qin Feng's contribution. But now everyone is in high spirits, and she doesn't want to scold them. When someone asked about the person who came up with the idea, she cleared her throat and said, the person who said free is the most expensive is a young man who is about my age. He also told me that he might get involved in the gaming industry in the future. This was what Guan Yunyang was secretly worried about. Who knew whether Qin Feng was just saying it casually or really wanted to intervene? And she could feel that the plan Qin Feng mentioned at that time was only part of it. That guy should have many plans, but unfortunately he is unwilling to join Xiaoyo Network. After parting with Qin Feng, she had a serious discussion with her grandfather Guan Xinghai. The more they discussed, the more excited and frightened they became. They were very impressed by the several plans that Qin Feng casually mentioned. If I could see Qin Feng again, I would definitely try to win him over. When everyone present heard that the person who proposed this method was actually a young man, they were all stunned. Even the few people who knew how to flatter didn't know how to interrupt for a moment. Chairman, what you mean is that the young man is not currently working in the gaming industry? A woman in her 30s wearing gold-rimmed glasses asked. Guan Yunyang nodded slightly, but before she could say anything, she heard someone knocking on the door. Come in. The door opened, and Hong Shiwei's smiling face, like that of Metria Buddha, appeared at the door of the box. Director Guan, I hope I didn't disturb you. No, Mr. Hong, please come in and have a couple of drinks. Guan Yunyang stood up and greeted Hong Shiwei politely. Although the Dynasty Hotel cannot be compared with her company, as one of the best hotels in Jiang Province, Hong Shiwei knows a lot of people there. Many businesses were facilitated by him, so Guan Yunyang did not dare to neglect Hong Shiwei's arrival. Hong Shiwei did not take a seat. He took the wine glass handed to him by an employee, then looked at Guan Yunyang and said, In addition to having a drink with you, I also have something to ask. Director Guan. Xu Lijun, the president of Tinghue Group, also came to our hotel today. Do you want to meet with President Xu? I can arrange it. Xu Lijun. Hearing Hong Shiwei's words, everyone looked at Guan Yunyang. As well-known young female CEOs in Jiang Province, many people would secretly compare the two. Even though many people present had just flattered Guan Yunyang, most people thought that Xu Lijun was better than Guan Yunyang. When Xu Lijun's parents had an accident, Xu Lijun took over the position and handled all the crises with drastic measures in just 1 year. This alone is enough to inspire awe. What about Guan Yunyang? She has had smooth sailing since she was young, and even since she took over as president last year, her grandfather Guan Xinghai has always been there to assist her. Guan Yunyang looked a little unnatural. She glanced at the staff present and said with some resistance, We are discussing business today, so we won't meet with her. Hong Shiwei was an experienced person. He knew at a glance that Guan Yunyang had no intention of getting to know Xu Lijun. He did not force her and immediately nodded and said, It's not convenient today. Anyway, Miss Xu and her fiancé Qin Feng are here for a private time, so they probably don't want to be disturbed by other things. I'm just asking casually. As he said this, he prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Guan Yunyang was startled when she heard the word Qin Feng and quickly called Hong Shiwei. What did you say? Xu Lijun's fiancé is called Qin Feng. Chapter 13 Online Shopping. Guan Yunyang's reaction left everyone a little confused. Well, I have a classmate named Qin Feng, so I was a little surprised. Guan Yunyang quickly found an excuse to fool around. It should just be the same name, it can't be such a coincidence. Hong Shiwei smiled and said, Mr. Guan is right. The name Qin Feng is very common. It should be just a coincidence. Then I won't bother you anymore. You guys eat and drink well. Guan Yunyang's mind raced, and when she saw Hong Shiwei had already walked out of the box, she spoke again. Mr. Hong, wait a minute. Seeing Hong Shiwei turning around with a curious look on his face, Guan Yunyang said somewhat unnaturally. Ms. Xu is a role model and goal for many young people. Since they are also in the hotel, please make arrangements. I will meet her after I finish my work here. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Hong Shiwei looked delighted and agreed immediately. If these two well-known young female CEOs from Jiang Province could meet in his hotel, and even carry out some kind of cooperation in the future, then he would be a great hero. This is how he built up his network of contacts over the years. When leaving the box, Hong Shiwei was still muttering to himself. I have 2 more connections this time. I don't believe that with my connections, I can't find out who you are, who suddenly invested in my Dynasty Hotel. He gritted his teeth in anger when he thought of this mysterious man. For some inexplicable reason, someone legally acquired shares in my hotel. Apart from knowing that the other party's name is Qin Feng, there is no other information. Qin Feng. Hong Shiwei had just specially ordered someone to investigate Xu Lijun's fiancé and learned that this Qin Feng seemed to have appeared suddenly. Apart from looking decent, he has no other skills and is certainly not a second-generation hero. Xu Lijun controlled one of the top 10 financial groups in China at a young age. Marrying her meant marrying a mountain of gold, so naturally many people pursued her. But Xu Lijun told everyone, Qin Feng was her fiancé arranged for her since childhood, and she directly let Qin Feng live in Shu's manor. In everyone's eyes, Shu Lijun's fiancé is either a lucky gigolo or a shield created by Shu Lijun. Just now, Guan Yunyan's reaction to hearing the word Qin Feng was also very unusual. She even agreed to meet Shu Lijun, which was obviously because of the name Qin Feng. It should be just a coincidence. Alas, this name is too popular. Hong Shiwei shook his head and walked into the elevator. Downstairs, Shu Lijun and Qin Feng's private room. A prompt sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ding, yesterday's role-playing rewards are being distributed. Congratulations on obtaining the full level of professional skills software engineering, 1 good luck card, 1 physical strength, a luxury private cruise ship, and 10 million in funds. Qin Feng has become accustomed to the system sending out the previous day's rewards every evening. I just didn't expect that the reward I got today would be so generous. Normally, getting 3 items is considered a lot, but today I got 5. Could it be because I met Shu Lijun yesterday? Yes. As a fiancé, of course you have to be with your fiancé to get more rewards. Qin Feng felt that his first 3 months had been wasted and he had to find more opportunities to be with Shu Lijun in the future. His head felt slightly dizzy, but when he recovered, he already had full knowledge of software engineering, and even his health had gotten better. This is how system rewards work, except that assets and funds cannot be used at will and seem to be temporarily frozen. But life skills and items can be obtained directly. After a brief familiarity, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. I have a software engineering knowledge level that surpasses most experts and professors. With the computer major I got before, I can develop a few games that will beat all the games on the market. Junjun, come and have some shrimp. Qin Feng was in a good mood and took the initiative to help Shu Lijun peel a shrimp. Shu Lijun heard what Qin Feng had just said, and couldn't help but curl his lip secretly. This guy's fantasy seems to be getting worse. Tonghui Group also has a game company, but it has been in a loss-making state. She knows very well that if she wants to make money in this industry, she must develop more popular games. Moreover, such games cannot generate sustained profits and require the continuous development of new popular games. Although there are many game players, few are willing to pay. What's more, every player has different preferences. How easy is it to continuously develop games that most players like? Eat it yourself. Shu Lijun looked indifferent, wondering whether he should take Qin Feng to the hospital for a checkup. Qin Feng did not insist and ate the shrimp in one bite, still praising. Not bad, it tastes delicious. This woman is absent-minded when dating me. Is she thinking about the company again? Hey, the internet is the focus of future development, but she is now focusing on traditional industries. It will be strange if the company doesn't go bankrupt. She is not my real fiancé, so I have no obligation to remind her. Anyway, once the mission is over, I will be a super rich man, so why would I care whether she lives or dies? Qin Feng was thinking about the beautiful life in the future and had no idea that Shu Lijun had heard his thoughts. The internet is the key to future development. Shu Lijun frowned. After being with Qin Feng for so long, he finally heard some useful information. But this information sounds a bit unbelievable. Although this world has developed at a similar pace to Earth, it is about 20 years behind. The internet had just emerged at that time, and even online games did not have 3D features. Why does Qin Feng conclude that the internet is the future development trend? Since the survival of the company is at stake, Shu Lijun dare not take this information as a complaint from Qin Feng that he is sick. She took the initiative to pick up a dish for Qin Feng, and said to Qin Feng with a self-proclaimed gentle smile. Qin Feng, what do you think of our Tonghui Group? Qin Feng looked at the food in the bowl with an incredible look on his face. This woman actually took the initiative to pick up food for me? She is being too attentive, she is either a traitor or a thief, I have to be careful. Shu Lijun. This bastard actually suspected that I had bad intentions. Am I so despicable in his eyes? Well, although his guess was correct. What's that expression on your face? If you want to eat it, eat it. If you don't want to eat it, throw it away. Shu Lijun put away his smile and his face turned from sunny to cloudy, which scared Qin Feng. Junjun, I am really touched. Of course I will eat it. How can I bear to throw it away? Qin Feng said this, quickly picked up the bowl and put the food in it into his mouth. None of your business, I am just a salted fish, I don't know anything. Xu Lijun's face darkened. After taking a few deep breaths, he continued to ask, "What do you think about the future of our Tinhui group?" Her thoughts were very simple. It didn't matter whether Qin Feng answered or not, as long as she guided him to think in this direction. As long as this bastard doesn't think of anything unnecessary. Jun, under your leadership, Tinhui Company will surely be prosperous. I can't help much, so how can I have any opinions? Qin Feng was still upset about Xu Lijun's harsh words to him just now, so his tone of voice was much worse. Xu Lijun didn't say anything, but waited quietly. Sure enough, she soon heard what she wanted. If the direction of development does not change, let alone prosperity, it is almost certain to be destroyed. When a visionary company develops and gains a firm foothold in the market, it will be too late for those behind to catch up, and they will be eliminated sooner or later. Even if I know, I won't tell you. Hey, I'm just having fun. There are still more than 8 months to go, and there are no online shopping internet companies yet. I hope it will still be in time for me to create an online shopping company by then. Xu Lijun was very surprised. Online shopping. Computers have only been popular for a few years, but mobile phone and internet frauds are emerging one after another. Who would believe in that stuff? Well, you are right. Xu Lijun replied ambiguously, then lowered his head and thought, online shopping. Bang bang bang. There was a slight sound from the box door. Xu Lijun stopped thinking and immediately replied, "Come in." At the door, Hong Shiwei said excitedly, "Mr. Xu, have you finished your meal? The executives of Xiaoyou Network have finished their dinner. If it's convenient for you, let's go to the conference room and meet them." Chapter 14, Momentum Cannot Be Lost. Xu Lijun sorted out her thoughts and stopped thinking about online shopping for the time being. She stood up and replied, "We're done eating, let's go now." Qin Feng immediately covered his stomach and said, "I seem to have eaten too much just now, and now I need to go to the bathroom." Jun, you go with Mr. Hong, I won't go." "Okay, stop pretending." Xu Lijun said coldly, "Come with me now." "Why?" Qin Feng sighed, and could only stand up and follow Xu Lijun out of the box. Xu Lijun raised his lips, "I will cure your fantasy today. Didn't you say before that you have shares in the Dynasty Hotel? Humph, now you say that you not only know Guan Yunyang, but also give advice to others. Let us see if you'll be embarrassed later." Led by Hong Shiwei, the two quickly arrived at the meeting room upstairs. Hong Shiwei took the lead and greeted directly as soon as he opened the door. "Director Guan, Mr. Xu is here." Qin Feng walked behind Xu Lijun and took the opportunity to glance at Guan Yunyang. He found that Guan Yunyang was still wearing her professional attire, paired with a hip-hugging miniskirt, and sitting sideways on the small sofa in the conference room. Guan Yunyang's gaze stayed on Xu Lijun for only 1 second, and the next moment she looked at Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, it's you?" Guan Yunyang even ignored Xu Lijun, stood up and walked quickly to Qin Feng to look him over. "Hello, Miss Guan. I didn't expect we would meet so soon." Qin Feng greeted her very gentlemanly, but did not intend to shake hands with her. Xu Lijun asked in surprise, You know each other?" She was a little confused. If Qin Feng really knew Guan Yunyang, then was it true that he was giving Guan Yunyang advice? If this is true, then he is thinking about something else. Guan Yunyang nodded slightly, shook hands with Xu Lijun as a courtesy, and then said calmly, "I ran into Mr. Qin this afternoon and got some advice from him. At that time, I didn't know he was your fiancé, Mr. Su, and I wanted to thank Mr. Qin with a mere 2 million, but he refused. Now that I think about it, it's a little funny. How could Mr. Xu's fiancé be interested in my little money?" Xu Lijun was shocked and angry, and couldn't help rolling his eyes at Qin Feng. This guy actually knows Guan Yunyang and even gave her some ideas. Although I don't know what the idea is, but since it can make Guan Yunyang give out 2 million as a thank you fee, the idea is obviously very valuable. Qin Feng always acts greedy in front of her, but he can refuse the money given by Guan Yunyang. Could it be that this guy has taken a fancy to Guan Yunyang? Wait, that doesn't seem to be the point. If this is true, then what else this guy is thinking about? Xu Lijun thought to himself, it seems that I need to take this guy's voice seriously. Qin Feng was puzzled by Xu Lijun's cold stare and could only explain. Jun, Miss Guan and I also met by chance." Guan Yunyang interrupted Qin Feng and said in an ambiguous tone, "Mr. Qin, Mr. Xu, please stop calling me Miss Guan from now on. It's not only unpleasant to the ear, but also seems strange. You can call me Yunyang or Xiaoyan. After saying this, she looked at Xu Lijun with gratitude and continued. Ms. Xu, your fiancé has pointed out a clear path for us. I am very grateful. You also have a game company under your name, right? I hope we can become allies instead of opponents. Xu Lijun looked at Guan Yunyang with eyes that clearly showed sparks. Are you thanking me? You are showing off. That bastard Qin Feng never gave me any suggestions or help, and even mentioned several times that Tinghui company would not last long and he was unwilling to help. You woman, you keep mentioning what Qin Feng pointed out. Xiao Feng. Xu Lijun looked at Qin Feng, obviously wanting Qin Feng to explain himself. Qin Feng's face turned bitter, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure. I just want to be a low-key nobody. What do you want me to say? If it affects my reward tomorrow, who can I cry to? However, seeing that Xu Lijun was on the verge of going berserk, he quickly cleared his throat and said. It's like this, Junjun, I'm going fishing today. Then he briefly recounted what happened during his meeting with Guan Yunyang today. Although it was spoken briefly, the three people who heard it had different expressions. Hong Shiwei, Qin Feng claimed that he only spoke a few words to Guan Yunyang, but Guan Yunyang was able to take out 2 million as a thank you fee, and even agreed to meet Xu Lijun after hearing his name before. This Qin Feng is not simple. Guan Yunyang, he said it so briefly, it seems that he doesn't want Xu Lijun to know his ability. And looking at their relationship, how can they be a couple? It seems that I may have a chance to win him over to Xiaoyou. Xu Lijun, this guy touches his nose unconsciously every time he lies. Just now, when he talked with Guan Yunyang, he touched his nose twice. What I am most curious about now is what kind of ideas he gave Guan Yunyang, and this bastard didn't explain. Seeing the three of them staring at him with blinking eyes, Qin Feng said somewhat awkwardly. Although I'm handsome, you don't have to stare at me like that, right? Besides, I already have Junjun. Aharhar, Mr. Qin is really good at joking. Hong Shiwei sensed the weird atmosphere, and he quickly found an excuse to escape. Now you guys chat slowly, I have guests to entertain, so I'll leave first. After Hong Shiwei left, the three people in the box fell into a brief silence again. Mr. Xu, don't stand there, let's sit down and talk. After all, Guan Yunyang came here first, and now she can only greet the two of them like a host. No need. Xu Lijun said coldly, Director Guan, since you already know my fiancé's ability in game planning, then you have to be careful not to be swallowed up by our Tinghui company. Mr. Xu, what do you want to say? Guan Yunyang asked calmly because she was still not sure what was going on between Qin Feng and Xu Lijun. It's simple. I own a gaming company, as you know. Tomorrow, I'll let my fiancé take over. What? Qin Feng and Guan Yunyang were both shocked when they heard this. Guan Yunyang was really worried that Qin Feng would become her rival, but Qin Feng didn't want to work for Xu Lijun at all. No one wants to manage your company. I'm going to wait until the mission is over and then enter the game market on my own, okay? After hearing Qin Feng's complaints, Xu Lijun became more determined in his decision. Xiao Feng, you are my fiancé. From now on, my company and I will be yours. Don't you want to share the worries for me and our company? Xu Lijun looked at Qin Feng affectionately, her tone gentle, even a little coquettish. She was extremely beautiful, and Qin Feng was used to her cold and distant appearance. But she suddenly became so tender and affectionate, acting like a spoiled child that could almost make any man lose his ability to resist, and Qin Feng's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a little. Oh my god! This woman is so coquettish that it's impossible to refuse her. No. The land of gentleness is the grave of heroes, I can't be fooled by her. You want me to work hard for you without even holding hands? Don't even think about it. Just as he thought of this, he saw Xu Lijun grab his hand and asked expectantly. Xiao Feng, don't you want to help me? I am willing, no. Qin Feng was about to explain, but Xu Lijun happily interrupted him. I knew you were the best, Xiao Feng. You're worthy of being my fiancé. Let's make a deal. I'll reward you well when I get home tonight, Artilder. At the end, she even blew Qin Feng a kiss. Fuck, she actually used the beauty trap on me. The most annoying thing is that I actually fell for it. Seeing that Qin Feng looked a little confused, Xu Lijun gave Guan Yunyang a look of victory. Guan Yunyang, who was force-fed a meal of dog food, suddenly said. Mr. Xu, our Xiaoyo network is the largest gaming company in China after all. Even if Mr. Qin is very capable, it is almost impossible for him to swallow up our Xiaoyo network. Then let's wait and see. Xu Lijun was unsure, but he couldn't lose in front of Guan Yunyang. Qin Feng, what do you think? Qin Feng did not react, but was thinking whether to help Xu Lijun. Xu Lijun saw Qin Feng in a daze and was about to pull him when he heard these words. This stinky woman is deliberately using me as a shield to annoy Guan Yunyang. I can't be easily fooled by her. Well, I can't agree to it. It's none of my business. Xu Lijun, this bastard. Chapter 15 Break. Qin Feng. Xu Lijun raised his voice and interrupted Qin Feng's wandering thoughts. If this bastard continues to think like this, he will be embarrassed in front of Guan Yunyang. Yes, you are right. Qin Feng came back to his senses and replied perfunctorily. Guan Yunyang also noticed that Qin Feng was absent-minded, and couldn't help thinking in her heart, it is rumored that Xu Lijun hastily found a fiancé in order to deal with her suitors. It seems that this Qin Feng and she really have a contractual relationship. If the speculation is true, then the possibility of winning over Qin Feng increases. Har, Mr. Qin, I hope you can show mercy. Guan Yunyang looked at Qin Feng and said something, then turned to look at Xu Lijun and said, by the way, Miss Xu, when will you hold your wedding with Mr. Qin? Don't forget to notify me when the time comes, and I will definitely prepare a generous gift to attend. This statement is not only a test, but also contains a hint of ridicule. Of course Xu Lijun could hear it, and there have been rumors outside that she was just finding a temporary shield, but she didn't care about it. Now that the company is on the right track, as long as it becomes more stable, I will announce my breakup with Qin Feng. After hearing what Guan Yunyang said, she just kept a cold face and replied calmly. I'm busy with company matters right now, so it's not the right time to get married. If I do get married, I'll definitely let you know. Guan Yunyang keenly noticed that Xu Lijun said, I'm getting married, instead of marrying Qin Feng, and her guess in her heart became more confirmed. Okay, then I won't disturb your world of two. After Guan Yunyang finished speaking, she secretly cast an ambiguous look at Qin Feng, then walked out of the box in small steps. Qin Feng frowned and looked at Guan Yunyang, feeling somewhat puzzled. What is this woman hinting at me? Hey, being handsome is annoying, girls like him too much. Xu Lijun took a deep breath, suppressed his anger and said. Everyone has left, why are you still staring at the door of the box? How about you go out and see her off first? Oh, Jun, you misunderstood. Qin Feng quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Xu Lijun seriously and said. I just compared her with you and found that Guan Yunyang is far inferior to you in terms of appearance, temperament, figure, and even assets. I don't know where that woman got her confidence from. She doesn't even know how to feel ashamed in front of you. Guan Yunyang is much gentler and more reasonable than you. Especially her figure, wow, it looks like she's almost D. Xu Lijun got angry when he saw Qin Feng's sincere face but dirty heart. How dare you say that you are not as important as Yunyang? Isn't that the point? Don't be so smooth-talking. Tell me quickly, what idea did you give Guan Yunyang today that will make her give you 2 million to thank you? This is what Xu Lijun cares most about, and she has wanted to ask it for a long time. This. Qin Feng sighed inwardly, knowing that he could no longer fool people, so he could only tell the truth. At that time, I didn't know her and that old man's identities. They boasted to me about the game Chishir Jianghu, and of course I didn't accept it. He recounted the details of their meeting with some exaggeration, and Xu Lijun listened patiently despite having his tendons injured. Xu Lijun was also a little surprised when he heard the words, free is the most expensive. When Qin Feng proposed several profit models after becoming free, the look in her eyes when she looked at Qin Feng changed again. Were these methods really thought up by this bastard? Although she didn't know how to develop games, she immediately realized the benefits of doing so. No wonder Guan Yunyang was willing to pay 2 million yuan to thank Qin Feng. I didn't expect you to have something else. Xu Lijun praised him sincerely, even though this guy was a bit annoying and was always cursing him in his heart and cursing his company to go bankrupt. But speaking objectively, these ideas are indeed bold innovations with a very high success rate. Jun, I didn't come up with these ideas. An old man told me. Qin Feng suddenly remembered the task reward and quickly changed his words, sighing in his heart. It's over. This stinky woman praised me. This will affect my reward tomorrow. Xu Lijun had a smile on her face. As long as it was something Qin Feng refused to do in his heart, she would find a way to make Qin Feng do it. I don't care. I'll take you to the new position tomorrow. As long as you build up the company, people won't say you're just a gigolo, right? Qin Feng felt bitter. I just want to be a pretty boy who does nothing, okay? All right. He reluctantly agreed, then changed the subject, but I don't have any experience, so you can't blame me if you lose money. Hey, let me take over. I will continue to be a salted fish who doesn't care about anything, and you won't be killed. Xu Lijun was a little angry. Couldn't this guy really help him? But when I thought about how Guan Yunyang dared to offer 2 million to Qin Feng, how could I not have the courage? Xiao Feng, this game company is handed over to you. You will get 40% of the profits in the future. If there is a loss, it will be deducted from your living expenses. No, I only make 100,000 a month. What? I get 40%. Qin Feng originally wanted to refuse, but suddenly he reacted. He knew very well how profitable a hot game could be. Before the time travel, in a certain game on Earth, just one skin could sell for hundreds of millions in a day. Is this woman really so generous? Seeing Qin Feng's surprised look, Xu Lijun knew that his monetary incentive plan had worked. That's right. As long as you make money, 40% of the profits will be yours, and as long as the game you are responsible for is still running, your share will be valid. If you are worried, I will have someone draw up a contract tomorrow. Don't worry, don't worry. How could I not be worried? Qin Feng smiled. Is the contract electronically printed or handwritten? Xu Lijun's conditions were so generous that he couldn't refuse. Although he wanted to create a game company after completing this stage of the task. But there are too many trivial matters in establishing a company: registration, site, personnel, development, publicity, listing. He is a person who is afraid of trouble, and he feels a little overwhelmed when thinking about these things. Xu Lijun's game company can save him a lot of trouble. In addition, as long as the game is still running, he can always get the 40% share, which means that even if he breaks up with Xu Lijun, it will not affect his continued share of the money. Moreover, Guan Yunyang is ready to promote his model. As the largest game company in China, if Guan Yunyang is given a few more months, it will be more difficult for him to enter the game field. Also, the system will not limit the money you earn yourself. Taking all the reasons into consideration, only a fool would not agree. Xu Lijun got angry when she saw Qin Feng's mercenary face, but the most important reason why she dared to offer such generous conditions was that the game company was still in a loss-making state. She still didn't believe that Qin Feng could bring the company back to life, especially in competition with Xiaoyo Network. I'll give you the contract tomorrow, let's go back first. Xu Lijun replied calmly and turned away. Junjun, slow down Tilder. Qin Feng chased after him happily, as if he was chasing after a beautiful and golden life. On their way back, Xu Lijun kept thinking in his heart, this guy really met Guan Yunyang and even proposed a free operation model to her, which proves that the voice he heard before was true. Moreover, when he heard about the 40% profit, he happily agreed. He was not even worried about the loss. Maybe he really has some skills. In this case, then this bastard said that his company model is wrong, and the future development direction is the internet, and even mentioned online shopping. No. I will think about it carefully when I get home tonight, and ask Secretary Lin to collect some information for me tomorrow. As I was thinking, I suddenly heard a loud shout. Oh my God! Break quickly! Chapter 16 Pretending Again. Hearing Qin Feng's exclamation, Xu Lijun came back to his senses instantly. After seeing the situation ahead clearly, he stepped on the brakes and steered the wheel in a panic. The car narrowly passed by a large truck and then stopped on the side of the road. The truck stopped with a sharp brake sound. A burly man holding a crowbar got out of the truck aggressively, rushed to Xu Lijun's Ferrari and banged on the window. It looks like he has bad intentions. Although Xu Lijun was distracted just now, it did almost cause a disaster, so it is normal for others to be angry. Qin Feng wiped a cold sweat off his forehead. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't scared just now. Although I have the system, I am not invincible. If he died in a car accident or became disabled for life, who would he cry to? Junjun, should we call the police? You bitch, you can't even concentrate on driving. You almost killed me. You deserve to be beaten up. When Shu Lijun heard Qin Feng's thoughts, he frowned slightly and opened the car window. Fuck. It's a female driver. Did you buy your driver's license? Can a luxury car drive against traffic? It scared my wife in the middle of the night. The truck driver seemed very excited, but a woman got off the truck and grabbed the driver's arm tightly, trying to comfort him. Forget it, Dali. Aren't we fine? Don't be impulsive. Shu Lijun glanced at the two of them, then with a cold and arrogant look on his face, he took out a pile of money from his money bag and handed it over, saying lightly. First, this money is for the shock of the moment. Take it and leave immediately. Second, call the police. We are going to do this through legitimate channels. The driver outside looked at the thick stack of money and his expression became complicated. This money is about 10,000 yuan, and it would normally take him a long time to earn it. And they were just frightened, the car didn't get hit. If the police were really called, Shu Lijun would at most be fined and have points deducted, but would not go to jail. Be more careful next time. The driver grabbed the money from Shu Lijun's hand, muttered something, and hurried away with his wife. Qin Feng kept watching Shu Lijun close the car window and continue driving as if nothing had happened. He finally couldn't help but asked. Junjun, do you really like to use money to settle everything? I despise people like this the most. Do you really think money is everything? I'm worth hundreds of billions, so isn't that very low-key? Shu Lijun didn't want to respond to Qin Feng, but when he heard his inner voice, he felt inexplicably panicked. Although she didn't believe that Qin Feng was worth 100 billion, she didn't want Qin Feng to look down on her. No, Xiaofeng, the driver's wife is pregnant. Pregnant? Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Because of his position and the weather, he didn't see the woman's situation clearly. Seeing that he didn't seem to believe it, Shu Lijun continued. I was distracted just now, so it's my fault. If they follow the proper procedures, it will not only waste time, but they will also not get any benefits. This woman was pregnant and still went out with her husband in a sports car at night. They either have a good relationship or they are living in financial difficulty, so I chose to give them money. After listening to Shu Lijun's explanation, Qin Feng was stunned. This woman is always cold and icy, but I didn't expect she has some conscience. No, why did she explain so much to me? Shu Lijun's face darkened, he stopped explaining, stepped on the accelerator and rushed home. In the truck, the driver counted the money carefully and found that it was exactly 10,000 yuan. He said to the woman beside him with some excitement. Wife, this is a windfall. With this money, you don't have to follow me starting tomorrow. Just stay at home and recuperate. No, I want to stay with you. Don't be so willful, okay? Now that you're pregnant, I'm a little nervous driving. Don't worry, I can take care of myself, and you also have to take care of yourself and our child. Shu's manner. When Qin Feng and Shu Lijun returned to their villa, they noticed at first glance that the sofa in the living room on the first floor had been changed. The previous sofa had its solid wood decorations crushed by Luo Yongshan, so just this problem alone warranted replacing the sofa. Are all housekeepers in rich families so willful? Well, I should stay away from this old man from now on. After hearing Qin Feng's thoughts, Shu Lijun was a little confused. Why did Qin Feng want to stay away from Luo Yongshan? They went upstairs one after another. Just as Qin Feng opened the door and was about to enter the room, Shu Lijun suddenly spoke. Xiaofeng, I will take you to the game company tomorrow. I may not have time to pick you up in the future. Can you drive? Drive. Qin Feng looked at Shu Lijun in confusion. He possessed top-notch driving skills and various driver's licenses awarded by the system, so driving was certainly no problem for him. Before, he always took a taxi when he went out, in order to play up his image as a good-for-nothing fiancé. Now when Shu Lijun asked him, he suddenly hesitated. Driving is nothing. I can drive any kind of transportation. This woman wants to give me a car, but I can't reveal too much of my ability. It won't open. Qin Feng looked like he was blaming himself. I'm too stupid to learn it. Shu Lijun couldn't help but grit her teeth secretly, but since Qin Feng wanted to pretend, she couldn't expose him, so she could only nod slightly and say. Then I'll let Butler Luo pick you up tomorrow. Wait. I suddenly remembered that I can still drive. I was just joking with you. When Qin Feng heard that he would let Luo Yongshan, their martial arts master, be his driver, he felt uncomfortable. That old man was somewhat hostile towards me, and he could easily crush the solid wood decorations. What if he got unhappy and broke my bones? Xu Lijun found it funny. This guy seemed a little afraid of Butler Luo, and he didn't know what Butler Luo did to him. Okay, you can drive whichever car in the garage you like tomorrow. Good. Qin Feng pretended to be happy, agreed, and then walked into the room. There's not a single one of those junk cars in your garage that I like. Any car I pick up is better than the one in your garage. Although there were many cars in the garage, Qin Feng had seen them before. The most expensive one was the Rolls-Royce worth more than 20 million. Qin Feng has already obtained several luxury cars, all of which are customized or limited editions, but because they are assets, he cannot use them casually. Xu Lijun looked at Qin Feng's back and felt a little strange. Is this guy suffering from hallucination or is it true? It shouldn't be possible, right? Feeling that it was still early, Qin Feng returned to his room and looked at the guitar hanging on the wall. This was prepared by his butler after he acquired top-level musical instrument skills. Coming from a different time period, with no relatives or friends, he always felt empty and lonely when the night was quiet. Especially since he had obtained the role-playing system, his identity and activities were restricted, so playing guitar when he had nothing to do was the only time he could relax. Walking to the balcony and feeling the breeze, Qin Feng felt very comfortable. After a moment, he picked up his guitar and began to play and sing. I am alone in this night, so lonely that I can't fall asleep. Upstairs, Xu Lijun, who was also enjoying the breeze on the balcony, heard Qin Feng start to sing again. For some reason, he turned on the recording on his phone. Chapter 17, A Wandering Singer. After Qin Feng finished singing, he felt a little better and went into the room to wash up. Upstairs, Xu Lijun turned off the recording, feeling restless for a long time. Why haven't I heard the songs this guy sings? Did he create them himself? No, I need to ask someone. She didn't even notice that she seemed to be becoming more and more curious about Qin Feng. She walked back to the room and dialed a number. Hey, Xiao Xiao, are you asleep? A very pleasant but slightly tired voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Jun, why did you think of calling me today? What? Now that you've become a pop queen, you don't want to contact me anymore. Xu Lijun gave a rare smile and started joking with the other party. This is her only best friend, Su Xiaoxiao, a popular Chinese singer. Su Xiaoxiao also laughed like a silver bell, and after a while she said, Junjun, are you itching for a fight? If you are, come to Jiang Province in a few days and I will help you loosen up your skin. You're coming to Jiang Province. You, a big star, still have some free time. Hey, stop calling me a big star. My boss wanted to seduce me a few days ago, but I refused. I just completed the compensation procedures these few days, and now the new company has banned me. What? You didn't even tell me such a big thing. Of course Xu Lijun knew the personality of her best friend. Although she was pretty and cheerful on weekdays, she would not compromise on matters of principle. Isn't it because I'm afraid you'd worry? Su Xiaoxiao said in a relaxed tone, Don't worry, I've made some money in the past few years. Apart from the compensation for the termination of the contract, I used the rest to open an entertainment company. Is the money enough? If not, just tell me. I will definitely support you with all my strength. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. After several seconds, Su Xiaoxiao sighed and said, Junjun, I don't need money for now. But Sinew Company threatened to shut down my company and even united many entertainment companies and celebrities to boycott me. Now no star dares to sign a contract with me. I am not only short of people, but also lack of resources. There is no musician to help me write lyrics and music, and no screenwriter to provide me with scripts. Sigh. Hearing that her best friend was in such a difficult situation, Xu Lijun's mood also became heavy. However, in order not to make her best friend feel bad, Xu Lijun still comforted her. Don't be sad. If no star wants to sign a contract with you, go to the film and television school and find students. There will definitely be someone willing to do it. If there is no screenwriter, we will offer a large reward. I don't believe that we can't find a good script and screenwriter. That being said, hey, Junjun, thank you very much. Su Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude for Xu Lijun's comfort. Of course Xu Lijun could hear Su Xiaoxiao's sense of powerlessness, but apart from this empty comfort, she couldn't think of any substantial help. Substantial help. She suddenly remembered the purpose of calling Su Xiaoxiao and said quickly. By the way, Xiaoxiao, I called you because I want to ask you something. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Is there anything that is difficult for us to talk about? It's like this. Xu Lijun thought about it and decided not to explain Qin Feng's identity for now. I heard a song today and I thought it was very nice, so I recorded it. You can listen to it and see which star's new song it is and what the song is called. Su Xiaoxiao immediately smiled and said, it turns out to be just a small matter. Send it to me later. Okay, I won't disturb your rest then. It's fine for you to reply to me whenever you are free. Okay, good night. After hanging up the phone, Xu Lijun smiled and shook his head, then opened the chat software and sent the recording. She really couldn't help with anything else in the entertainment industry except money, so she could only put down her phone and go into the bathroom to wash up. I had just started to relax in the bathtub when I heard my cell phone ringing in the bedroom. This unique ringtone was specially set for Su Xiaoxiao. Xu Lijun frowned and said to himself. There's no need to be so anxious. Ignore her for now. If I can't get through to her, she'll know I'm taking a shower. Thinking of this, she did not get up, but continued to soak in the water leisurely. It was just that the ringing outside stopped for a few seconds before it started again. This Xiaoxiao, when did you become so impatient? Xu Lijun stood up helplessly, wiped his body casually with a bath towel, and walked barefoot to the bedroom to answer the phone. Junjun, tell me quickly, where did you record this song? As soon as the call was connected, Su Xiaoxiao's anxious question came, which confused Xu Lijun. This is what I heard from a wandering singer on the road today. She lied out of guilt, mainly because she didn't want Su Xiaoxiao to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, if Qin Feng found out that she had secretly recorded the singing, she didn't know what that bastard would think of her. Junjun, can you still find this wandering singer? I want to buy the copyright of his song. No, I want to sign him. Can you help me ask him if he is willing to be a singer? This. Xu Lijun was shocked. He didn't expect Su Xiaoxiao to have such a big reaction after listening to Qin Feng's song. Just one lie always needs countless lies to make up for it. She could only continue to lie and said. Xiaoxiao, he's just a wandering singer with no fixed place to live. I may not be able to find him again. Besides, he doesn't look like a star, and his singing is just so-so. There's no need to take a fancy to him. I won't refute what you say about his appearance. But if you say that the song is sung so-so, I won't admit it. Su Xiaoxiao's tone became serious. You are an amateur, I don't blame you. His song is not only simple and straightforward in style, the melody is just a simple guitar, and even the lyrics are simple and straightforward, but the combination is just right. I can say this, if this song is originally written by this singer, then once he signs the contract, my company will be saved. What? Is this guy so powerful? Xu Lijun blinked, feeling a little bit unbelievable. Su Xiaoxiao patiently explained, it's more than amazing. His style of music is unique. With a little promotion, this song will definitely be a big hit. And his style of music may very well create a new trend. No way. Xu Lijun got angry whenever he thought of Qin Feng's hypocritical and annoying appearance, and could not imagine him becoming a big star. Junjun, I beg you, can you help me find that wandering singer? Su Xiaoxiao said in a pleading manner, I will deal with the things in my hands tomorrow, and then I will come to Jiang province to find the singer with you. As her only best friend, Xu Lijun couldn't bear to refuse and could only say vaguely. Don't be so anxious. I should be able to find this person and I know him a little bit. This guy is not easy to talk to. Please give me some time. I want to ask his opinion and see if he is willing to help you. Thank you, Junjun. As long as this is accomplished, I will be yours from now on. Go away, I'm not Lily. Xu Lijun cursed with a smile and hung up the phone. She just stared at her phone for a full minute, and she still hadn't figured out how to talk to Qin Feng about this. That bastard must be asleep now. Forget it, I'll take a shower first and find a chance to tell him about this tomorrow. Achoo! In the room downstairs, Qin Feng, who had just been lying on the bed, couldn't help sneezing, so he muttered. Which bastard is scolding me? Chapter 18. Just grab it. Early the next morning, Qin Feng was called by Xu Lijun to go jogging again. You damn bitch, you stinky bitch. After you came back, I couldn't sleep in every day, and I didn't exercise at all. Qin Feng was complaining wildly in his heart. Xu Lijun had been thinking about whether he should be gentler today and find a chance to let Qin Feng help Su Xiaoxiao. But she couldn't be gentle when she heard Qin Feng's curses. Xiao Feng, hurry up. Your physical fitness is not good enough. A grown man is not even as good as a woman like me. Here it comes. Dare to say I can't do it. One day I'll let you know what persistence is. Qin Feng secretly became ruthless in his heart and began to exert force with his feet. With the athletic physique rewarded by the system, he easily surpassed Xu Lijun and even left her behind at one point. Although Xu Lijun was amazed at his physical fitness, he could only describe the complaints in his heart as gnashing of teeth. Xiao Feng, you slow down, let's talk while we run. For the sake of her best friend, Xu Lijun decided to have a chat with Qin Feng, the annoying guy. Okay Junjun, what do you want to talk about? Are you talking about love so early in the morning? I can't touch or grab anything, so what is there to talk about with you? Xu Lijun's face darkened, and he tried to remain calm and said. By the way, I heard you singing a pretty good song on the balcony last night. What's the name of the song? Is it your original work? The song is called Don't Say My Tears Don't Matter to You. It was sung by a wandering singer. I thought it sounded nice and catchy, so I learned it. Humph, no one in this world sings this song, so of course I created it. Not only this song, but also other songs, TV dramas, novels, etc. As long as I have the time and interest, I can shock the entertainment industry in minutes. Qin Feng thought proudly in his heart, but the system rewards were generous. In just 3 months, his net worth has exceeded 100 billion. He would only get those things if he was interested. For money? He is no longer short of money now, although he cannot spend it at will, but isn't this temporary? As long as he waits for the mission to be completed, he will be a super rich man. When Xu Lijun heard Qin Feng's inner voice, he was very surprised. What this guy means is that he still has many songs, even film and television scripts and novels. Is this exactly what your best friend needs? She remembered that Qin Feng also sang a song on the night she came back. At that time, she just thought the lyrics and melody were novel, but now she thought it seemed like another original song. By the way, Xiaofeng, what song did you sing the night before yesterday? Hey, I thought that song was useless to you, but I didn't expect you to still ask me. Qin Feng said casually. Nothing, just singing randomly. The song title is Love is Loving You. Love is Loving You. Xu Lijun whispered a sentence, then pretended to be nonchalant and said. Xiao Feng, I didn't expect the songs you write are pretty good. Are you interested in becoming a singer or something? Not interested. Qin Feng said without hesitation. This is the truth. If he had traveled through time and space without this role-playing system, he would probably have become a plagiarist or entered the entertainment industry or something. After all, it's so easy for celebrities to make money. But with a system that rewards him with luxury cars, mansions, company shares, and hundreds of millions of dollars at any time, he no longer has to struggle and just has to lie back and play. Xu Lijun actually breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then asked. Then, can you give me the copyright of this song? Copyright. Qin Feng stopped immediately and looked Xu Lijun over from head to toe. You are rich and famous, why do you need my copyright? Hey, if you look closely, this girl has a nice figure, wow. Hey, what's that look on your face? Xu Lijun's face was dark, and he couldn't stand Qin Feng's aggressive gaze and the dirty thoughts in his heart, so he could only interrupt him and said. To be honest with you, one of my best friends opened an entertainment company and is a bit short of resources right now. I think your song is great and I want to offer it to her. She already felt that for Qin Feng, some things were better told truthfully. This way, we can accurately hear Qin Feng's true thoughts, and he will not easily go off topic with random thoughts. Your best friend is pretty. No, what I want to ask is, when did you get a best friend? Damn, I almost told the truth, but birds of a feather flock together. I guess this woman's best friend is not a good person either. I'm too lazy to help. Besides, the entertainment industry is such a big melting pot, where can there be a pure white lotus? Humph, I can't help you, I absolutely can't help you. Xu Lijun had a crossband on his head. He didn't expect this guy to have such a bad mind. He had overestimated him. But the other person didn't say it, what can she do? She is my only best friend and a very nice person. Some time ago, because she refused to follow the unspoken rules, she was forced to terminate the contract and even paid a large sum of liquidated damages, so she set up her own entertainment company. But now she is being boycotted by many entertainment companies and celebrities. My bestie is in a very worrying situation. Can you? No. Although Qin Feng was a little surprised that there really is a white lotus who refuses the unspoken rules, he could not agree to such a thankless task. He had to play the role of a good-for-nothing fiancé, and he only agreed to go to her game company because he could get a share of the money permanently. Moreover, he only planned to develop one game, so he would not suffer any loss if the system rewards were affected for one day. But if I agree to help her best friend, I will have to release songs and scripts every now and then, which would be a huge loss. Although he had some plans in mind, he still had to pretend to be ashamed on his face. I'm sorry, Jun. If you need it, I'll give you these 2 songs. Copyrights or not. But I only know 1 or 2 songs, and I can only hum part of them. If you want, please let your bestie do it. I know thousands of songs, why should I give them to you? You are not my wife, I am just my temporary fiancé. Xu Lijun clenched his hands tightly and felt his fists itchy. She resisted the urge to punch Qin Feng, and her chest heaved violently several times before she gradually calmed down. Qin Feng's idea was not wrong. She had found Qin Feng to act as a shield. On the surface, this guy was respectful and polite to me, even a little fawning. If you didn't know me, you would think he really liked me. Thanks to the fact that I could inexplicably hear his inner voice, I realized how good this guy is at acting. It's not the right time to break up with Qin Feng yet, so let us wait a little longer. Okay, then sing these 2 songs well tonight, and I'll record them and send them to my bestie. Of course, I won't let you help me for nothing. 1 million per song, is that okay with me? Hey, with our relationship, it would hurt our relationship if we talked about money. Qin Feng said with a righteous look on his face, but soon he revealed a money grubber look and asked. Should the 2 million be paid in cash or by check? Check. Xu Lijun gritted his teeth, feeling that he couldn't continue chatting with this guy, otherwise he would not be able to resist the urge to kick him. This guy had rejected Guan Yinyan's 2 million before, but why didn't he really refuse when it came to me? I am still his nominal fiancé. Let's go, let's have dinner first, and then I'll take you to the company. Okay. Qin Feng felt refreshed and immediately caught up with Xu Lijun. Another 2 million in income, that's great. It's almost there, Shijiao Furniture Factory, wait for me. Xu Lijun, who was standing in front of him, finally smiled when he heard what Qin Feng said. Are you still thinking about that furniture factory? Sorry, the Sia Furniture Factory is now named Xu. No matter why this guy wants to buy Sia Furniture Factory, as long as it is what he wants, I will just grab it for him. Chapter 19, All Fun. After dinner, Qin Feng followed Xu Lijun to the garage, randomly picked a G-Class SUV, and drove behind Xu Lijun's Ferrari. About 40 minutes later, Qin Feng followed Xu Lijun's car into a building more than 30 stories high, Fortune Building. Seeing the Fortune Building, Qin Feng's expression was somewhat interesting. Isn't this one of the assets that the system rewarded me last month? The gaming company under Xu Lijun's name actually rents an office in his own Fortune Building. Are you not getting off yet? Xu Lijun walked to Qin Feng's car window, slammed it hard and shouted. Qin Feng could only remain calm. After opening the car door, he pretended to be very impressed and said, Jun, it seems that the gaming company under your name is quite large. It's as tall as a 30-story building. Upon hearing this, Xu Lijun replied very coldly, previously, several shareholders of this building had a conflict and wanted to sell the building, and I have always planned to buy it. After several months of negotiations, the deal was almost done, but some bastard suddenly intercepted the deal last month and bought the building. Qin Feng's face darkened when he heard this, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. You stinky woman, how dare you call me a bastard? Humph, it seems that I don't need to worry too much about the game. Let Xiaoyo Network fly for a while, and I will take action when you are anxious. Although he was complaining in his heart, he also looked deeply regretful on the surface. Hey, to be able to snatch things from the president of Tinghue Group, this person is not simple. Jun, do you know who their buyer is? Xu Lijun looked at Qin Feng's concerned expression and wanted to leave a footprint on her face. You are really good at pretending. I just called the person who bought the building a bastard, and this guy even brought it into my name to scold him. So, the building now belongs to him? It is difficult to prove other things, but Qin Feng has been in Shu's manor for the past 3 months. If there was any big move, the housekeeper would have told her long ago. Although this guy's complaints are sometimes true, the suspicion of delusional disorder still exists. Xu Lijun was too lazy to argue, mainly because he was afraid of getting so angry that his life would be shortened. I have been investigating for a long time, but I still can't find out who the other party is. The only people in Jiang province who I can't find anything about are probably the big shots in Kyoto. Bar. You think you are big shot? You stinky woman, do you know what it means to be far away and yet close at hand? Qin Feng complained in his heart, but on the surface he looked admiring, gave a thumbs up and praised. Junjun, you are indeed a man with sharp eyes, sharp mind, and you can make up stories out of nothing. I was wrong, anyway, I just wanted to praise you. Xu Lijun gritted his teeth secretly, and fire almost burst out of his eyes. She could swear on Qin Feng's lifelong happiness. This guy definitely said it wrong on purpose just now. Don't waste time. I'll take you to the company. Xu Lijun said this and turned to walk towards the building's elevator. It was rush hour in the morning, and although there were 3 elevators in operation, there were still many people waiting. In the crowd, a middle-aged man with thick black-framed glasses, a slightly bald head, and a very thin figure walked up to Xu Lijun with some excitement. Mr. Xu, why did you come here in person today? Xu Lijun had no expression on his face. He just nodded slightly and said, Xiao Li, since we've met, let me introduce you first. This is Qin Feng, the new chief game planner. Qin Feng, this is the engineer in charge of the game program. His name is Li Yuanqing. You two will need to cooperate with each other in the future. Qin Feng and Li Yuanqing shook hands as a greeting. Li Yuanqing looked at Qin Feng with 7 parts surprise, 2 parts suspicion, and 1 part disdain. Being the chief planner at such a young age, he must be either a person with connections or a liar. Anyone who is an expert in the field knows what chief planning means, and it is definitely not something that someone without any planning experience can take on. After all, not everyone can be as hard-working and smart as him. After Qin Feng greeted Li Yuanqing and walked into the elevator, he was still complaining in his heart. Looking at Li Yuanqing's appearance, the child may be of the same generation as him, but this woman doesn't even know to call him Old Li. She doesn't know how to respect others. When the elevator reached the 10th floor, Xu Lijun was the first to walk out of the elevator, followed closely by Qin Feng and Li Yuanqing. There is a front desk receptionist outside the elevator, with a glass wall behind him, and you can clearly see the huge office area inside. Hello, Mr. Xu. When the girl at the front desk saw Xu Lijun, she was immediately shocked and quickly stood up and performed a standard welcoming gesture. Xu Lijun ignored the girl and turned to look at Qin Feng and said, Mr. Qin, you have to perform well in the meeting later, and you have to communicate more with Xiao Li and others in the future. Xiao Li is a very hard-working person, and someone I admire. After I hired him with a lot of money, he has to work overtime until midnight almost every day. Look at him, he is only 25 years old this year, but he still looks energetic, refreshed and full of energy. You should learn from him. What? Only 25? Qin Feng looked at Li Yuanqing carefully with some shock, and found that Li Yuanqing was also looking at him with a kind expression. If Xu Lijun hadn't said it, I would have thought this guy was 55 years old. Oh, Engineer Li is really full of energy and spirit. He is such a rare talent. What talent? At this rate, he will be in a coffin in a few years. He really wants to make money without caring about his life. If it were me, I would have retired long ago. Qin Feng complained in his heart and looked at Xu Lijun again. You stinky woman, he's already in this state, but you still don't reduce his workload. Do you want him to die suddenly in the company? Vampire boss, no ginkgo tilde. Qin Feng. Xu Lijun couldn't help but yelled. Seeing Qin Feng looking at her in confusion, she could only grit her teeth and say, It's already working hours, let's hurry up and go to the company for a meeting. Okay. Qin Feng, with a humble look on his face, followed Xu Lijun through the work area and into the meeting room. There were already more than a dozen people waiting in the conference room. When they saw Xu Lijun, they immediately stood up and greeted him. Xu Lijun sat in the main seat, and Qin Feng stood beside her. After everyone else was seated, she cleared her throat and said, I think everyone already knows that today I brought a game planner. Yes, it's the one next to me, his name is Qin Feng, game planning. Xu Lijun suddenly became speechless when she spoke of this. She didn't know whether this guy was a good planner or not, so how should she introduce him? At this time, a man in his early 30s with a well-proportioned mustache stood up from the first position below her left, pointed at Qin Feng with hostility and said, Mr. Xu, forgive me for being blunt, but the name, Qin Feng, is definitely not one of the top 10 game planners in China. I even doubt that he would even be ranked in the top 100. He blatantly looked down on Qin Feng. This little mustache dared to question Xu Lijun in person, but Xu Lijun did not scold him. Instead, he said in a rare gentle tone, Shall I? Didn't I make it very clear to you on the phone yesterday? Qin Feng is only taking over your position temporarily. During this period, you will be a deputy planner, and your salary will not change. Boss Xu. Shall I said proudly, if the person you find is one of the top 10 game planners in China, I will be willing to help you without hesitation, even if I don't want to be paid. At this point, he looked at Qin Feng and said bluntly, But you found such a young man who has no reputation. This is a slap in my face. If you don't want me, just say it directly. I'm leaving. Hey, shall I? Don't get excited. Xu Lijun was a little overwhelmed. Shalai was one of the top 10 game planners in China, and Qin Feng had not demonstrated sufficient game planning ability except for proposing an idea and direction. She specifically mentioned this matter to Shalai yesterday, hoping that he would assist Qin Feng for a while. If Qin Feng's level is not good enough, he will take over. If Qin Feng's level is really good, Shalai's salary will not change. I didn't expect that Shalai had clearly agreed yesterday, but now he regretted it in front of everyone. Boss Xu, don't blame me for being blunt, today either I stay or he leaves. The rest of the people in the meeting room were silent, at a loss as to what to do. Even Xu Lijun felt a headache. If she forced Shalai to leave this time, it would be difficult for her to find someone with better planning skills than Shalai. Just as she was struggling, a loud shout rang out in the conference room, making everyone's ears buzz. Shalai, huh? You haven't even made a hit game yet, what a bullshit. With your planning skills, you can be ranked in the top 10 in China. I can only say that China's game planners are all idiots. Chapter 20 Free Games. The person who said this was Qin Feng, who had been silent before. Originally, he was not too serious about helping Xu Lijun plan the game, except to get some benefits. Before, I was considering whether I should wait for Guan Yunyang to succeed first, and then take action when Xu Lijun gets anxious and thinks he doesn't have the real ability. He didn't expect to meet this former planner, who was so confident and looked down on him, so of course he lost his good temper. Shalai didn't expect Qin Feng to be even crazier than him. After being scolded by Qin Feng, he was stunned for several seconds before he came back to his senses. What did you say? How dare you call me a lecher? Scolding you is too light. This guy didn't give Qin Feng face, so Qin Feng certainly didn't want to be polite to him. Mr. Shit, I've played your games. You developed the Trainman game, right? It's definitely your masterpiece. My name is Shalai. It's a homophone for good luck. Shalai gritted his teeth in anger. Qin Feng was deliberately mispronouncing the word and scolding him. He suppressed his anger and continued, also, Trainman is just a stand-alone game. It's not my masterpiece. Why not? It matches your nonsense personality so well. Puff. In the conference room, a few people couldn't help laughing out loud, but they felt the atmosphere was not right and quickly held it back. Even Xu Lijun secretly gave Qin Feng a coquettish roll of the eyes. This guy is really good at insulting people. If this guy is not an undercover agent, he would be an interesting person. Bang! Shalai slammed the table with one hand and pointed at Qin Feng with the other hand, cursing. I won't waste my time talking to you. Either you go out with me for a one-on-one duel, or you tell me which popular game on the market was developed by you. Fighting when you can't win is something only children do. Qin Feng sat down next to Xu Lijun calmly, then ignored Shalai, glanced at everyone and said, I have tried all the popular games on the market, including the currently popular game, Xixia Jianghu, but they are all jokes in my eyes. Everyone looked at each other, and they all felt that Qin Feng was a little crazy. Har har har. Shalai burst into laughter. He laughed for a long time before he covered his stomach and said, Xixia Jianghu is a game developed by Xiaoyo Network, the largest game company in China. It has continuously broken many records in terms of the number of registered users, number of online users, and player praise rate. Is this still a joke in your eyes? Tell me, what kind of game do you think is a good game? Hearing Shalai's question, everyone present looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng said calmly, although Cheshire Jianghu is very popular, their publicity also boasts that there are millions of online players. But according to my research, the maximum number of online users is only about 200,000 or 300,000. It's a joke in my eyes that a game with only a few 100,000 online users can become number one. Everyone present rolled their eyes, feeling that Qin Feng seemed to understand nothing. Hundreds of thousands of people online rather than the number of registered players are nothing in his eyes. Does this guy even know how to play games? Har har, Mr. Qin, how many people do you think should register and be online for a game to be considered a popular game? In Shalai's mind, he had already defined Qin Feng as an outsider who didn't understand the game, or just a smooth talker who had fooled Mr. Shu. Qin Feng held up a finger and said slowly, in my opinion, a game must have at least tens of millions of registered users and more than 1 million online users to be considered popular. As for being extremely popular, this figure needs to be doubled. Mr. Qin, it seems that you don't understand games at all. Let's not talk about whether there are so many people willing to pay for a game. Shalai looked disdainful and continued, let me tell you something you can understand. China has a population of more than 1 billion, excluding half of them who are too old or too young. There are tens of millions of people online, which means that out of every 100 people who are suitable for playing games, at least 2 will play our game. Do you think this is realistic? Qin Feng pointed at Shu Lijun beside him and said calmly. Mr. Shu invited me here so that I can lead you to create a truly great game and let everyone witness the miracle. Just now you said I was full of nonsense. I think you are just good at talking nonsense. Shalai said with disdain, everyone can brag. If you can't do it, you just walk away, and who will clean up the mess you leave behind? Now, not only him, but everyone else in the meeting room regarded Qin Feng as a boastful layman. Shu Lijun, who had been secretly paying attention to Qin Feng, also frowned slightly, is this guy too confident? But soon she heard Qin Feng's inner voice. You are a bunch of ignorant people. You underestimate the appeal of truly popular games to people. Feeling that everyone's emotions were about to be suppressed, Shu Lijun took the initiative to speak. Don't worry, everyone. Qin Feng won't be able to escape easily if he fails, because he still has another identity, my fiancé. What? Mr. Shu's fiancé? Everyone was stunned, looking at Qin Feng and Shu Lijun. I've heard that Mr. Shu has a fiancé who was arranged for him since birth, but I didn't expect to see him today. Oh, Mr. Shu, why didn't you say it earlier? Shalai felt very embarrassed. He really offended Mr. Shu this time. The reason he dared to lose his temper and put on airs before was not only because he was confident in his own abilities, but also because he was dissatisfied with Qin Feng's age and qualifications. How could he accept the fact that he, a planner at the level of China's top 10, had to help an unknown boy? But now, this guy has suddenly become Shu Lijun's fiancé. Regardless of whether he has the ability or not, he cannot afford to offend him with his status, unless he resigns and leaves immediately. Shu Lijun glanced at Qin Feng and found that he looked like nothing had happened. She could only wave her hand and said, it was just a small misunderstanding. Let's sit down and listen to Mr. Qin's plan. This time Shalai didn't dare to object and sat down obediently. But he was not convinced at all by Qin Feng, so he got the job by connections, bar. Pretty boy. It feels like there are many people who are Qin Feng's gigolos. Many people in the conference room even showed a mentality of watching a good show, ready to listen to what Qin Feng will say. Qin Feng stood up, ignoring everyone's thoughtful gazes, and said calmly, hello everyone, my name is Qin Feng. Although I have not achieved much in game planning, I have many good ideas. I need everyone to work together to create a super popular online game. Mr. Qin, there is no game developer who doesn't want to make a hit game. Can you tell me about your specific ideas and thoughts? The person who spoke this time was a fat young man. He asked this question because he wanted to hear whether Qin Feng really had a plan or was just talking nonsense. Qin Feng nodded slightly, looked at everyone and said, there is a plan at the moment, but it needs to be divided into several stages. First, create a free game. Second, invite celebrities to endorse and promote it. Third, set up various competitions with generous prize money to better attract players and popularity. When Qin Feng finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Shalai was the first to ask, "Mr. Qin, you just said create a free game. Did I hear you right? Do we need celebrity endorsements and pay players to compete? Where is our profit point?" He almost asked, "Are you helping Ms. Xu make money or helping her spend money?" The others had similar ideas to Shalai. They all felt that Xu Lijun's fiancé might not have any other abilities except for his good looks. Qin Feng could only say again, "Free ones are the most expensive. If a game becomes popular, there are plenty of opportunities to make a profit. You will understand this later." Mr. Xu, Shalai stood up, looked at Xu Lijun and asked, "Do you support Mr. Qin's decision? Since I let him take over the planning here, of course I will fully support his decisions and arrangements." Xu Lijun replied calmly, "I don't want to hear doubts anymore. Everyone should either support Mr. Qin or resign and leave." "I understand, Mr. Xu." Shalai felt that Xu Lijun's tone seemed to be much colder, so he could only sit down again, then looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Mr. Qin, what kind of free game are you going to make? Even if you beat him to death, he would never believe that there is any free game that can be popular, long-lasting, and profitable." Chapter 21 I Just Want to Feel. Qin Feng had already thought about this, and when he heard Shalai's question, he immediately replied, "I've looked at the games on the market and found that most of them are about killing monsters, leveling up, and getting equipment. The rest are either chess and card games or puzzle games. There is no innovation at all, so I want to develop a shooting game." Shooting game. Everyone was shocked, even Xu Lijun looked at Qin Feng. She had never communicated with Qin Feng before, and this was the first time she heard Qin Feng's thoughts. Shalai immediately shook his head and said, "Mr. Qin, first of all, China has strict control over violence, and firearms themselves are also a control tool. If we develop such a game, it may touch the bottom line of the country. You underestimate the bottom line of the country." Qin Feng said calmly, "Even if there are no knives on the market, there will still be murderers, so controlling equipment can only reduce crime, but cannot eliminate crime. Both shooting games and upgrade games can kill people, and playing games itself is a way to kill time and relieve stress, so there is no essential difference between them. In some ways, having a gunfight game might help reduce crime. As the saying goes, it is better to relieve stress than to block it, and the country must understand this principle better. But I still think there is no market for gun games." Shalai wanted to say something. "I don't care what you think, I only care what I think." Qin Feng rolled his eyes, looked at the others and said, "What you have to do is to cooperate with me to the fullest." "Okay. I will cooperate with you. Let us witness Mr. Qin create a miracle together." Shalai replied with gritted teeth, obviously wanting to watch the show. Li Yuanqing also scratched his bald head and asked, "Mr. Qin, do you have any good ideas and settings for this kind of shooting game? Is it set as a game of breaking through levels and rescuing hostages?" "I've already thought about it. There are many ways to play this kind of gunfight game. First, let's talk about the blasting mode. Divide into two camps, the bandits and the police, and each camp starts with 5 people. The bandits' task is to install C4 bombs, while the police are responsible for stopping them." What Qin Feng described to them was exactly the game he loved to play when he was a child. This type of shooting game was once very popular, from CS to CF, and then Peace Elite and so on. There is definitely no shortage of market and players for shooting games. Unfortunately, there was no similar game in this world, which made Qin Feng quite bored during the 3 months he lay down. So now when he wants to develop a game, this is the first thing he thinks of. As Qin Feng spoke, the expressions of the people in the conference room kept changing. From the initial disdain, contempt, and even leisure, to the subsequent surprise, astonishment, anticipation, and enthusiasm. Especially Shalai, as a game planner, he certainly understands how likely Qin Feng's setting is to succeed. This is enough to start a trend. Especially the various competitions held every year by Qin Feng, which can even make online games a profession, a competition, and a unique online game culture. Xu Lijun, who had been silent all this time, looked at Qin Feng with a changing look in his eyes. This guy seems to have some real skills. "That's all for now." Qin Feng picked up the mineral water on the table and gulped down a few mouthfuls before continuing. "In addition to this blasting mode, there are many other ways to play the gunfight game. I will slowly introduce them in the future. Mr. Qin, Shalai said in a more respectful tone, I fully agree with the feasibility of this game, but I still don't understand how this game can make money. The others also nodded. Although everyone had confidence in this game, how could it make a profit if it was open for free? It's simple. Props are charged. Props are charged. Shalai was a little puzzled. You mean, although the game is free, all weapons are charged? This will easily lead to criticism, and it is not fair to players with limited financial conditions. Who said you want to destroy the fairness of the game? Qin Feng said slowly, I said that there are many ways to charge for props. For example, set good-looking skins for guns and props, various collector's edition character images, bulletproof vests, dazzling chat texts, etc. For paying players, set VIP levels, unique logos, etc. What he said was nothing more than the tricks used by gaming companies that he had used before. But in this world, it is a groundbreaking idea. Everyone looked at him with admiration and enthusiasm, and no one looked down on him anymore. Mr. Qin, I was too arrogant before, please forgive me. Qin Feng had just finished speaking when Shalai couldn't help but stood up, bowed to Qin Feng and said, I also hope that you will forgive my mistakes and allow me to follow you and complete this game together. If he had dared to slam the table in front of Shu Lijun before and was not worried about being told to get out, now he is very worried that Qin Feng will not give him the opportunity to witness the emergence of this game. Seeing Shalai sincerely apologizing to Qin Feng, Shu Lijun's mouth curled up slightly and he turned to look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng stood up and said nonchalantly, Planisha, ignorance is not a crime. I will need your assistance in many areas in the future. Let's have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Shalai quickly stretched out his hand and shook hands with Qin Feng. Par par par. There was applause in the conference room, and everyone was happy. With Qin Feng's idea, they are confident that the company can become one of the top gaming leaders in the country. Shu Lijun didn't expect that Qin Feng had conquered everyone so successfully. She was thinking about whether to praise Qin Feng in person, but she saw Qin Feng looking at her. And a voice instantly reached her ears. Hey, little girl, have you seen how powerful I am? Do you feel a little bit of admiration for me and love for me? No, you are always so cold, I don't need you to fall in love with me. As long as you can drag it out until the mission is over, it's fine. Shu Lijun. Looking at Qin Feng's calm and even innocent look, who would have thought that he was so shameless in his heart? Do you think you are cold? Do you still want yourself to admire him and fall in love with him? This is really outrageous. The slight good feeling Shu Lijun had for Qin Feng just now disappeared in an instant. He resisted the urge to kick him, stood up with a cold face and said, Since everyone agrees with Qin Feng, the next step will be left to Qin Feng to arrange. I have other things to do, so I'll go back to the company first. Jun Jun. Call me President Shu in the company from now on. Okay, Mr. Shu, have you forgotten something? After Qin Feng finished speaking, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Is this woman in menopause? I conquered these people with my strength, and you don't even have to praise me, but you still have a sour face. Shu Lijun heard Qin Feng's complaints again, and could only suppress his anger, and asked calmly. Forgot something? How about we find a separate office to talk? There are so many people watching here. Chapter 22 Xiaoyou takes action. Although Shu Lijun was a little angry with Qin Feng, when he saw that he was hesitant to speak, he knew that this guy must have something to say. She was about to ask Qin Feng to go out with him when she heard Qin Feng's annoying voice. This stinky woman has a bad memory. We agreed to sign a contract yesterday, why is she trying to slip away now? How should I ask this question? If I ask directly, it seems a bit unreasonable. Only then did Shu Lijun understand what Qin Feng wanted to say. But he did say yesterday that he would sign a contract with him as soon as he arrived at the company, which is understandable. I know what you want to say. You go to work first. I'll ask Secretary Lin to print out the contract when I get back to the company and give it to you in the evening. After Shu Lijun finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the meeting room. Just as I walked to the door, I heard Qin Feng's voice again. Does this woman and I have a telepathic connection? Hey, this woman has a pretty good figure. When she walks, her butt wiggles. I really want to take a picture to see how it feels. Bang! Shu Lijun quickened his pace and walked out of the room, then slammed the door of the conference room shut. Satyr. She gritted her teeth, cursed secretly, and left quickly. As the president of Tinghua Group, I like to do many things myself, so I have too many things to do every day. In the conference room, everyone stared at the door in a daze. Qin Feng was the first to react and said to everyone with a smile, "Don't stare at her. Jun has been in a bad mood these days. Please understand. I will go back to deal with her tonight." After hearing this, everyone responded, "Boss Qin, we understand. Women are always unreasonable for a few days every month. During the day, Mr. Shu is the boss, but at night, Mr. Qin is the boss. Boss Qin has the ability to conquer a woman like Boss Shu." Regardless of whether these people were sincere or not, Qin Feng felt really good being flattered by a group of people. No wonder many people like to flatter. Okay, let's get down to business. Qin Feng felt that it was about time, so he stopped everyone's flattery bombardment and said seriously, "Let me assign the tasks first. Shall I cooperate with me to make a detailed plan? After that, I will find Xiao Li, and we will make the game map, characters, props, etc." When Qin Feng and his team began planning the shooting game, Xiaoyo Network Company suddenly announced a major news. To thank all players for their support of Xiaoyo Network, our company has decided to make Qixia Jianghu free from today on. Players who have previously purchased activation codes can choose a full refund or game props compensation. Compensation plan. This news caused an uproar in the entire gaming industry. Major news forums and chat groups are discussing. Has the president of Xiaoyo Network lost his mind? He actually wants to make the most popular game Qixia Jianghu free. Yes, the number of players who bought the genuine version before exceeded 1 million. If all of them ask for a refund, how much money will they have to spend? They want to return the money they have earned. What's the idea? Even if they don't want to return the money, why do they open it for free? Hey, they say big breasts mean no brains. It seems Guan Yunyang is a spendthrift CEO. I don't care if she's a spendthrift or not. I'm just a freeloader and have wanted to play this game for a long time. Har, my classmates all said that we should go to an internet cafe to play games together at night. Although public opinion almost unanimously feels that Xiaoyo Network's actions are brainless, we have to admit that Xiaoyo Network has become popular again. Starting from the time the news was released at noon, in just a few hours, the number of new registered users of Qixia Jianghu increased by 3 million. And this number may explode again at night. In order to prevent the server from crashing, Xiaoyo Network began to work overtime urgently to ensure the player experience. Fortune building. Qin Feng, who was busy, received a call from Shu Li Jun. "Have you watched the news? Are you talking about the Xiaoyo Network?" Qin Feng smiled and said, "My subordinates just told me that this director is really courageous. More than just courage. This Guan Yunyang is beautiful, curvy, and the CEO of a company. Most importantly, she has a good personality. Well, she is a perfect candidate for a wife." On the other end of the phone, Shu Li Jun, who was about to speak, almost burst into swear words when he heard Qin Feng's inner thoughts. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and immediately guessed that it should be Qin Feng's thoughts. She didn't expect to be able to hear this guy's inner thoughts while on the phone. After calming down a little, she asked, "Are you still confident that you can defeat her now?" Qin Feng asked in surprise, "Why should I defeat her? Asshole. She is now your biggest competitor. The most annoying thing is that the method she uses was taught by you. Don't get excited. Anger makes you old." Qin Feng said hypocritically, and then said, "Don't worry, I have confidence in the game I developed. Give me a month, and I can make the game go online smoothly. But if you have any questions, just ask. Now we have to solve several problems. The first is the company name. I want to change it to Hualong Network. The second is to find a popular celebrity to endorse it. You have to arrange it as soon as possible. The third is publicity. It would be best to find some well-known bloggers to try it out. What you mentioned are all minor issues. The names are up to you. I'll ask Secretary Lin to handle it. Celebrities are even simpler. My best friend just called and she will come over tonight." "Your best friend? The one who was banned from the entertainment industry?" Qin Feng felt a little unhappy when he heard this, and started to complain in his heart. "You stinky woman, you can't save money like this. If I let your bestie endorse it, those entertainment companies will come to trip me up. I don't want to worry about that." Xu Lijun also thought that it might not be appropriate to let Su Xiaoxiao be the spokesperson, but Su Xiaoxiao was her best friend and she always wanted to help. Now hearing Qin Feng's complaints, she could only say softly, "Xiao Feng, just help my best friend, at worst, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, okay? Have a meal." Qin Feng rolled his eyes immediately. "You're talking as if I've never eaten before. Eating alone with you won't give me any advantage, it's boring. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, forget it. Anyway, let my bestie be the spokesperson. Don't forget, I'm still a major shareholder of the game company." After Xu Lijun finished speaking, he hung up the phone, feeling a heavy feeling in his heart. This bastard can't just let himself have his way for once. But Su Xiaoxiao came suddenly and wanted Qin Feng to sing for the copyright in the evening. Thinking of this, Xu Lijun could only call Qin Feng again. "What's wrong, Mr. Xu?" Qin Feng answered the phone in a businesslike tone. He really didn't dare to provoke this emotionally unstable woman. "Xiao Feng, don't be so serious. Just call me Junjun." "Okay, Mr. Xu, no, Junjun, what else do you want?" "Damn. I know something is wrong. You want to trick me? It's impossible. Unless you use the honey trap on me." Chapter 23. You're too polite. Xu Lijun was also helpless about Qin Feng's thoughts. However, Su Xiaoxiao will arrive in the evening, so there are some things she must communicate with Qin Feng in advance to avoid any mistakes. "Xiao Feng, my best friend is getting off the plane tonight, let's pick her up together." Her tone was unusually gentle, and she was still worried that Qin Feng would refuse. "Is that all?" "No problem." Qin Feng readily agreed. Regardless of whether Su Xiaoxiao knew about their true relationship or not, he, as her fiancé, should accompany her. "Then don't rush to leave after get off work. I'll come to see you after get off work." After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng secretly complained that Xu Lijun was a little jumpy. "The work tasks have been arranged." He sat in his general planning office, looking at the stock trading software on the computer and nodded secretly. "That's right. I made a small profit of several million today. I can buy the furniture factory in the western suburbs the day after tomorrow." There were still more than 10 minutes before the stock market closed, and the stocks he bought were stuck at the daily limit. For him, buying stocks that hit the daily limit is a basic operation and he doesn't need to pay special attention to it. He began to browse the news to see if there were any other profitable projects. Although this world has developed at a similar pace to Earth, many things are a few years or even decades behind, which represents opportunities for Qin Feng. Even if he didn't get this lying flat system, he felt that he could easily reach the peak of his life. Qin Feng, who was bored and browsing on his computer, was soon attracted by a piece of news. Continuous heavy rains in the East China Sea have created a record high in rainfall in the past century, and many towns have been affected. Seeing this news, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. Although he still had 2 properties awarded by the system in the East China Sea, he was not concerned about his assets there when faced with such bad weather. He checked his available funds, and including stocks, it was only about 45 million. According to the plan, if I make 2 to 3 million in the stock market tomorrow, plus Xu Lijun's best friend wants to buy the copyright of her song, I can make another 2 million, and I can get enough 50 million to buy the furniture factory in the western suburbs. Forget it. After all, I am a noble man. Qin Feng sighed slightly, immediately logged into the stock trading software and sold all his stocks. The price limit that was originally blocked was suddenly hit by a large amount of selling, and the price limit was broken in just a dozen seconds. The market makers behind the scenes were shocked and quickly spent a large amount of money to push the stock price back to the daily limit. Qin Feng didn't care what these market makers and stock investors thought. He made continuous moves and sold all his stocks in less than 2 minutes, and then transferred all the money back to his bank card. Look at the funds in the card, 45.73 million. He sighed slightly and transferred 45 million to a more reliable disaster relief foundation. This card is also a high-level VIP card awarded by the system, and there are no restrictions on transfers. Whether he was speculating in stocks or trying to buy a furniture factory in the western suburbs, his goal was to make money. But he is not short of money. He usually makes money mainly to pass the time. Seeing the country in trouble and the people suffering, Qin Feng resolutely decided to donate all his money. Anyway, I have plenty of money and ways to make money, so this is not a big deal. He comforted himself and just made a simple note after transferring the money and didn't ask any more questions. What Qin Feng didn't know was that their People's Aid Foundation, that received his donation, was already in a state of panic. "President, we just received a donation of 45 million. Which big company donated it? We are investigating. But it should not be donated by a big company. This comrade donated anonymously and left a message asking us not to investigate and disturb his life. We must find out." Yes. It's 7:30 in the evening. When Xu Lijun arrived at the Fortune building, she was a little surprised to see that everyone in the work area was working overtime. "I had come here once before at this time, and these people left work on time at 6 o'clock. Why are you so diligent today?" Some employees saw her and quickly stood up to greet her. "Hello, Mr. Xu." Xu Lijun nodded slightly, and then said very considerately, "Isn't it time for everyone to get off work? Why aren't you going home yet?" At this moment, Shalai and Li Yuanqing and several other senior executives came over. Hearing her question, Shalai quickly explained. "Boss Xu, you don't know that Boss Qin is an all-round talent. Not only can he plan today, he also knows how to make and test game programs, and has done all the basic things well. Mr. Qin has prepared the framework. If we can't make the game as soon as possible, then we are really useless." Li Yuanqing also nodded and said, "Plus, Xiaoyo Network has already made a move, so we originally discussed voluntarily staying to work overtime. But everyone is willing to stay, and everyone is working hard to get the game out as soon as possible." Xu Lijun was very satisfied with the work attitude of these people, especially Shalai, who used to be very arrogant. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng made this group of people obey him on the first day he came here. By the way, what did Shalai say just now? Qin Feng also understands game production and testing? Isn't this what programmers do? Shitsihua, you said Qin Feng also knows how to make and develop programs. Shalai was obviously stunned when he heard this, but he still replied truthfully. "Mr. Xu, don't you know? Mr. Qin is not only good at programming and development, but his level is even beyond our reach. Thinking about how I claim to be one of the top 10 game planners in China this morning, I feel ashamed." Li Yuanqing also said sincerely, "Shitsihua is right. As an engineer of Qingshu, I feel that my technology is far behind that of Mr. Qin. I will work hard in the future and hope to learn more from Mr. Qin." Others echoed. "Mr. Qin has done a very professional job even in audio and art. We are ashamed of ourselves. As long as I can follow Boss Qin, I'm willing to do it even without salary." Xu Lijun was a little shocked. This bastard, is he really as good as these people say? Although he was surprised in his heart, he still looked concerned about his subordinates. "Everyone, don't work too hard. It's not good to be exhausted. Let's get off work early. I'll go find Mr. Qin first." After saying that, she walked towards the general planning office. In the office, Qin Feng was lying comfortably on the office chair with his legs resting on the table in front of him, looking very comfortable. Xu Lijun didn't even knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw Qin Feng's ugly posture. Seeing Xu Lijun, Qin Feng quickly put down his legs and said with a smile, "Hey, Junjun, why didn't you call me to let me know when you came to the company? I'm just afraid of disturbing Mr. Qin's work." Xu Lijun didn't care about Qin Feng's previous posture. He took out 2 contracts from his bag and threw them on the desk facing Qin Feng, saying lightly, "Boss Qin, it seems that I was right to send you to manage the game company. Here is the contract. Junjun, you are too polite. Just call me Xiafeng." Qin Feng quickly looked through the contract and signed it immediately after finding no problems. "That's good, I will be a billionaire in the future. But this bitch got a bargain. Because of this game, her company's bankruptcy time has been extended." Chapter 24, Not Bad Looking. Hearing Qin Feng's inner curse of his company going bankrupt again, Xu Lijun no longer dared to take it lightly. In just 2 days, she had repeatedly witnessed Qin Feng's new abilities, which made her no longer dare to regard Qin Feng as simply having delusions. Is it really true that my decision was wrong? She thought about it in her heart, and then took the contract handed to her by Qin Feng. Let's put it this way. Since I promised you, I will certainly keep my word. Xu Lijun put away the contract and ignored Qin Feng, who was happily folding the contract and putting it in his trouser pocket, and continued. Let's go eat first, and then talk about the copyright of the song. Okay. Qin Feng agreed casually, but secretly threw his copy of the contract into the system package. The system package contains various property certificates, ID cards, driver's licenses, etc. The two went downstairs, and Xu Lijun did not drive, but sat in Qin Feng's G-class. Let's pick up Xiao Xiao after dinner. My car can't accommodate her. Xu Lijun explained casually, then fastened his seatbelt and said, let's go to the Dynasty Hotel. Okay. Qin Feng agreed, and his mind began to wander. I just donated the money today and I can make extra money right away. I am such a genius. By the way, have I overperformed myself these past 2 days? I don't know if this will affect my reward. As I was thinking, a reminder came to my mind. Ding, yesterday's role-playing rewards are being distributed. Congratulations on getting a Lucky Charm 1, a top live streaming website 1 operable, and top mathematical knowledge. My brain sank slightly, and when it recovered, I had gained a lot of knowledge. Qin Feng was somewhat confused. There is no financial reward. Is it really because of yesterday's overperformance? Apart from the fact that the live streaming website is mediocre, it doesn't matter how good my math skills are. Do you want me to be a mathematician, professor? Forget it. It's more comfortable to be an invisible rich man who doesn't have to worry about anything. Xu Lijun on the side didn't say anything, but a frown appeared on his forehead again. This guy is fantasizing again. But what does he mean by donating the money? Qin Feng. She felt it necessary to interrupt Qin Feng, otherwise what if this guy got distracted while driving and something went wrong? What's wrong, Jun Jun? Qin Feng turned around and smiled at Xu Lijun with an affectionate look. Xu Lijun sighed, looked towards the front of the car and said, you don't have to pretend when no one is around. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Is this woman going crazy again? You don't really like me. If you just tell me, I'll give you some money and let you leave. Having said that, Xu Lijun turned around and looked at Qin Feng, and continued, don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. This. Qin Feng felt a little speechless. Jun, how can you say that? It turns out this woman already knows that I'm acting. Will this affect my reward? Xu Lijun gave a bitter smile, as if he was talking to Qin Feng, but also as if he was talking to himself. From the time my parents got into trouble to when I took over as the president of Tinghui, everyone around me had different intentions. Now, apart from my housekeeper Luo Yongshan, the only person I can trust is my best friend. Isn't that sad? Qin Feng was a little panicked. Does this woman mean to break up with him and end this relationship? The date the system gave him was 1 year, and there was still more than 8 months left. If the relationship ends early, those frozen assets and funds will be gone. No. Be sure to wait until the system task is completed, even if. Jun, don't you still have me? I will always be with you. Qin Feng himself was hurt by his own words. If it wasn't for completing the system task, he would never have said such corny words. Xu Lijun couldn't stand Qin Feng's inconsistent attitude. She gritted her teeth and said, really? I have a bad temper and am often unreasonable. Can you really tolerate me? Of course, I will treat you as always. I hate you as always. Damn bitch, I haven't completed my mission yet, so I'll just try to comfort you first. Xu Lijun instantly felt that what he had just said was like talking to a deaf person. This guy kept mentioning their mission. It seemed that their mission was very important to him. If that's the case, there's no need to blame yourself. We must find the bastard who issued the task and kick him out. Of course, Xu Lijun will not leave easily before knowing that this guy has not completed the task, and he will not let Qin Feng have an easy time during this period. Xiao Feng, you are so nice. I was just overthinking it. Jun, I have always been so good. The two looked at each other hypocritically, with tenderness in both of their eyes. But inside, it was a different story. Royal Hotel, in the Mantingfang box. This is the situation. Do you want to tell Xiao Xiao that you sang the song? Xu Lijun briefly explained the purpose of Su Xiaoxiao's visit, and then looked at Qin Feng steadily. Qin Feng frowned slightly, and really didn't want to be in the spotlight anymore. This is just the first time, don't do it again. After a moment of reflection, Qin Feng replied, just these 2 songs. After recording, I'll write down the lyrics for her. Jun, this is also because she is your best friend. I won't sell it to anyone else no matter how much money they offer. Thank you, Qin Feng. Xu Lijun expressed his sincere gratitude. She is just like that. Even though she knows Qin Feng's motives in approaching her are not pure, she would be sincerely grateful if he could help her best friend. After they finished their meal, they left together. Qin Feng drove the car and Xu Lijun sat in the passenger seat, and they rushed to the airport together. More than half an hour later, Qin Feng parked the car in the airport parking lot and walked towards the exit with Xu Lijun. The timing was very good. The two waited only about 10 minutes before Xu Lijun immediately waved to the crowd. Xiao, here. Qin Feng followed Xu Lijun's gaze and saw a slim woman wearing a baseball cap, black mask and black sunglasses running towards him. Damn. Can you recognize it at a glance even with this kind of armament? No matter how Qin Feng complained, Xu Lijun had already hugged the well-dressed woman. Honey, I missed you so much. Dead face. I missed you too, darling. Hearing the conversation between the two, Qin Feng couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. Two lesbians. Why do women like to call their besties dear? I really don't understand women's minds. But Xiao does have a nice figure. Even wearing such tight clothes can't hide her impressive figure. She looks about the same as Gwen Yunyang. Xu Lijun, who was originally very excited, couldn't help but turned around and glared at Qin Feng, saying unhappily, "Don't let your imagination run wild. This is my best friend. Let's get in the car first." Su Xiao then noticed Qin Feng. After carefully looking at him for a few times, she smiled and asked, Jun, he is your cheap fiancé, right? He looks pretty good. Chapter 25 Let me come. Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's praise, Qin Feng shook hands with Su Xiaoxiao in a Myanmar manner and said, "Thank you for the compliment." Hey, Su Xiaoxiao's hands are so soft and smooth, they feel great. Qin Feng's dirty thoughts were immediately heard by Xu Lijun. She quietly pulled Su Xiaoxiao's hand away from Qin Feng and said lightly, "Let's go back to the car first." The three of them arrived at the parking lot together. Qin Feng drove the car, while Xu Lijun and Su Xiaoxiao sat in the back. As soon as the car started, Su Xiaoxiao asked impatiently, "My dear, where is the wandering singer? Take me to him." A wandering singer. Qin Feng glanced at Xu Lijun curiously in the rearview mirror. Xu Lijun felt a little guilty, so he didn't fight with Qin Feng. Instead, he looked at Su Xiaoxiao and said, "In fact, there was no wandering singer at all. That song was sung by Qin Feng. Your fiancé." Su Xiaoxiao was a little excited and grabbed Qin Feng's shoulders. "Is it really you? Can you sing for me again?" "Stop. Can't you see I'm driving?" Qin Feng expressed his dissatisfaction with Su Xiaoxiao's impetuosity. "I didn't provide it for free. Jun paid me for it." Given Xu Lijun's personality, she would never tell Su Xiaoxiao that she had paid for the copyright of her own songs. The reason why he said this was to embarrass Xu Lijun. "Girl, you dare to let me do chores and run around. Isn't this a chance to take revenge on you?" Su Xiaoxiao looked at Xu Lijun with a puzzled look. Jun, what's going on?" Xu Lijun secretly hated him and quickly explained, Xiao, don't listen to his nonsense, I didn't give him any reward." Then, she turned to look at Qin Feng and said through gritted teeth, "Xiao Feng, don't joke with Xiao like this, otherwise I will be angry." Qin Feng shrugged. Since the words had already been spoken, there was no need for him to say more. Su Xiaoxiao saw Qin Feng's expression, then looked at Xu Lijun, and then said seriously, Jun, even though we are best friends, I still have to give you some money, and you can't refuse." "Really?" Xu Lijun was a little anxious. "If you give me money, I will ignore you in the future. If you don't accept the money, I will return to the airport right now." Su Xiaoxiao actually did not give in. After she finished speaking to Xu Lijun, she looked at Qin Feng and asked, Xiao Feng, how much did Jun give you to buy it?" "Qin Feng, you can't say it." Xu Lijun was obviously a little angry. "Now you know you are anxious, right? Humph, let's see if you dare to be so irritable." Qin Feng complained in his heart, then smiled and said, "I didn't say Jun gave me money, I said reward. Is there any difference?" Su Xiaoxiao was stunned, obviously not coming back to her senses. "No matter what the reward is, I can give it to you myself." Really? Qin Feng said with a smile while driving. Junjun's reward is to kiss me. This, do you still want to give it to me in person? R. Su Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, and Xu Lijun, who was originally angry, couldn't help but burst out laughing. She twisted Qin Feng's arm unhappily. You are so dishonest. It hurts, I'm dying. Har har, so this is the reward. I really can't give it to you. Su Xiaoxiao saw the two people's little movements and exclaimed with some envy. Xu Lijun quickly withdrew his hand and agreed, yes, the reward is to kiss him, this guy is so bad. She knew very well that Qin Feng's motives were not pure and he was not a good person, but Su Xiaoxiao thought it was just a normal complaint between lovers. Okay, can you two take care of me, a single guy, and stop showing off your affection, please? Su Xiaoxiao made a gesture of surrender and asked the two men to calm down. By the way, Xiaoxiao, are you hungry? How about we go eat something first? I've already eaten on the plane. Let's go back first. I'm anxious to hear Qin Feng sing. Su Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with that song and she had no appetite at all. After Qin Feng made a joke, he concentrated on driving, while the two women were chattering in the back, having a very happy chat. When they arrived at Xu's manor, the butler still hadn't rested, so Xu Lijun asked him to prepare some midnight snack. When he arrived in the living room, Qin Feng saw Su Xiaoxiao clearly for the first time after she took off her weapons. This woman had fair skin and delicate features, and her appearance was comparable to Xu Lijun's. The difference is that Xu Lijun looks like a lady from a wealthy family, while Su Xiaoxiao looks more like a beautiful girl from a small family, the little sister of the Lin family. As a celebrity artist, Su Xiaoxiao's appearance and temperament are indeed easy to attract fans. I didn't expect this Su Xiaoxiao to be pretty. TSK, if she hadn't been seduced before, she would have scored at least 98 points. Qin Feng was criticizing Su Xiaoxiao in his heart, and Xu Lijun couldn't help it. What are you standing there for? Go get your guitar. Su Xiaoxiao was unaware of the situation. Seeing Xu Lijun getting angry for no reason, she quickly consoled him with a smile. Junjun, Qin Feng looks very honest and handsome. You should control your temper, or you might scare away such a good man. He's honest. Xu Lijun opened her beautiful eyes wide. How do you know he's honest? Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed by the compliment, and quickly said, okay, I'll go upstairs to get my guitar, you guys chat first. Watching his figure disappear down the stairs, Xu Lijun's face changed, and in the end he still did not tell Su Xiaoxiao the true relationship between her and Qin Feng's undercover identity. Just as Su Xiaoxiao didn't tell her about such a big thing, she didn't want Su Xiaoxiao to worry about her. After Qin Feng went downstairs, he happened to see the housekeeper Luo Yongshin bringing some snacks to the living room. Ever since seeing Luo Yongshin's ability to crush solid wood furniture with his bare hands, Qin Feng felt somewhat frightened every time he saw this guy, and could only secretly curse the system for not giving him some ability to protect himself. Sir, please eat a little too. Luo Yongshin bowed slightly to Qin Feng and spoke, his appearance humble and polite, without any sign of abnormality. No need. Miss Su is so anxious. I'd better sing it first. Qin Feng said this, sat on the sofa, picked up the guitar and started tuning it. Su Xiaoxiao had no appetite anymore and quickly took out her cell phone to record the video. Let me make it clear first, I'm only going to sing it once, so don't bother me. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he cleared his throat again and began to sing. Alone in this night. After a song was finished, Su Xiaoxiao saved the video excitedly. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Qin Feng take out a piece of paper and hand it to her. This is the lyrics. Qin Feng replied calmly, then stood up, if everything is fine, I'll go back to sleep first. Su Xiaoxiao quickly took over the lyrics, but Xu Lijun grabbed Qin Feng's hand and said softly, Xiao Feng, isn't there another song? Qin Feng was waiting for this, and immediately said with a fake smile, Junjun, the remuneration for that song has been paid, but the remuneration for this song has not yet been paid. You, don't go too far. Xu Lijun's face flushed. Of course, he knew that the remuneration Qin Feng was talking about was not the 2 million. Seeing Xu Lijun's face as red as a ripe apple, Qin Feng felt very happy and didn't care about the 2 million anymore. Hey, Junjun, don't be shy, pay the fee quickly, and I'll give Xiaoxiao the second song as well. When Su Xiaoxiao learned that there was another song, she said excitedly, "Honey, please kiss him quickly. If you are embarrassed, let me do it." Chapter 26 My Heart is Pure. After Su Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she knew she had said the wrong thing, and immediately stuck out her tongue and said, "No, I was just kidding." Xu Lijun knew that Su Xiaoxiao was eager to get a song, so he immediately comforted her. "It's okay, just smile. This guy did it on purpose." Qin Feng looked confident in Xu Lijun and looked at her with a smile. "Okay, reward, right. I'll give it to you." Xu Lijun gritted his teeth and moved closer to Qin Feng. In the eyes of Su Xiaoxiao's envy and Luo Yongxin's shock, he stood on tiptoe and kissed Qin Feng on the face. Qin Feng could clearly smell the body fragrance coming from Xu Lijun, and could feel her inner panic at the moment. Although it was just a passing glance, it still made Qin Feng feel very happy. "Hey, Junjun, are you serious? I was just joking. Even if you don't pay me, I will give it to Xiaoxiao." "Hey, 2 songs for 1 kiss, I'm still losing money, you're getting the advantage." "You." Xu Lijun gritted his teeth secretly, but he couldn't get angry in front of Su Xiaoxiao, so he could only snort coldly and said, "Hurry up and sing." "Okay." Qin Feng smiled and sat back on the sofa. He had taken advantage of her today, but he had to know when to stop, otherwise he would anger this woman. Sitting firmly, Qin Feng continued to play and sing, while Su Xiaoxiao quickly turned on the video recorder to start filming. "Qin Feng, do you have any more songs?" After Qin Feng finished singing, Su Xiaoxiao still felt unsatisfied. "I can ask Junjun to reward you." "Xu Lijun. That's all, that's all. This amount of money can only buy these 2 songs." Qin Feng said casually as he packed up his guitar and stood up. Su Xiaoxiao heard the hidden meaning of Qin Feng's words and asked quickly, "Xiao Feng, what you mean is that as long as the pay is enough, you have other songs?" "I didn't say." Qin Feng quickly refused, saying that he felt his mouth was dry after singing these 2 songs and could not give it any more. Su Xiaoxiao grabbed Xu Lijun's shoulders and said in a half-pleading and half-teasing tone, "Junjun, please behave well tonight and ask Xiao Feng to sing a few more songs for me tomorrow, okay? Good performance tonight?" Xu Lijun's face instantly turned red to his ears. "You're such a jerk." Xu Lijun's face suddenly turned black. He and I haven't married yet. What she was thinking in her heart was, not only is this guy not her fiancé, he's even an undercover agent who wishes her company would go bankrupt. How could anything possibly happen between her and this guy? Being able to kiss this guy is already the limit. Thinking about how his first kiss was gone like that, Xu Lijun felt a dull pain in his heart. Forget it, just think of it as kissing a dog. Thinking about this, I feel a little better. Oh my god, what is Xiaoxiao thinking? She lets this disgusting woman kiss her and thinks she is being kissed by a dog. She still wants to covet my body? No way. The 2 of them were complaining to each other, but Su Xiaoxiao didn't understand why and thought they were just shy. We're all adults, there's nothing to be shy about. Forget it, let's have some snacks and chat. You guys chat, I'm going upstairs to rest first. He was too lazy to join in the conversation between 2 best friends. Su Xiaoxiao still wanted Qin Feng to stay, but Xu Lijun also said, "Xiaoxiao, we haven't seen each other for a long time. You didn't even have time to come to my engagement. Let's talk all night tonight." "How can this be possible? Just accompany Qin Feng tonight and don't worry about me. Can you please stop mentioning this guy? I don't live with him." "No way." Qin Feng quickly quickened his pace and slipped upstairs. It turns out that 1 woman is worth 500 ducks, and these 2 women are worth 1,000 ducks. After returning to the room to wash up, Qin Feng felt it was still early, so he turned on his computer to check his live broadcast website. Although he cannot use the assets rewarded by the system for the time being, as the boss behind the scenes, it is okay for him to take a look at his own industry. Live streaming has only recently become popular in this world, and the term internet celebrity is not particularly popular yet. Most anchors perform singing or broadcast live games, and complaining and funny anchors are not common. Qin Feng searched the live broadcast website in his mind, and a prompt came to his mind. "Ding, do you want to run the live broadcast website?" This website is a super intelligent server that runs automatically and can automatically upgrade, defend, count, settle accounts, query, etc. Run now. Qin Feng was somewhat looking forward to it, as what he feared most was trouble. This website is actually smart, and it completely saves him the trouble of hiring people and management, which is exactly what he wanted. Ding, please give the website a name. Let's just call it Fighting Saint Live. Qin Feng seemed very perfunctory in naming. Ding, the name is successful, their website starts running, and the system will give you 3 days of free advertising on the entire network. After that, their website income will be deposited into their website account and can only be used after your task expires. Qin Feng was very surprised when he heard this prompt. The system also has the function of automatically publishing advertisements. The rewards he received before were already made, so he just needed to be a big boss or shareholder behind the scenes. This live broadcast website was newly established, and he was worried that it would not be well known and popular. I just don't know how the system will publish ads. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Qin Feng immediately found that the computer interface he had just opened turned into a full-screen advertisement. Fighting Saint Live welcomes all viewers and anchors to join, and new registered users or anchors can also receive generous rewards. To be honest, if this advertisement suddenly pops up while you are playing a game, anyone would curse. The ad appeared for several seconds before it began to shrink and eventually became a small box in the lower right corner of the computer screen. Qin Feng tried to close it, and found that when he clicked the mouse, the computer automatically entered a link. Fuck! Aren't you afraid of getting scolded? Although the website was his, he couldn't help but complain. The system is actually proficient in this psoriasis advertising method that many people hate. Since he had nothing to do, Qin Feng followed the link to the Douyin live broadcast website. Of course, he couldn't close it even if he wanted to. As soon as he entered the main interface, he was surprised again. On the cover, there are several beautiful anchors in cool clothes, and some provocative words like "little brother, come and watch me" are attached. System. Qin Feng couldn't help it this time. This thing was so loud, but something like this jumped out. Wasn't it like stepping on a landmine? This can be easily blocked. Aren't you stepping on a landmine by doing this? You can't do this in advertising. It would be a miracle if no one reported this. Qin Feng couldn't help but curse in his heart. It turned out that some things in the system were unreliable. Only the system's voice came out of his mind slowly. Ding, host, don't get excited. The main interface of the live broadcast website is presented based on the viewer's innermost thoughts. You see what you like. For example, if you like games, you see the live broadcast of your favorite game. If you like a celebrity, you see that celebrity. The reason you saw such an unbearable scene can only show that you are. Fuck. Shut the fuck up. Qin Feng interrupted the system with a frown on his face, cursing in his heart. Isn't this a damn injustice to me? I am pure at heart, okay. Chapter 27 Poor Acting. Qin Feng didn't know at this time how big a sensation his Douyin website had caused. Because everyone who uses a computer or mobile phone is forced to watch the Douyin live advertisement as soon as they turn on the device. Although many people quickly quit the site in anger, there were still many people who entered the site with the intention of cursing. I wanted to find a chat room or live broadcast room to curse directly, but I found the website prompt. Sorry, you are not logged in, and you cannot post as a guest. Everyone can only register an account and prepare to start criticizing. But after registering the account, I received a new prompt. Congratulations on your successful registration as a Douyin Live member and receiving a 5 yuan member bonus, which can be withdrawn. You actually have money. Although the money is not much, there are still many people who bind their accounts with the mentality of taking it for free. When they found that they could really withdraw cash, many people called their friends to register. Qin Feng also tried to bind a card number, and after finding that the withdrawal was successful, he couldn't help but admire in his heart. System, you deserve praise this time. If 100 million people register, you will give out 500 million in cash. You are finally generous for once. Ding, host, the funds for the website reward are deducted from the rewards you received previously. Qin Feng. Well, it's mine anyway, I can earn it back later. He is well aware that the future market for live streaming websites will be no smaller than the gaming market, and the two may even complement each other. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the game he was going to develop, and he became a little excited. Hey, from now on, my game will only be broadcast live on the Douyin Live website. If the game becomes popular, It will naturally drive the live streaming website to become popular, but the website is his private property. Qin Feng was in a good mood. He no longer cared about the live broadcast website and went into the bathroom to wash up. But he didn't know that all the major websites, forums and chat groups were basically flooded with his Fighting Saint live website. This newly launched website is really generous, 5 yuan per account. Although it's not much, a friend of mine registered for accounts and received the money. What surprised me was not the financial strength of this website, but their horrible advertising method. A hacker friend of mine said that it is very difficult to achieve such a technical level. I know this, too. Hackers can control many computers, but how do they control mobile phones? I have to say, this Fighting Saint Live that suddenly appeared is really awesome. I'm going to follow it and see if they have any big moves next. There aren't many anchors on this website right now, and I wanted to quit right away. Guess what I found? The one upstairs. Stop keeping us in suspense and speak up. Hey, I found that this live streaming website offers thousands of games. Most of them are beautifully made and run smoothly. The most important thing is that all of these games are free. What? After being reminded by some caring people, many people logged back into the Douyin Live website. Whether it is a mobile phone or a computer, everyone has found a lot of free games. These games are diverse, beautifully made, and free to play. In just a few hours, they attracted tens of millions of players. Many small-time anchors with little fame saw the popularity of Douyin Live continue to soar, and immediately registered anchor accounts on Douyin Live and started live broadcasts. Because it is a new website with few anchors and high popularity, the popularity of these anchors' live broadcast rooms easily surpasses the number of viewers of live broadcasts on other platforms. Coupled with the live broadcast benefits given to anchors by Douyin Live, more and more small anchors have seen hope and have switched to it. That night, Douyin Live was the talk of the town, constantly hitting the hot searches on various news websites and topic lists. Many people were also investigating who was the boss behind Douyin Live, but after a whole night of investigation, they did not find any clues. On just the first night, Douyin Live became popular, causing many people to stay awake all night, discussing, watching, and even playing the free games in it. Qin Feng, who had no idea about this, slept until dawn and was awakened by a knock on the door. Really? You won't let me go even when my bestie is here? Qin Feng stretched, too lazy to put on clothes, so he got out of bed with his upper body naked and opened the door reluctantly. Xiao Feng, I made breakfast, do you want to eat it, or? Outside the door, Su Xiao, who was wearing a loose suspender nightgown, had just opened her mouth when she was attracted by Qin Feng's perfect figure and six-pack abs. Early in the morning, not only the man's penis was rising, Su Xiao also felt her blood pressure soaring, and she couldn't control it. You have a great figure. It's okay. Sorry, I thought it was Junjun. You guys go eat first, I'll put on some clothes and come. Qin Feng quickly closed the door and found a piece of clothing to put on. I thought it was that bitch Xu Li Jun who asked me to run. I was so careless. After a quick wash, Qin Feng opened the door and walked towards the restaurant. Before reaching the restaurant, I saw Xu Li Jun and Su Xiao whispering intimately from a distance. When they saw Qin Feng, their faces turned red at the same time and they avoided looking at him. Good morning. Qin Feng greeted them as if nothing had happened, then sat down opposite them, picked up a pancake and took a big bite. Huh. Qin Feng was slightly stunned, and looked carefully at the bitten cake in his hand, then looked at Su Xiao and praised. Not bad, Xiao. I didn't expect you to be so pretty and cook delicious breakfast. Whoever marries you in the future must have accumulated good fortune in several lifetimes. Honestly, her level is almost catching up with mine. She is really beautiful and her cooking skills are even better. Qin Feng is not exaggerating. Ever since he acquired god-level cooking skills, his taste has become more and more picky. It was already difficult for him to swallow the ordinary food, let alone such sincere praise for others. Is it really delicious? Su Xiao asked with a strange look on her face. When Qin Feng nodded in agreement, she pointed at Xu Li Jun and said with a smile. This egg pancake was made by Junjun, MMMM. Before she could finish her words, Xu Li Jun covered her mouth. Just eat your meal. Why are you talking to him so much? Xu Li Jun pretended to be vicious, glared at Su Xiao, then pushed the plate of egg pancakes in front of Qin Feng and said in a cold tone. If you like it, I'll give it to you. I'm not hungry. Qin Feng blinked and found that Xu Lijun glanced away after a brief glance at him. He suddenly felt a little amused. Thank you, Jun Jun. This stinky woman wants to feed me, but she doesn't want to show that she cares about me. Her acting is really poor. Chapter 28, Coming to the Door. Although Qin Feng complained in his heart, he still looked at Xu Lijun a few more times. I didn't expect that this woman's omelets were so delicious. I wonder how good she is at making other dishes. As the president of one of the top 10 conglomerates, it is amazing that he can cook. He is really amazing that he can make Qin Feng praise him so much. However, Qin Feng did not praise Xu Lijun's awareness. He lowered his head and seemed to be eating breakfast quietly, but he was actually thinking about something. Now that the live streaming website is running normally, the game needs to hurry up, otherwise it will be difficult to attract popularity once this wave of advertising heat is over. When Xu Lijun heard him mention the live broadcast website, he felt a little uncomfortable and turned to Su Xiaoxiao and said, Xiaoxiao, my phone seems to be infected. I swiped my phone this morning and a live streaming website popped up. I couldn't exit it no matter how hard I tried. You got tricked too. Su Xiaoxiao was sipping her porridge. When she heard Xu Lijun's words, she quickly put down her bowl and said angrily, my phone was also infected with this virus. I registered as a member this morning. I wanted to scold them, but then I found the games inside were quite fun, so I forgot to scold them. When Qin Feng heard the conversation between the two, he quickly drank his porridge faster. Looking at the bitter and resentful look on these two people's faces, I can't let these two women know that the website is mine. I have to finish eating and go to the company. When Xu Lijun heard Qin Feng's thoughts, he immediately looked at him with wide eyes. What did this guy say? That nasty live streaming website is his. How is it possible? Etc. She suddenly remembered what Shalai and Li Yuanqing said when she went to see Qin Feng after get off work yesterday. Qin Feng's software expertise far exceeded theirs. And this guy helped me find out the spies in the company, which also proved his extremely high computer skills. With this level of skill, it should be possible to set up a live streaming website or even a full network advertisement, right? The more she thought about it, the more she believed this to be the case, and the look she gave Qin Feng became increasingly strange. Hey, what's with that look in your eyes? Qin Feng couldn't stand Xu Lijun's murderous gaze and quickly spoke up to break the uneasiness. We've only been apart for one night, you don't have to look at me so affectionately, right? Xu Lijun blushed when he heard this. Before he could get angry and deny it, Su Xiaoxiao said with a face full of shame. It's all my fault. If I hadn't come, you wouldn't have to sleep separately. But I still want Qin Feng to sing me a few more songs. I hope you don't blame me. Xiaoxiao, what nonsense are you talking about? Xu Lijun knew that her best friend had been led astray by Qin Feng, and quickly corrected her. Don't listen to his nonsense, I haven't even moved in with him yet. Qin Feng also nodded and admitted, yes, Xiaoxiao, Jun and I haven't reached that stage yet. You can stay as long as you want. Anyway, I only have those 2 songs. I won't say any more. I'm going to work. After he finished speaking, he pulled out a tissue and wiped his mouth as he walked. After Qin Feng left for a while, Su Xiaoxiao asked with a puzzled look. Jun, you guys really don't have that. Seeing Xu Lijun nod firmly, she couldn't help but lament, what a waste. If I had a boyfriend this handsome with 6-pack abs, I would have eaten him a long time ago. What nonsense are you talking about, this guy? Xu Lijun wanted to tell her bestie the truth, but she thought that Su Xiaoxiao was already in trouble and she couldn't make things worse for her, so she just made up her mind and said. This guy has some problems in that area and is currently receiving treatment, so we can't get to that stage for the time being. Achoo! Qin Feng, who had just left the house, sneezed violently. Really? Su Xiaoxiao said with a look of regret, it's a pity that this beautiful appearance is useless, cough, dear, you have worked so hard. It doesn't matter, I'm still young anyway. Is there any cure? Well, I think there should be one. Can we talk about something else? Xu Lijun felt guilty and didn't want to say more about this matter, otherwise it would be easily exposed. This kind of thing is private in itself, and Xiaoxiao will be leaving soon, so she is not worried that Qin Feng will know that she has slandered her. Su Xiaoxiao said somewhat depressedly. You know what I want, but your little man doesn't seem to be willing to help me. I can't do anything about this. I can't force him. Xu Lijun also felt helpless. Qin Feng and she were not truly in love with each other, and she could not force Qin Feng to help Su Xiaoxiao willingly. Then do you know how many other songs he has written? Su Xiaoxiao asked again without giving up. I don't know. That guy is so mysterious. He claims he can sing thousands of songs. Xu Lijun recalled Qin Feng's previous thoughts, and then couldn't help laughing, but this is obviously bragging. Who can write thousands of songs, and every one of them is good? How many thousands? Su Xiaoxiao opened her eyes wide and suddenly felt that she was right not to rush to book a return ticket. Even if I don't have thousands of songs, a few dozen will be enough. As long as he is willing to help me, I can use these songs to create a group of stars. Honey, you must help me, okay? Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's pitiful appearance, Xu Lijun felt a little overwhelmed. I'll try my best. Actually, I'm not sure. You can give him a reward. Su Xiaoxiao leaned close to Xu Lijun's ear and whispered a few words with a smile. Oh, you're going to die. Xu Lijun's face instantly turned red, and he said again in a hurry. Didn't I tell you that Qin Feng has problems in that area? I am helpless about this too. In that case, I won't go to the company with you today. I'll go find Qin Feng. After Su Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she looked at Xu Lijun nervously. Please don't worry, I just want to find a chance to make him agree to give me a few more songs. Xu Lijun was of course a little nervous. This nervousness was not because he was afraid of what might happen between Su Xiaoxiao and Qin Feng, but because it's okay for you to look for him, but don't ask him anything problematic. Men have to save face. I understand this, don't worry. Su Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Xu Lijun agreed, she would find a way to get Qin Feng to help her. The two of them had no appetite anymore and walked out of the villa together. You can drive any car you like. The keys are in the car. The address is on the 10th to 18th floors of Fortune Building. The office is on the 16th floor. Xu Lijun gave a few instructions and got into his Ferrari. Got it, see you tonight. Su Xiaoxiao waved to Xu Lijun, then got into a Hummer. I didn't expect that she, who looks so weak, actually likes a car as domineering as the Hummer. Qin Feng drove leisurely, and by the time he arrived at the Fortune Building leisurely, it was already past working hours. Taking the elevator to the 10th floor, the moment the elevator door opened, Qin Feng thought he had taken the wrong road. I saw several people standing outside, each holding a flower, and there were 2 reporters with cameras, all staring at the elevator door. Oh my god, what's going on? Qin Feng walked out of the elevator and looked at Shalai and other subordinates behind the crowd in confusion, hoping to get an answer. Shalai just gave him a thumbs up and had no intention of coming up to explain. A female reporter holding a microphone walked up to him excitedly and said in a hurried tone, Mr. Qin, please forgive me for interrupting you. We are the special reporters of the People's Aid Foundation. In addition to thanking you in person for your generous donation to the disaster area, we also hope that you will allow us to do an exclusive interview with you. Qin Feng quickly interrupted the female reporter and said helplessly, Didn't I specifically ask you not to disturb me? Why did you come to my house? Chapter 29, Noble People. Worried that Qin Feng would be angry about this, the female reporter quickly said, Mr. Qin, can I interview you alone? Don't worry, it won't take up too much of your time. Come to my office, Shalai, why don't you get to work? After Qin Feng finished speaking, he went straight to the office. It's not a bad thing for the donation to be exposed, but if he wants to shoot a video for the news, he will refuse. It doesn't fit his image as a good-for-nothing to be in the limelight, and it would be a waste if it affected his rewards. Shalai and others also hurried back to their work posts, but many of them were still whispering to each other as they walked, and their eyes were looking at Qin Feng with even more fanaticism. Qin Feng had just taken a few steps when he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Qin Feng, wait a moment. This voice belongs to Su Xiaoxiao. Why are you here with me if you're not with Junjun? Qin Feng turned around and looked at Su Xiaoxiao with a puzzled look and asked. Su Xiaoxiao was fully armed at this time, with a mask, a baseball cap and big sunglasses. Seeing that Qin Feng had no intention of welcoming her, she said with a little embarrassment, Junjun is quite busy, I don't want to disturb her. Does that mean I'm free? Qin Feng rolled his eyes and asked the reporters to follow him. That's not what I meant, Su Xiaoxiao waved her hands quickly. Seeing the two reporters holding microphones and cameras, she changed the subject and asked, "What are these two reporters here for?" The female reporter had been secretly observing Su Xiaoxiao. She always felt that Su Xiaoxiao looked a little familiar, but she just couldn't guess who she was for a moment. Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's question, she took the initiative to explain. Mr. Qin donated more than 40 million to the disaster area. This spirit is worth learning from, so let's do an exclusive interview with Mr. Qin. After hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao immediately gave a thumbs up and praised. Qin Feng, I didn't expect you to be so responsible. No wonder Jun likes you. Keep a low profile, it's not a big deal. Qin Feng replied calmly and led everyone into the office. After inviting the two reporters to sit down, Su Xiaoxiao took the initiative to pour water for everyone. Qin Feng glanced at Su Xiaoxiao. Of course he knew the purpose of this woman's pursuit, but if she wanted him to sing a few more songs, a glass of water was obviously not enough. Ignoring Su Xiaoxiao for now, he looked at the reporter and said, "First of all, I don't want to be in the spotlight, so please don't take photos or videos. It's best not to use my real name in the reports. I just want to keep a low profile. Excuse me, Mr. Qin. We hope you will allow us to promote your spirit of selfless dedication. Our country currently needs positive energy representatives like you. Positive energy means you can find someone else. I donated money to the disaster area, which is just a small thing that ordinary Chinese people should do. It is not worth publicizing." Seeing that Qin Feng was very determined, the female reporter felt helpless and could only settle for the next best thing. "Then Mr. Qin, we cannot take photos or videos, and we can even promise not to report your specific identity. But we will publish your name truthfully. Is that okay with you?" "Well, okay, there are many people named Qin Feng in China anyway." Qin Feng knew that these reporters were like dog skin plasters. If they were not given something practical, they would not leave easily. "Thank you, Mr. Qin. I'll just ask a few questions and then leave." "You ask." After getting Qin Feng's consent, the female reporter sorted out her thoughts and asked, "Mr. Qin, what were your thoughts when you donated money to the disaster area?" This is a very common question from journalists, and people who answer it usually say something passionate and righteous. In this case, with a little polishing later on, it can become a positive publicity content. Qin Feng fell into memories when he heard this question. "If it wasn't for that flood, I wouldn't have become so depressed, and I wouldn't have accidentally traveled through time." "Mr. Qin! Mr. Qin!" Seeing Qin Feng suddenly become dazed, the female reporter shouted twice in some confusion. This question shouldn't be difficult to answer. Qin Feng came back to his senses and said apologetically, "Sorry, I just thought of something else." The female reporter immediately said sympathetically, "It's okay, Mr. Qin. If you are not comfortable talking, how about changing the question?" "There's nothing inconvenient to say," Qin Feng thought for a moment, then said, "I have a very good friend who died in the flood due to some accident." "I see." Both the female reporter and Su Xiaoxiao suddenly realized that they were missing their good friend. However, such an answer is obviously not in line with their positive energy, heroic character. The female reporter thought about it for a moment and prepared to ask a different question. Su Xiaoxiao at the side couldn't help but ask directly, "Qin Feng, can you tell me whether your friend is a man or a woman? Does it matter whether it's a boy or a girl?" Qin Feng looked at the ceiling, his eyes a little vague. "The past is the past." "I'm sorry, I was just asking." Su Xiaoxiao apologized quickly. Anyone could see that Qin Feng was reminded of the past, which might be the kind that he couldn't bear to recall. "It's all right, reporter. My time is limited. If you have any questions, please ask them now." "Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll just ask a few more questions and then I'll leave." The female reporter quickly said, "Your generous donation this time even exceeds the amount of many well-known companies and celebrities. I would like to ask, does this money have a big impact on you?" "Impact?" Qin Feng smiled and said, "I don't know if the impact is big or not, but this is almost all the funds I can mobilize." After hearing Qin Feng's words, the reporter was immediately in awe. Mr. Qin is indeed a noble person, and he has done his best for the disaster area. When I was asking about Qin Feng before, I heard these people call him Mr. Qin. It seems that this Mr. Qin is not only rich, but also has noble character and is worthy of publicity. Su Xiaoxiao had heard from Xu Lijun about Qin Feng's situation. Before they got engaged, Qin Feng was just an unemployed young man. Maybe Junjun paid for it and asked Qin Feng to donate it in his name. Su Xiaoxiao thought to herself and prepared to go back and ask Xu Lijun in the evening. The reporter asked some more questions, and after Qin Feng answered them, he again rejected the request for high-profile publicity. The reporter then left with a little regret. Qin Feng, did you pay for this alone, or did Junjun pay for it together with you? As soon as the office door was closed, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help asking. Qin Feng said casually, it should be considered that we paid together. He earned these tens of millions by using the living expenses given to him by Xu Lijun to trade stocks, so there is nothing wrong with saying that. But Su Xiaoxiao looked as if it was expected. Junjun must have paid the most. Then you are busy. I won't disturb you from working. I will go out and take a walk first. Su Xiaoxiao saw that Qin Feng was already busy at the computer, so she tactfully said goodbye and left. Qin Feng looked up and smiled. Although this woman came here with the clear purpose of looking for an opportunity to ask for a song, she did not open her mouth and even took the initiative to leave so as not to disturb his work. This was a smart move. If Su Xiaoxiao asked for a song as soon as the reporters left, Qin Feng would look down on her. Su Xiaoxiao left Qin Feng's office and thought of Xu Lijun saying that the 10th to 18th floors of the Fortune building were all rented, so she wanted to go to other floors to have a look. When I got to the elevator, the two reporters hadn't come down yet. When the female reporter saw Su Xiaoxiao, she suddenly smiled and asked, "Excuse me, are you the famous star Su Xiaoxiao?" Chapter 30, Debut at the Peak. Su Xiaoxiao was startled and quickly checked her hat, mask and sunglasses. Seeing this, the female reporter smiled even more and said quickly, "You're wrapped up nicely, don't worry." "Then how did you get the feeling that I'm the big star Su Xiaoxiao?" "I'm your fan. I was suspicious when I heard your voice just now. After all, your voice is too recognizable. And with the way you're dressed, most people wouldn't be dressed like this, right?" After hearing what the female reporter said, Su Xiaoxiao admitted it generously, "Okay, I am Su Xiaoxiao, but I hope you can keep it a secret from me." "No problem." The female reporter was overjoyed and moved closer to Su Xiaoxiao and said, "Let's take a photo together." This request was not excessive. Su Xiaoxiao cooperated by taking off her mask and sunglasses and taking photos with the female reporter. After the photo shoot, the female reporter looked at Su Xiaoxiao, who had put on her sunglasses and mask again, and asked curiously, "Ms. Su, you and Mr. Qin?" "He is my best friend's fiancé, and he recently developed a game and wanted me to be the spokesperson." Su Xiaoxiao was afraid that these reporters would report something inaccurate, so she immediately explained the reason and purpose of her coming here. "I see." The female reporter suddenly understood. When she saw the elevator door open, she smiled and said, "Then we'll meet again if we're lucky." "No." Su Xiaoxiao waved her hand, and when the elevator door closed, she suddenly lost interest in the visit. She walked to the company's conference room. It was empty and there was no meeting going on, so it was quiet. He took out his mobile phone and listened to the songs sung by Qin Feng twice. Then, after thinking about it, he clipped a passage from one of the songs and posted it on the official Weibo of his studio. Although she is a big star, she is currently being banned and many programs related to her have been taken off the air. Even the official Weibo account is often flooded with internet trolls. Whenever a post is made, there will be countless insults and insults. This time was no exception. Within 2 minutes of posting, her post was forwarded thousands of times, and the comments were all abusive. "Hey, Xiaolin Entertainment is posting updates again. Shut it down early, no one reads what you post. You're posting a song? Now that you don't have a famous lyricist or composer to help you, what good song can you write? I don't want to listen. Why are you setting up an entertainment company when you don't even have a famous artist? Just declare it bankrupt as soon as possible. I don't know what to say, but I'll just curse you. Brothers, don't just curse, let's report it together and say that this song is plagiarized. Yes, no need to listen, just report it and it's over." Su Xiaoxiao suddenly felt aggrieved when she saw a lot of insults coming out just a few minutes after she posted her status. "Just because I refused the unspoken rules, I have to pay a huge amount of liquidated damages and be banned. I opened an entertainment company myself, but these people still didn't let me go. They even sent a large number of internet trolls to scold or report me as soon as I posted a post. Seeing the most liked and forwarded abusive comment, she couldn't help it anymore and replied directly below. I didn't plagiarize. This song is original. It would have been fine if I didn't reply, but as soon as I did, countless comments appeared below. Oh, are you so angry? If you don't want to mention plagiarism, why is there only one paragraph? Haven't you figured out how to change the other content? Yeah, now without the help of musicians, even plagiarism is difficult, so I can only get this short piece. If you don't have an artist, don't get involved in the entertainment industry. The water here is very deep and you can't control it. Why don't you just act? Why do you have to start a company? Seeing more and more people attacking her for posting a short clip, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help it anymore and directly uploaded the 2 videos of Qin Feng playing guitar and singing last night. It also comes with a long paragraph of text. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Whether it is an original song or plagiarism, let the facts speak for themselves. These 2 videos have just been released and have still caused a wave of abuse. But soon, those anti-fans and water army suddenly felt something was wrong. It seemed that a comment suddenly appeared, suppressing their abuse. These 2 songs are so touching. This is the first time I've heard these lyrics and styles. Xiaoxiao, there were so many people scolding you before that I didn't dare to say anything. But now I want to tell those haters that I will always support you. The man singing is so handsome. Is he the artist Xiaoxiao has hidden away? He is at the peak of his career right after his debut. Love it, this handsome singer playing the guitar really fascinates me. Not only does he play the guitar well, but his singing is also so charming. Support Xiaoxiao, support Xiaolin Entertainment. I support the handsome singer to debut soon. Supporting guitars. When Su Xiaoxiao saw that her own comment section saw for the first time more supporters than insulters, she couldn't help herself any longer and took off her sunglasses to wipe away her tears. She responded to several supportive comments. Thanks for the support. Then I quit Weibo. The song was sung by Qin Feng. Last night, Qin Feng made it clear that he didn't want to be in the spotlight, so he asked her to take it back and find someone to cover it. I posted the video of Qin Feng singing on Weibo without permission, so of course I had to tell Qin Feng about it. After walking out of the meeting room, she calmed herself down a little, walked to the door of Qin Feng's office, and knocked gently a few times. Come in. Qin Feng, who was trading stocks, shouted without even raising his head, and then concentrated on looking at his stocks. Although he only had a few $100,000 in funds left, he was confident that he could multiply it several times within a month. Qin Feng, I have something to tell you. I hope you won't be angry. I told you I only know those 2 songs. I'll write for you when I get inspiration. Qin Feng still didn't turn back, but he had completed the operation and was ready to exit the software. Su Xiaoxiao bit her lip, looking as if she had done something wrong, and said with a flushed face. That's not the matter. I just posted the video of you singing last night on Weibo. That's good, wait. Qin Feng raised his head abruptly, stared at Su Xiaoxiao with wide eyes and asked, Did you send out the video of me singing? Yes. Qin Feng stroked his forehead and felt that women were indeed all liars. Especially beautiful women. Didn't you promise me not to tell anyone that I sang the song? Why did you send out the video of me singing? I'm sorry, because. Su Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, but tears immediately flowed down. Thinking of those insults, it was like a sharp knife stabbing into her chest. She really couldn't bear it. Hey, don't cry. Qin Feng suddenly felt overwhelmed. It's not a big deal, just post it. Isn't it just 1 day less of reward? Never mind. Anyway, I am not short of money. Hearing that Qin Feng had forgiven her so easily, Su Xiaoxiao was still a little bit unbelieving. You forgive me? Qin Feng stood up helplessly and said, You've already posted it, what else can I do? It's probably too late to delete the video now, right? He was well aware of the power of netizens, and for a celebrity like Su Xiaoxiao, anything he posted would be quickly forwarded and saved. Thank you. I'll treat you and Junjun to dinner tonight. Su Xiaoxiao didn't know how to express her gratitude, and could only say something cliché like, Please treat me to a meal. Qin Feng took out his cell phone, waved his hand and said, What's so good about the meal? What's your Weibo account name? Let me check my videos to see if I have the potential to be a big star. Chapter 31. It's really hard work. Seeing that Qin Feng really didn't seem angry, Su Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly moved closer to Qin Feng and said, "My official account is Xiaolin Entertainment Xiaoxiao, you can search it, yes, that's it." Qin Feng found Su Xiaoxiao's official account, but he didn't rush to watch the two pinned videos. Instead, he casually looked through the historical updates that Su Xiaoxiao had posted. Xiaolin Entertainment Xiaoxiao, today my Xiaolin Entertainment company was established, please support it. Comment below. Girl, put down your breasts, support your grandma's legs. You are the only one who still runs a studio. Honest people don't talk behind people's backs, you're so at acting, but running a company is not your forte, so you should just close it down as soon as possible. The wind blew my pants and my balls were cold. I'm writing this as a proof that your studio must close down within a year, otherwise I'll perform a Japanese fan show. Xiaolin Entertainment Xiaoxiao, I signed 2 well-known artists today, I am so happy. Comment below. Gender, male, hobby, I signed 2 outdated artists who can't get any roles. How can you be happy? Aixinjueluo Dubi, with these 2 outdated artists, the company will go bankrupt in half a year. Xiaoyaojing, without popular artists, no one will watch the TV shows. Don't believe anything about selfies, still filming for TV. Do they have a script? Qin Feng found it funny and looked through a few more updates, only to find that they were almost all insults. It seems like your fans don't think highly of you. No, these are all haters hired by the company I terminated my contract with. I still have some die-hard fans. Su Xiaoxiao felt embarrassed and didn't want Qin Feng to look down on her, so she quickly explained. Qin Feng didn't comment, but clicked on the pinned video and the comments to start reading. The recording with the mobile phone is still a little bit bad. If there is a special recording device, the effect will be better. Qin Feng said this casually, but in fact he felt somewhat sympathetic towards Su Xiaoxiao. Xu Lijun had said before that Su Xiaoxiao was in a difficult situation now, but he didn't expect that even a post on social media would be met with a barrage of abuse. It seems that there is no shortage of black fans in every world, but there seem to be a little too many of them here with Su Xiaoxiao. When Su Xiaoxiao heard Qin Feng's words, a hint of expectation appeared in her eyes. Qin Feng, do you want to help me? I can rent the best recording studio for you. You think too much. Qin Feng shook his head and said, although I sympathize with you, I still don't want to be in the spotlight. This time, I will not bother with you for Junjun's sake, but I can only help you this much for now. Su Xiaoxiao was immediately disappointed when she heard this, but soon smiled and said, I am greedy. I won't bother you anymore. I will go find Junjun. Let's go to the Dynasty Hotel for dinner tonight. I will go back to the company tomorrow morning. That's fine. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Su Xiaoxiao was not interesting to him, so it would be better to find Xu Lijun. Su Xiaoxiao walked towards the office door, and just as she opened the door, she suddenly turned around and said, by the way, I know an old Chinese doctor with excellent medical skills. I'll introduce you to him someday. Old Chinese doctor. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Why did you introduce an old Chinese doctor to me? I'm not sick. I didn't say you were sick. Su Xiaoxiao explained nervously, this old Chinese doctor's medical skills are really good. He is an authority in the whole country and even the whole world. Whether you are sick or not, it is good to know such a person. Okay, thank you in advance. Qin Feng said this politely, but he actually curled his lips in his heart. No matter how advanced his medical skills are, can they be better than the top level of traditional Chinese medicine that he got from the system? Su Xiaoxiao did not dare to say too much, for fear that Qin Feng would feel inferior. She waved goodbye to Qin Feng again and left the office. Qin Feng glanced at the time, walked out of the office and prepared to check the progress of the game. He has top-notch software engineering skills, and people like Shalai also hope to get his guidance. With his help, the game can be launched online faster. Magic City. Wentian Entertainment Group. In the president's office, several senior executives were all staring at a computer. The video playing on the computer was the one that Su Xiaoxiao had pinned. Do any of you know this young man who is singing? President Wan Wenshuan lit a cigar and asked calmly while lying in his comfortable office chair. Several executives looked at each other and shook their heads. I've never seen this person before. I just did some research and found out that he doesn't even have any record of studying at any film and television academy or music school. Su Xiaoxiao flew to Jiang province yesterday and released the video today. And judging by the footage in her video, it should have been shot at night, so if nothing unexpected happens, Su Xiaoxiao went to Jiang province to meet this young man and recorded this video last night. Looking at the background in the video, it was filmed in a very luxurious villa. And Su Xiaoxiao has a close friend, Xu Lijun, the president of Tinhui Group, one of the top 10 financial groups in China. If the video was shot at Xu Lijun's home, would the person singing also be at Xu's home? Several senior executives discussed with each other and quickly deduced a lot of useful information. When Xuan slowly blew out a smoke ring, then suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow rotten teeth, and said, "It's quite interesting that we can find such a strong ally. First, find out whether this young man is really in the Xu family and what his relationship with them is. If possible, dig him up by any means necessary. Mr. What if we can't dig it up? Is this your first day working with me?" When Xuan pressed his cigar hard into the ashtray, his face showing anger. "If you can't dig him out, then find a way to destroy him." Yes. Jiang province. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Qin Feng, who was watching his live broadcast website in front of the computer, received a call from Xu Lijun. "Xiao Feng, are you off work?" "Not yet. The game has just started production and there are too many things to do." "Why are you making that phone call for no reason?" "It's interrupting my time watching the beauty live." Xu Lijun. "You've worked so hard. Junjun, I'm already touched that you care about me. In order to get the game done sooner, I don't mind not eating or sleeping." Qin Feng bowed with a refined and slightly tired tone, and he thought his words were very well chosen, and Xu Lijun would surely be deeply moved. "I don't ask Xu Lijun to fall in love with me, just don't be in a hurry to end the relationship with me." Unfortunately, he didn't know that his smug voice betrayed him. "My acting skills are getting better and better. If I were this stinky woman, I would be moved by myself. You really touched me." Xu Lijun gritted his teeth and said, "Don't work so hard for now. Xiao Xiao said she must treat us to a meal. The Dynasty Hotel will wait for you. I still have to work overtime." Bang! The phone was hung up. Qin Feng stared at his phone blankly, feeling puzzled. What's wrong with this woman? Can't you even give a word of praise to your fiancé who works hard, even if he's just your subordinate? It looks like some relatives are coming. Well, there's this old Chinese doctor that Xiao Xiao mentioned today. Maybe he can help her. Let Xiao Xiao introduce him to her when you have time. Qin Feng was thinking in his mind and had already turned off the computer. He was about to go out when a system notification sounded in his mind. Chapter 32, Skill Rewards. Qin Feng has long been accustomed to the system giving out rewards every evening. However, after hearing the mission reward, he was stunned for a long time. Ding, yesterday's rewards are being distributed. Congratulations on obtaining Bajikan Grandmaster level. There is only one reward this time. No assets, money, or life skills. Kung Fu. This is what Qin Feng has been wanting for some time, especially after seeing that old guy Luo Yongshan crush the solid wood furniture with his bare hands. He wanted more urgently to have the ability to protect himself. Although he has a physique comparable to that of an athlete, and has cheats such as lucky charms and bad luck charms, if he really encounters someone unreasonable, he won't even have a chance to fight back. Now it's all right, he has acquired the skills of martial arts, and has directly reached the Grandmaster level. Learn quickly. His head felt slightly dizzy, and a lot of memories immediately appeared in his mind. The body's bones, muscles, etc. are all being improved, and many martial arts techniques are not only engraved in the mind, but also engraved throughout the body, forming muscle memory. Once he was fully awake and adjusted to his newfound abilities, he became even more excited. He also had a clear understanding of the division of martial arts strength in this world. Martial artists are divided into 4 levels: Ming Jin, and Jin, Hua Jin, and Grandmaster. Each level is divided into 4 small realms: early, middle, late, and perfect. With Ming Jin strength, it is generally no problem for him to deal with a few to a dozen ordinary people. The strength of an Jin is already that of a master among martial artists. Ming Jin is only an external skill level, but an Jin is already a minor level of internal skill. People with this level of strength are already able to break monuments and split rocks without damaging their bodies, just like Luo Yongxin can crush solid wood. At least they are all warriors with dark energy strength. As for Hua Jin, it represents the culmination of internal strength. People who have reached this level of strength are already considered masters and generally will not fight with others. Once the fight begins, it will be either death or injury. Those who have reached the level of Grandmaster in the field of martial arts are all talented people who are able to establish their own schools and create their own skills. To reach the level of a Grandmaster, whether it is the aptitude for practicing martial arts, the accumulation of internal strength, or the understanding of martial arts, one must reach the top level to have a chance to break through. Once one becomes a master, martial arts moves are no longer so important, because any attack made by a person of this level cannot be resisted by ordinary masters of Hua Jin. However, there have been very few people who have been able to reach this level. For example, Zhang Sanfeng, the creator of Tai Chi, is a master. The reward Qin Feng received today was actually the master level Bajikan, which made him directly become a master. He was very confused. What kind of performance yesterday deserved such a reward? Well, I need to study this sometime to see if I can get similar or even better rewards. Qin Feng was in a good mood and left the office refreshed. Boss Qin, Shalai, Li Yuanqing and others had not yet left work. When they saw Qin Feng, they immediately greeted him respectfully. Seeing these people behave completely differently from the first day he entered the company, Qin Feng just nodded slightly and said, "Aren't you going to get off work yet? Let's do it tomorrow." Shalai immediately patted his chest and said, "Boss Qin, please go home first. We must get the game online as soon as possible." Li Yuanqing also scratched his bald head and said, "I learned a lot from you, President Qin, today. I also need to work overtime to study it." Seeing that this guy looked like a 50-year-old man, Qin Feng patted his shoulder and said, "Xiao Li, get off work early and go get a haircut and shave. If you have time one day, go get a hair transplant or something. Don't make yourself look like an old man. If others don't know, they will think that I am an inhuman leader." "Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll do it once the game is successfully launched. It's up to you. Take care of your own body." Qin Feng walked towards the elevator and replied calmly. Shalai and Li Yuanqing watched Qin Feng's figure disappear before they withdrew their gaze. "Planning Stone, do you want to get off work?" "Xiao Li, don't bully me. I will never let myself get off the early shift until my skills reach the level of Mr. Qin." He, you think the same as me, then keep working overtime. I don't mind even if my hair becomes completely bald. Walk." After the two of them finished talking, they returned to work together to work overtime. Although Qin Feng didn't have much time to guide them every day, each instruction was just right and inspired them deeply. The more they interacted with Qin Feng, the more they admired Qin Feng's technical level. If they worked before mainly for money and creating a hit game secondarily, now they both just want to learn more from Qin Feng. After Qin Feng went downstairs, he drove his G-Class leisurely towards the Dynasty Hotel. Dynasty Hotel, Dailian Hua Box. Su Xiaoxiao and Xu Lijun looked at the table full of delicious food but did not start eating. "Xiaoxiao, are you really leaving tomorrow? How about you stay for 2 more days, and I'll take care of things here, and then spend 2 days with you." Xu Lijun held Su Xiaoxiao's hand and said reluctantly. Su Xiaoxiao showed a charming smile and said casually, Jun, I won't disturb your world of two. I am very grateful to you this time, especially Qin Feng, for not blaming me for breaking the agreement." When Xu Lijun heard Su Xiaoxiao praising Qin Feng, he really wanted to explain to her that Qin Feng was just a fake fiancé and even an undercover with ulterior motives. However, Su Xiaoxiao's current situation was much more difficult than hers. She didn't want to add more pressure to her, so she could only say casually, "That guy is not as nice as you say. If he makes me angry one day, I will kick him." Su Xiaoxiao immediately acted as a peacemaker. Jun, this is your fault. Qin Feng is handsome and kind-hearted. By the way, a reporter interviewed him this morning and said that he had donated more than 40 million yuan to the disaster area. You two are united in your thoughts when it comes to charity, so why are you so hypocritical behind the scenes? What donation? More than 40 million. Xu Lijun's eyes widened immediately. Where did Qin Feng get so much money? You do not know. Su Xiaoxiao was a little dumbfounded. When she left Qin Feng's place today and arrived at Xu Lijun's company, she saw that she was busy all the time and she didn't tell her about this. I didn't expect Xu Lijun to be so confused. Seeing that Xu Lijun was indeed unaware, Su Xiaoxiao slapped her forehead and said, Qin Feng said in person today that you contributed to this donation. My credit. Xu Lijun blinked, and suddenly remembered Qin Feng's previous thoughts. Tomorrow Lonson Technologies stock will rise sharply, I have to take the opportunity to buy it and make some extra money. And the next day, Lonson Technology really hit the daily limit. Did this guy make money by speculating in stocks with the living expenses I gave him? Adding the 10 million he gave me for helping me find the spy, he made more than 30 million in 3 months with the 300,000 living expenses I gave him. Xu Lijun still couldn't believe it. Does he have the ability to make money? Because if this is true, then that means other things might be true too. Thinking of Qin Feng's voices, which he thought were delusions, Xu Lijun felt his head buzzing. This is just a small amount of money, not even a fraction of my assets. You are treating me like a beggar. If my money is not something that can't be touched, who would care about your little money? How dare you, an old man, threaten me? I have hundreds of billions of dollars now, how can I be interested in this bitch's property? I still own 25% of the shares of this hotel. I don't know if I will be recognized if I go with this woman. Thinking of this, she stood up suddenly, which scared Su Xiaoxiao. Honey, what's wrong with you? Xiaoxiao, wait for me for a moment. I want to meet the CEO of the Dynasty Hotel Hong Shiwei. Chapter 33 Who is seeking death? Dynasty Hotel, Chairman's office. Mr. Xu, what do you want to talk to me about? Why do you look so serious? Hong Shiwei asked Xu Lijun to sit down and talk, but Xu Lijun got straight to the point and asked. Boss Hong, I have something very important to ask you now. I hope you can tell me the truth. What's up? Hong Shiwei remained calm, but he already had a guess in his mind. Xu Lijun looked him straight in the eyes and asked word by word. I want to know if Qin Feng owns 25% of the shares of your Dynasty Hotel. Hong Shiwei's expression changed instantly, and then he gritted his teeth and asked, so the guy who suddenly became a shareholder of our company is really your fiancé Qin Feng? Did he really invest in your hotel? Xu Lijun's expression also changed. This guy is telling the truth. What about him claiming to be worth hundreds of billions? Seeing Xu Lijun's expression constantly changing, Hong Shiwei couldn't help but feel puzzled. Mr. Xu, from the look on your face, it seems that you don't know that your fiancé has invested in my hotel. If I say I just know it now, would you believe me? Xu Lijun felt mixed emotions and even a little unsteady on his feet. After sitting down on the sofa, he continued to ask. Boss Hong, can you tell me when this happened? Last month, I can't remember the details, but it seems like I woke up one day and found out that someone had legally acquired a stake in my hotel. Outside the Dynasty Hotel. Qin Feng found a spot in the parking lot and stopped. Before he got out of the car, he discovered that a group of men in black had surrounded his car. What are you trying to do? Qin Feng lowered the car window, looked at the men in black and asked. Mr. Qin Feng, right? Our boss wants to talk to you. He's in that RV over there. Look, do you see it? A man in black with sunglasses and a mustache seemed to be a small leader. He walked to Qin Feng's car door and said. Do I know you guys? If you ask me to go, I will go. Who is your boss? Qin Feng said with disdain, my time is precious, so I won't go. You guys go now. He felt somewhat fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, he received a reward of martial arts today, which allowed him to become a master-level expert. A master-level expert. This is a master who is taller than a 3-story building. Even though the other side has more people, he is not worried at all. Unless the other party has a gun. Mr. Qin, if you don't cooperate, we will have to offend you. While the man with a mustache was speaking, he actually pulled out a small pistol from his waist and pointed the muzzle directly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Is this a crow's mouth? It seems that I should think less about messy things in the future. You are well prepared. Qin Feng was a little amused. He slowly opened the car door, got out of the car, and quickly glanced at the scene. Including the man with a mustache, there were 8 young men in total. Fortunately, the rest of them had no weapons. There should be people and weapons in the RV not far away. With his strength, at such a close distance, he was sure to make the mustache guy lose his fighting ability in an instant. However, since the other party came to his door with such a big fuss, he certainly wanted to find out their purpose and identity. Having made up his mind, Qin Feng said calmly, "Come on, I'll go meet your boss." Seeing that he was so cooperative, the mustache man immediately put away his gun, smiled kindly and said, "Mr. Qin, you just need to cooperate. I was the one who offended you just now. I have something else to do, don't waste your time." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he took the initiative to walk towards the RV not far away. Seeing him so calm and composed, the men in black were all a little surprised. If most people are scared by a gun, wouldn't their faces turn pale and their steps become weak? But Qin Feng's tone of voice didn't even tremble. The man with the mustache reacted and immediately waved his hand, and everyone followed Qin Feng to his left and right and behind him. As soon as I approached the RV, its electric door slowly opened. Looking at the thickness of the electric door, even a bullet might not be able to penetrate it. The man with the mustache made a gesture of invitation to Qin Feng, and said respectfully, "Mr. Qin, our boss is waiting for you inside, just go in." Qin Feng didn't hesitate and walked in. Although he was confident in his ability, he still silently used a lucky charm just to be on the safe side. Lucky charm, use it to increase your luck value, the effect lasts for 1 hour. The first feeling inside the RV is luxury and spaciousness, and there is a small living room near the door. Sitting on the small sofa in the living room was a man in his early 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white suit. The man looked very elegant. When he saw Qin Feng, he immediately stretched out his hand and motioned Qin Feng to sit opposite him. "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry for the rudeness. Please sit down and have a cup of tea first." Qin Feng sat opposite him, not wanting to play along, and said directly, "We probably don't know each other. If you want to talk to me about something, just tell me directly. I may not agree to it." Mr. Qin is really quick-witted. The middle-aged man smiled, and took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Qin Feng, and then said calmly, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qin Feng, and many people call me Third Brother or Third Master. I am a few years older than you, so you can call me Brother Kang." "Xiao Kang, stop talking nonsense. I have a date. Just tell me what you want to say." Now that he hasn't even figured out this guy's identity and purpose, it's impossible for Qin Feng to call him brother. Kang Sanping frowned slightly, but his good qi cultivation skills allowed him to hold it in. "Since Mr. Qin doesn't like beating around the bush, I'll get straight to the point. I came to Mr. Qin this time because I want to cooperate with you, Mr. Qin." Cooperation. Qin Feng blinked and began to guess in his heart, could it be that this person was sent by Guan Yunyang, who wanted to cooperate with him to develop the game? However, since these people dared to use guns when discussing cooperation with him, he would not agree to anything. "Sorry, I'm not interested." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. "Mr. Qin, you haven't heard what I said about cooperation." Kang Sanping's brows twitched wildly, feeling that his usually gentle and elegant image could never be maintained in front of this guy. Qin Feng walked to the door without looking back. Seeing that the door of the RV was closed, he replied without looking back, "You want to cooperate, but you don't show the sincerity to cooperate. I am not interested in cooperating with you on any project. Qin Feng, you can't get out of this RV without my permission." Kang Sanping had already stood up, the gentleness on his face disappeared, replaced by cruelty. "In Jiang province, even your rich fiancé wouldn't dare to talk to the third master in this manner. Young man, it's okay to be ignorant, but if you commit suicide, no one can save you. SHHHH. Qin Feng sneered, turned around and saw Kang Sanping was about to lose his temper. He still pointed at the door of the RV slowly and said, "Xiao Kang, I agree with this. I can't blame you for being ignorant, but if you commit suicide, no one can save you." After he finished speaking, he slapped the door of the RV, and there was a loud bang. Bang. The door of the RV was blown away by this palm. P.S. This is the 3rd chapter today. This is a test result, which means this book is dead again. Including other pseudonyms, I don't know which one this is. I wanted to post it tomorrow, because I really don't have the motivation to write another chapter. There are only 2 or 3 votes, comments, and nothing else. The legendary single machine coding mode. I stayed up late to code the first 2 chapters in the morning. The 2nd chapter was scheduled to be posted at noon, but I accidentally posted it directly. Oh. Chapter 34. Thank you. Kang Sanping was shocked by Qin Feng's action. This is a bulletproof door that even bullets can't penetrate. Qin Feng actually sent him flying with just one palm. If this palm hits me. Kang Sanping felt his feet go weak and he sat back on the sofa. Although he is very powerful in Jiang province, he cannot beat Xu Lijun in terms of assets, and can only be beaten by Qin Feng in terms of strength. The men in black outside were all shocked, but they quickly reacted when they saw Qin Feng standing at the door. Don't move. What have you done to our boss? The man with a mustache immediately took out his pistol and pointed it at Qin Feng with a vigilant look. Are you asking about Xiao Kang? Qin Feng smiled slightly and looked back inside. You will know when you come in and take a look. After saying that, he took a step back inside. Don't play tricks. The man with the mustache winked at the others, and immediately two young men rushed towards the RV. Kang Sanping in the RV quickly reminded. Be careful. Bang. Before he finished speaking, Qin Feng kicked a man who was rushing in front of him. The entrance was narrow, and the man in front flew backwards, knocking several people behind him away with him. Seeing that the situation was not good, the man with a mustache quickly stepped back to avoid it. Good hiding. Qin Feng saw the opportunity, shot out, grabbed the wrist of the mustache man holding the gun, and squeezed it hard. Snap. There was a sound of broken bones, and the mustache man screamed with a distorted face, "R." A dark energy warrior can already crush wood, and Qin Feng is a master, so crushing a person's bones is even easier for him. He took the opportunity to snatch the pistol from the mustache man. With his top-notch knowledge of firearms, he immediately realized a somewhat speechless fact. This is not a real gun. Groove. I was almost scared by a simulation gun. This guy with the mustache is really too much. Seeing that the man with the mustache was half squatting on the ground wailing, Qin Feng raised his foot and kicked him hard in the face. Damn it. I told you to scare me with a toy gun. Seeing that Qin Feng recognized that the gun was fake, the man with a mustache who was kicked and rolled over did not dare to say a word. Kang Sanping in the RV heard the screams of his subordinates outside and hurried out. Mr. Qin, don't do it, it's all a misunderstanding. We are really sincere in seeking cooperation with you. Is this your sincerity? Qin Feng raised the toy gun in his hand and said with a look of disdain, if I hadn't practiced before, I would have been scared to death today. Tell me, who sent you here? After he said that, he picked up a toy gun and pointed it at Kang Sanping. Although he knew clearly that this was a toy gun, Kang Sanping still felt frightened after taking a look at the mustache man lying outside and the RV door. Mr. Qin, we are rough people. It is wrong for us to seek cooperation with you in such a rude way. It just so happens that I am also a rough man, and it is easy to hurt people if I don't know how to use my strength. Qin Feng said, and walked towards Kang Sanping step by step. Who sent you here? Stop, Mr. Qin, it's Wan Wenshuan, the president of Wentian Entertainment, who asked us to come to you. Wentian Entertainment? What the hell is that? Qin Feng was a little confused. Kang Sanping did not keep the secret any longer and immediately explained. Wentian Entertainment is the largest entertainment company in China. After seeing your singing video, the president, Wan Wenshuan, admired your talent very much, so he specially invited us to find you. Is this how he admires me? Qin Feng finally understood. Xiao Kang, tell Wan Wenshuan later that I am not interested in working with him. Not to mention that he has no interest in developing in the entertainment industry, even if he wants to, he won't work for others. What's more, he invited himself in this way. Mr. Qin, you can think about it. Director Wan said that as long as you agree to cooperate with Wentian, he can offer you generous benefits. Unnecessary. After he finished speaking, he threw the toy gun at Kang Sanping's feet, turned around and walked away without looking back, saying, also, please don't come looking for me again, or I won't be so polite next time. Mr. Qin, Mr. Wan's influence is not only in the entertainment industry, he will not give up. Qin Feng paused. Kang Sanping thought that Qin Feng was hesitating, so he continued, if Director Wan comes to you in person, it might be a real gun. Tell that Wan guy. Qin Feng turned around and said word by word, tell him not to provoke me, or I will make him regret it. When he said this, Kang Sanping and his subordinates could feel the suppressed anger, and they didn't dare to look Qin Feng in the eye. After Qin Feng disappeared, Kang Sanping found that there were several people watching from a distance. He could only say with a dark face, "Send Ian to the hospital first. We'll talk about it when we get back." "Boss, what should we do with this door?" "No more." Qin Feng arrived at the hotel lobby and calmly asked the lobby manager according to the message sent by Xu Lijun. The manager recognized Qin Feng and personally took him to the Dailian Hua box. "Mr. Qin, I won't go in." "Okay, thank you." Qin Feng smiled and opened the door. Inside, Su Xiaoxiao and Xu Lijun were chatting. When she saw Qin Feng, Su Xiaoxiao immediately stood up and greeted him. "Xiao Feng, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, the food would have gotten cold. There are too many things to do in the company, so I'm late." Qin Feng smiled slightly, walked to the seat opposite the two of them and prepared to sit down. Su Xiaoxiao waved and said, "Why are you sitting so far away? Come sit next to Junjun." Upon hearing this, Xu Lijun rarely refuted. She looked at Qin Feng secretly, but couldn't understand, how could this guy look like a super rich man? Qin Feng glanced at Xu Lijun, and seeing that she didn't say anything, he could only rub his nose and walked over to sit next to Xu Lijun. "Since Xiaofeng is here, let's start eating." Su Xiaoxiao picked up the wine glass and said to the two of them, "I have a flight at noon tomorrow, so let's get drunk today. Tilda, I'll toast to you guys first." "Leaving tomorrow?" Qin Feng nodded slightly, and after drinking a cup with Su Xiaoxiao, he casually asked, "Xiaoxiao, do you know Wentian Entertainment?" When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, she said angrily, "Qin Feng, this is the company I signed with before. I recently opened an entertainment company, and Wentian Entertainment teamed up with other entertainment companies and artists to ban me. Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" "Nothing, just a casual question." Qin Feng thought for a moment, and then continued, "Since you have a good relationship with Junjun, I'll give you a few more songs when we get back tonight." "Humph. Wentian Entertainment, you dare to send someone to threaten me, how can I let you off easily?" "Real?" Su Xiaoxiao was immediately pleasantly surprised, feeling that happiness came so suddenly. How many songs? She pinned the previous 2 songs to stop the black fans from talking. Even if she can't come up with new songs later, others can still lead the trend. But if she can come up with a few more new songs, she will have enough room to maneuver and get her company through the most difficult phase. After hearing Qin Feng's inner thoughts, Xu Lijun frowned slightly. Did Wentian Entertainment threaten him? If it was true, this guy didn't explain the situation to them, and even ignored the other party's threats and continued to help Su Xiaoxiao. No matter what the reason, Xu Lijun felt it necessary to thank Qin Feng. So she took the initiative to fill Qin Feng's glass of wine. "Qin Feng, I thank you on behalf of Xiaoxiao." Chapter 35. Don't go too far. Seeing Xu Lijun taking the initiative to toast him, Qin Feng was a little surprised and drank a glass with her, still thinking in his heart, "The expression on this stinky woman's face when she looked at me today was very strange, and why did she suddenly become polite? Did I become handsome again?" When Xu Lijun heard Qin Feng's thoughts, she just curled her lips slightly and was too lazy to argue with him. She has now confirmed that Qin Feng owns shares in the Imperial Hotel, and the other things are most likely true as well. But if Qin Feng is really a billionaire, why would he pretend to be nice to me and become my fiancé? Also, what kind of person is the one who issues the tasks to this billionaire? For various reasons, Xu Lijun decided not to expose Qin Feng in a hurry and to continue waiting for an opportunity. Being able to hear Qin Feng's inner voice is her greatest reliance, so she is not worried for the time being. "Junjun, I'll be embarrassed if you look at me like this." Qin Feng couldn't stand Xu Lijun's gaze, so he could only cough a few times to remind him, but he was complaining in his heart. Does this woman really like me? It's just a few songs for her best friend. If anyone likes me, it should be her best friend Xiaoxiao who likes me. I have to say, Xiaoxiao is pretty and gentle, much better than this woman, but it's a pity that she is in the entertainment industry. Xu Lijun's forehead was black when he heard this, and he could only grit his teeth and say, "I was just thinking about something. Who wants to see you?" Su Xiaoxiao, who was standing by, pulled Xu Lijun's arm and said with a smile, "Okay, dear, stop showing off your love. Let's eat quickly, and then we can go back and listen to Qin Feng sing, okay?" "Not good." Qin Feng smiled and rejected Su Xiaoxiao's proposal. "I won't provide it for free, Junjun, you know." "Hey, girl, you don't want to see me, right?" I'll annoy you. Don't go too far. Xu Lijun immediately got furious, her eyebrows raised, her eyes wide open, and she glared at Qin Feng fiercely. Qin Feng said calmly, Jun, I am your fiancé, and Xiao Xiao is your best friend, you don't have to be embarrassed, come on. After he finished speaking, he turned sideways and stretched his face towards Xu Lijun, and continued, give me a kiss, and I'll give Xiao Xiao a song. If you want to help Xiao Xiao, don't refuse. Why don't you just die? Xu Lijun looked at Qin Feng's face, which was so close to her, and wanted to take off her high heels and take pictures of him. But Xiao Xiao beside him was already extremely excited. She grabbed her arm tightly with both hands and said hurriedly, my dear, one kiss is like a song. Come on, give him 10,000 kisses. Damn it. Qin Feng was startled and turned to look at Su Xiao Xiao, saying with a look of horror, Xiao Xiao, do you want Jun to eat me? People are divided into groups. Su Xiao Xiao seems harmless, but she is so cruel. Fortunately, this stinky woman doesn't want to kiss me. He just thought of this when he suddenly heard Xu Lijun's gnashing teeth. Okay, you said one kiss and one song. No, I was kidding, Before Qin Feng could finish his words, Xu Lijun had already hugged his head and started pecking at it wildly like a chick pecking at rice, making moo. Su Xiao Xiao was so excited that she danced with joy and counted quickly, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Stop, it doesn't count. Qin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. Although he had the strength of a master, he was not enough to hurt Xu Lijun because of this matter. He could only shout to stop and mourn in his heart. Damn it, this woman is really serious. I'm losing a lot. 75, 76, 79, 91. Su Xiaoxiao's eyebrows danced with joy, and she counted quickly. Xu Lijun, who heard Qin Feng's inner voice, was even more determined, and continued to peck desperately. You want me to kiss you, right? I'm going to kiss you enough this time. I'm wrong. Stop, my face is peeling off from your kiss. Qin Feng wanted to break free, but found that Xu Lijun seemed to be using all his strength to hold her head tightly and refused to let go. Being kissed by a girl, especially a very beautiful girl, should be a happy thing. But if it's just this kind of crazy pecking, it definitely has nothing to do with happiness. In desperation, Qin Feng pushed Xu Lijun away. Xu Lijun paused and stared at Qin Feng blankly. Qin Feng was also shocked, and with great difficulty he looked between the two people along with Xu Lijun. Su Xiao Xiao, who was clapping and counting, also noticed something was wrong, so she stuck her head out and looked over. Under the gaze of the three people, they found that Qin Feng's hand touched a place that it shouldn't have touched. The next moment, there were 3 exclamations. Oh tilde. Well. Qin Feng. I will kill you. Xu Lijun's angry roar sounded very much like the roar of a lion, a unique martial arts skill. Hey, I didn't mean to. Qin Feng quickly let go of his hand, stood up quickly and backed away, saying defensively, it's not my fault. This stinky woman usually wears loose clothes that don't show her body, but she's actually so sexy, and feels good. I'll fight you. When Xu Lijun heard Qin Feng's inner voice, he was immediately filled with shame and indignation, and wanted to fight with Qin Feng to the death. Su Xiaoxiao quickly grabbed her and comforted her with a smile. Oh, honey, it's no big deal. You've been kissing him for so long, what's the harm in letting him touch you? You're going to have sex sooner or later anyway. Xiaoxiao is right. Look at my swollen face. What did I say? Qin Feng looked aggrieved, but he was actually secretly happy. If I had known this woman would react so strongly, I should have pinched her and let you be fierce to me. You are shameless. Xu Lijun was a little angry. This guy has a dirty heart and is so shameless. Qin Feng said calmly. Who is shameless? You just hugged my head tightly and kissed me madly, so what does that mean? Xu Lijun's face turned pale and red, and he suddenly turned to Su Xiaoxiao and said. Xiaoxiao, did you count clearly just now? He. Su Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and nodded quickly. At least 100 times. Let's round it up to 100. Why do you want to round it up? Xu Lijun looked at Qin Feng and said through gritted teeth, 200. Qin Feng quickly shook his head, don't go too far. If 100 songs are troublesome enough, how about 200? Don't try to cheat. Su Xiaoxiao, who was standing by, saw the two people bargaining and acted as a peacemaker. Xiao Feng, Jun, how about you both take a step back? The number is 200, but Jun, you let Xiao Feng touch you again. Get out of here. Qin Feng and Shu Lijun rarely spoke in unison and shouted at Su Xiaoxiao together. Chapter 36 Drunk. After the two of them finished shouting at Xiaoxiao, Shu Lijun's voice softened again. Xiaoxiao, stop making trouble, I'm helping you. I know. Let's stop making trouble. Sit down and listen to me. Su Xiaoxiao pulled Shu Lijun back to his chair and asked Qin Feng to sit down. Qin Feng and Shu Lijun snorted at each other and didn't want to sit together, so Su Xiaoxiao had to sit between them. Jun, Xiao Feng, Su Xiaoxiao filled a glass of wine for the two of them, picked up the glass and said to them. Xiao Feng has helped me a lot this time, so I dare not be greedy. I was just joking just now, and I can't really ask Xiao Feng to give me 100 songs. Xiao, my mouth is swollen, how can I let him go so easily? Shu Lijun was annoyed. It would be fine if she couldn't hear what this guy was thinking, but every time she saw Qin Feng with an innocent look on his face but complaining madly in his heart, she got extremely angry. And no matter what the reason was, she did kiss Qin Feng dozens of times. If she just let Qin Feng go, wouldn't that be too disadvantageous? Okay, dear, I can kiss you like this tonight. I don't want to. Su Xiaoxiao comforted Shu Lijun, then looked at Qin Feng and said. Xiao Feng, we are just joking, but I can't really ask you to give me 100 or 200 songs. You have already helped me a lot. I will be very satisfied if you can give me 1 or 2 more songs when you go back tonight. When Qin Feng heard Su Xiaoxiao say this, he also looked up to her in his heart. This Su Xiaoxiao is more sensible than that bitch Shu Lijun. It seems that birds of a feather flock together is not suitable for these two people. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, then smacked his lips and said. Not bad, Xiao, you know how to be content better than some people. Shu Lijun's face darkened, and Su Xiaoxiao quickly blocked her. Okay Jun, don't have a conflict because of me. After that, she looked at Qin Feng and said, Xiao Feng, you too, can't you say less? Girls need to be coaxed. Qin Feng smiled, too lazy to say more, just complained in his heart. She is not my woman, why would I try to coax her? Shu Lijun could only turn his face away with a gloomy face, not wanting Qin Feng to say another word. In order to ease the atmosphere, Su Xiaoxiao looked at Qin Feng and said. By the way, Xiao Feng, what song are you going to give me? Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, I'll sing 2 songs for you, but in order to make some people feel balanced, I can also give you a script. Script. Su Xiaoxiao and Shu Lijun were both stunned. They didn't expect Qin Feng to make such a decision. Especially Shu Lijun, who had heard Qin Feng's thoughts before and seemed to know a lot about songs, movies and TV shows. I am willing to bring out the script this time, maybe it will really be worth dozens of songs. Just as Shu Lijun was guessing, he heard Qin Feng's voice again. Oh my, which script should I give you? Water Moon Cave. The Return of the Condor Heroes. This is too classic. I have to save it for my own investment in the future. I will just go home and write a random one tonight. Just when Shu Lijun was frowning, Su Xiaoxiao had already excitedly grabbed Qin Feng's arm and said. Xiao Feng, can you write a script? How long will it take? I believe your script must be very good. I'll give it to you tomorrow morning. Qin Feng thought about it and decided that with his top hacking skills and professional screenwriter and director skills, it should be no problem for him to finish writing a short script in one night. Shu Lijun couldn't help but interrupt and said, There's no rush for Xiaoxiao's script, you can take your time writing it. She was really worried about Qin Feng's idea of just writing a book casually. Su Xiaoxiao also nodded and said, Jun is right. I am not in a hurry for things like scripts. You can take your time to write them. Anyway, even if I have a script, I can't find an actor at the moment. Okay then, I'll give it to you in a few days. Qin Feng had originally planned to stay up late, and he would be happy to give it to him in a few days. Because of Qin Feng's generosity, Su Xiaoxiao's favorability towards him soared, and she kept toasting him. And Shu Lijun also saw that Qin Feng was sincerely helping Xiaoxiao, so he no longer cared about Qin Feng's wild thoughts. With Su Xiaoxiao's deliberate adjustment, the atmosphere among the three of them gradually improved. Without noticing, the three of them drank a little too much. Qin Feng possesses the ability of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk, awarded by the system, so he can drink as much as he wants. But Xu Lijun and Su Xiaoxiao seemed to be becoming more and more unrestrained, especially Xu Lijun, who looked like he could hardly sit still. Well, let's stop drinking, shall we? Let's go back and record the song first. Qin Feng was really worried that the two of them would get drunk, and it would be troublesome to take two women back. He was still complaining in his heart. If you can't drink much, drink less. What if you get drunk and vomit on me? Hearing Qin Feng's complaints, Xu Lijun immediately pulled Su Xiaoxiao and said, "Don't worry about him, Xiaoxiao, let's continue drinking." Qin Feng felt a little overwhelmed when he saw the two women drinking one cup after another. In less than an hour, even Su Xiaoxiao's body began to shake. Qin Feng advised for the nth time. "Can you two stop drinking? I can't carry you two if you continue drinking. Don't worry about it, we'll just sleep here." Xu Lijun's tongue could hardly be straightened, and he did not forget to roll his eyes at Qin Feng. But the drunken look on her face and the eye roll made it seem a bit ambiguous no matter how you looked at it. "Yes, Jun, let's continue drinking. I don't know when will be the next time I can drink so happily like this." Su Xiaoxiao raised her glass and clinked it with Xu Lijun. But the wine in both of their glasses was almost spilled before they even touched the cups. Qin Feng rubbed his temples, knowing that the two women had reached their limits. "You too." Just as Qin Feng was about to speak, Su Xiaoxiao's body swayed and she was about to fall down. He quickly reached out and held Su Xiaoxiao in his arms, and said nervously, Hey, don't fall down. I told you not to drink, but you insisted on drinking." Before he could finish his words, Xu Lijun, who was next to Xiaoxiao, also went limp and fell to the side. Qin Feng is a master-level expert, so his reaction was natural and he grabbed Xu Lijun's arm. "Two aunties, I really owe you this." Qin Feng stood up and struggled to help the two women lie down on the sofa in the box. Seeing that they had closed their eyes and looked unconscious, he stood up and walked out of the box. "I wanted to call a waiter to help me deal with it, but the waiter notified the lobby manager, and the lobby manager called the boss Hong Shiwei." When Hong Shiwei saw Qin Feng, his eyes were a little complicated, but he quickly acted as if nothing had happened and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin, your fiancée is drunk, aren't you going to take her home?" "No, you arrange for a few waitresses to take them to the guest room. I will go back first." "This is not good." Before Hong Shiwei could finish his words, Qin Feng turned around and walked out of the box. The Royal Hotel has guest rooms for accommodation, and Hong Shiwei will definitely be able to arrange it, so he doesn't have to worry. But just as he entered the elevator, Hong Shiwei chased after him and said breathlessly, "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, you should take your fiancé and the others back home. I can't accommodate them here." Chapter 37. Don't mess around. What does it mean that I can't receive you? Qin Feng immediately became angry. The Dynasty Hotel is an integrated catering and accommodation hotel. How could it not be able to accommodate him? Is this looking down on me as a gigolo? Hong Shiwei looked very calm. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, Mr. Xu and Miss Su have special status. Now they are drunk, I dare not receive them. If something happens, I can't afford it. Boss Hong, you just need to arrange a few waitresses to take them to the guest rooms and wait for them to sober up. You can't even arrange a few waitresses, right?" "Of course not." Hong Shiwei seemed determined. "This hotel is mine. If I say no, then no. Mr. Qin, I can arrange for a few waitresses to take Mr. Xu and the others to your car." Qin Feng's face darkened. How did Hong Shiwei manage to make their hotel so big by doing things this way? But why do I feel like there's something else behind Hong Shiwei's words? The hotel is his. Now it no longer belongs to Hong Shiwei's family. However, Qin Feng cannot reveal the fact that he is also a shareholder. Even if the other party knows that there is a shareholder named Qin Feng, he cannot admit it for the time being. Thinking that Hong Shiwei suddenly became unkind and even did not hesitate to offend himself, Qin Feng felt that Hong Shiwei was already doubting that he was their shareholder. Can't admit it. How could he have such assets when he was acting as the good-for-nothing fiancé? Okay, then please ask Mr. Hong to arrange for a few people to get them into the car. Qin Feng said this and walked towards the box. Hong Shiwei looked at Qin Feng's back and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. 10 minutes later. Royal Hotel parking lot. Hong Shiwei said to Qin Feng with a smile. Mr. Qin, I will arrange for someone to deliver Ms. Xu and her friend's car tomorrow morning. Please drive slowly. Thank you, Mr. Hong. I will repay you generously for your warm treatment today. Qin Feng replied coldly, then sat back in the G class. He looked back at the two women lying in a mess, and sighed in his heart. What bad luck. Thinking of bad luck, he suddenly remembered that he had activated a lucky charm, which only lasted for 1 hour. The reason why Xu Lijun lost his mind and kissed himself dozens of times might have something to do with the lucky charm. Could it be that I ran out of luck from using the lucky charms, which is why I encountered such a bad thing? Qin Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He immediately started the car and drove towards Xu's manor. Half an hour later. In Xu's manor. Qin Feng parked the car directly in front of the villa and shouted loudly. Butler Luo! Butler Luo! What puzzled him was that Luo Yongshan, who never rested no matter how late he came back on weekdays, did not respond after he called him for a long time. Not even a servant or maid was seen. Fuck! Where did they go? Qin Feng couldn't help but curse and could only turn around and open the back door of the car. The person pulling over was Su Xiaoxiao. He carefully dragged Su Xiaoxiao out of the car, then carried her in a princess hug and walked towards the villa. During the whole process, Qin Feng was very careful, fearing that he would touch something he shouldn't touch. This is not because he is hypocritical, but mainly because he doesn't like to take advantage of others. All right. The main thing is that except for the bedrooms and bathrooms, there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the Shu manor. You're as drunk as a dead pig. I didn't touch you on purpose. I have surveillance footage to prove it. But he didn't notice that Su Xiaoxiao in his arms and Xu Lijun in the car smiled at the same time. Qin Feng put Su Xiaoxiao down on the sofa in the villa and was about to get up to carry Xu Lijun back to their house, but Su Xiaoxiao suddenly stretched out her arms and hugged his neck. Dear, don't go, I want a kiss. Kiss your ass. Your darling is still in the car. Qin Feng pulled off Su Xiaoxiao's arm, feeling both amused and helpless, and then quickly walked out of the villa. Don't mention it, Su Xiaoxiao smells pretty good. Qin Feng was not so gentle when dealing with Xu Lijun. He pulled Xu Lijun out of the car door, then held her waist and walked towards the villa. I still felt a little indignant in my heart. You stinky woman, you always make faces at me, and today you forcefully kissed me, and even when you were drunk you still wanted me to take care of you. I really owe you. Ha, this weight seems to be a little heavier than Su Xiaoxiao. Hey, the figures are similar, and there's not too much fat where it should be. At this time, Xu Lijun, who was in an awkward position and face down, was gritting his teeth and cursing in his heart. Asshole. You're so gentle to Xiaoxiao, but so rude to me. You even dare to complain about my weight. That's right, she and Su Xiaoxiao were both pretending to be drunk. Although they don't have the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk like Qin Feng, both of them are beautiful women, and they are in an environment where they have to socialize a lot, so they have long developed a good alcohol tolerance. This time the two of them acted tacitly in order to observe Qin Feng. For Su Xiaoxiao, Qin Feng is naturally a rare gentleman. But Xu Lijun really wanted to explode and curse. But thinking that the acting was not over yet, she could only endure it. When they arrived at the villa, Qin Feng walked to an empty sofa, threw Xu Lijun on the sofa like a dead pig, and then turned to get some water from the refrigerator. Having such physical contact with two stunning beauties, Qin Feng, a hot-tempered young man, naturally felt a little irritated. Gulp gulp. After taking a few sips of ice water, I finally felt a lot better. Where did this old man go? Did he run off to the rockery behind with that maid? Qin Feng frowned and talked to himself, drank a few sips of water again, and then looked at the two women. You guys just sleep here. I have to go up and take a shower. After he said that, he really went upstairs. Wine. I want to drink. Su Xiaoxiao sat up suddenly and shouted with a drunken look on her face. Qin Feng stroked his forehead, turned around, walked to her side and said. Stop drinking, we're home. No. I want to drink. I want it. Okay, I'll get you some wine. Go back to your room and rest. I'll bring it to you in a bit, okay? Qin Feng had no experience in coaxing people, and just wanted to use this poor excuse to trick Su Xiaoxiao back into the room. The bed in the room is very comfortable. Once you lie down on it, You might sleep until you sober up tomorrow. Okay, then take me back to my room. Su Xiaoxiao actually nodded seriously, as if she was very obedient. Qin Feng didn't doubt it. He immediately took her arm and went upstairs. Go back to your room and lie down for a while. I'll bring you some wine later. As Qin Feng spoke, he was already carrying Su Xiaoxiao and staggering up the stairs. As soon as the two figures disappeared, Xu Lijun on the sofa quickly took out his mobile phone and sent a message. Qin Feng sent Su Xiaoxiao to the room. When he was about to leave, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly grabbed his hand and said in a drunken tone, "Honey, you put me to sleep. Stop it. Your darling is downstairs. If you want, I can bring it to you so you two can keep each other company." Qin Feng wanted to shake off her hand as he spoke, but Su Xiaoxiao's hands were very strong and he couldn't shake them off for a while. "I don't care, I just want you to coax me. I want a kiss, a hug." As Su Xiaoxiao spoke, she suddenly sat up and threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Hey, don't mess around. I'm not a serious person. Chapter 38. What can I think? Qin Feng came out of Su Xiaoxiao's room in a somewhat embarrassed manner, tidying up his clothes while cursing. If you can't drink, drink less. I don't know where that bastard Luo Yongshan has gone. Just as I was about to go downstairs, I saw Xu Lijun walking upstairs holding the stairs. Junjun, are you sober? You woke up just in time. I guess you don't need to bother me anymore. Xu Lijun covered his head, looking like he had a splitting headache and said, I just went to the bathroom to vomit, and now I feel much better. Where's Xiao Xiao? Already asleep. Qin Feng thought to himself that it was a close call. If he had not controlled himself just now, he might have been discovered by Xu Lijun. Xu Lijun stretched out a hand and said weakly, Help me back to my room. Qin Feng could only walk over and support Xu Lijun, saying, I told you not to drink so much, but you didn't listen. Do you feel uncomfortable when you were drunk? If Hong Shiwei hadn't refused to receive you, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Xu Lijun's eyebrows twitched, but he quickly regained his composure and said, It's rare for Xiao Xiao to come over, so of course I have to drink with her to make her happy. As soon as she finished speaking, her body lost balance and she fell onto Qin Feng. Xu Lijun dared to swear that she really didn't mean it. Qin Feng hugged her waist and felt the fragrant breeze blowing on his face, which made his heart, which had just calmed down, feel a little hot again. Well, be careful. Girl, stop teasing me. I'm not the kind of man who can remain calm when a woman's sensual touch comes to mind. Hearing Qin Feng's inner thoughts, Xu Lijun gritted his teeth, and without caring about the dirty hands around his waist, he leaned his body again and put his arms around Qin Feng's neck. This time, she did it on purpose. Hey, you better not leave, let me carry you upstairs. Qin Feng had no choice but to bite the bullet and hold Xu Lijun in front of him in a princess hug. Now that people have become aware of this, they can no longer just clip it on their bodies. The moment Xu Lijun was picked up by Qin Feng, he raised his head and their eyes met. Their faces were only 10 centimeters apart, and they could even feel the hot breath of each other. They looked at each other, and time came to a brief standstill. Xu Lijun's heart was beating fast. Before, at the Royal Hotel, she and Xiao Xiao had agreed to pretend to be drunk to see Qin Feng's reaction while Qin Feng was not there. The two of them even greeted Hong Shiwei in advance and insisted that Qin Feng take them away. Qin Feng's performance along their way so far made her feel quite satisfied. Although he kept complaining and even cursing in his heart, at least he didn't take advantage of them being drunk to do anything inappropriate. This is already rare. Ever since her parents got into trouble, Xu Lijun, a weak woman, has been supporting the entire Tinghui group. Facing various pressures, she has also been very strong and resourceful. But when the night is quiet, she also hopes to have a harbor to rely on and a safe arm to protect her. Before, when Qin Feng held her in an awkward position and threw her into the sofa, she didn't feel anything, but now that Qin Feng was holding her horizontally, the sense of security that she had long fantasized about suddenly enveloped her whole body. This was a feeling that she was very fascinated and longed for, so she was stunned for a moment. Qin Feng's idea was much simpler. This woman looks so charming up close. I really want to taste her red lips. Xu Lijun's face suddenly turned red and he gently closed his eyes. Qin Feng felt a little overwhelmed. Well, I'll take you upstairs. He ran upstairs quickly, sighing in his heart. Qin Feng, although you have been single for more than 20 years, you have been influenced by the film and television culture of the island country for many years. How come you can't resist even this little temptation? This stinky woman thinks she is noble, arrogant, and insolent. The reason she is so well behaved and charming now is just because she is drunk. When they reached the third floor, Qin Feng opened Xu Lijun's door. This was his first time entering Xu Lijun's room. The moment he opened the door, he thought he had entered the wrong room. The first impression of the room is cartoon. That's right, whether it's the cartoon crystal chandelier with pink light, the carpet with cartoon patterns, or even the various dolls scattered all over the corners of the room, they don't give people the feeling that this is the room of an icy CEO like Xu Lijun. Living in a room like this, you'll be like a little princess. If someone said this was the room of a little girl who had not yet grown up, or even a little Lolita, no one would doubt it. The room decorated like this actually belonged to Xu Lijun, which made Qin Feng a little overwhelmed for a moment. The contrast is strong and the style difference is huge. Is this your room? Do you have a sister or something? Qin Feng opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at the layout of the room. Even the wardrobe is cartoon style. There are cartoon stickers on the dressing mirror. Is the small piece of cloth with a duck printed on it an eye mask? Oh, you're annoying. Xu Lijun quickly took off Qin Feng's arms, then pushed Qin Feng out of the room, and explained hurriedly. This room layout was designed by my parents before, and I just haven't been willing to change it. I see. Qin Feng suddenly understood that before Xu Lijun's parents got into trouble, wasn't she just a carefree little princess? Didn't he expect that even though her parents have passed away for several years, she still retains her old style? Okay, you go to bed early. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed too. This woman has a hard time. Her usual coolness is just an act. She is actually very passionate inside. Qin Feng looked at the closed door, rubbed his nose speechlessly, and then walked downstairs slowly. As soon as I reached the stairs, I saw Luo Yongshan looking upstairs stealthily with an electric baton in his hand. Butler Luo, where did you go just now? Didn't you hear me calling you? Luo Yongshan hid the electric baton behind his back without leaving any trace, with a respectful look on his face. Ahaha, son-in-law, a thief just broke into the villa, and I went to help catch the thief. Are all security guards idle? Qin Feng rolled his eyes and was too lazy to complain about Luo Yongshan's poor excuse and acting skills. Back in the room, Qin Feng looked at his live broadcast website and found that many anchors had already started live broadcasts on the Douyin live broadcast website, which made him very satisfied. Considering giving Su Xiaoxiao a script, he exited the website and began to think seriously about what script to give her. Got it. Qin Feng quickly thought of a script suitable for Su Xiaoxiao, and then quickly typed it on the computer. Xu Lijun's room. Su Xiaoxiao sneaked in like a thief, and after closing the door, she said helplessly, Junjun, let's not play like this next time. I'm afraid Qin Feng will be angry if he finds out. Qin Feng is such a good person, it's wrong for us to test him like this. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao didn't look drunk at all. Xu Lijun had changed into a loose suspender pajamas, with her hair casually draped behind her. Seeing that Su Xiaoxiao felt somewhat guilty, Xu Lijun first expressed his concern. I won't do that next time. By the way, Xiaoxiao, did that guy take advantage of you? What advantage can I take? Su Xiaoxiao sat next to Xu Lijun in a bad mood, rolling her eyes and said. Didn't you say that Qin Feng has problems in that area? What else could he think? It's unnecessary for us to test him like this. Chapter 39. Let's get started. Xu Lijun looked a little embarrassed. How could I forget about this? But there will definitely be no problem with Qin Feng. That guy had already told her that in his heart. This matter cannot be explained to Su Xiaoxiao. Since Su Xiaoxiao has misunderstood, let her continue to misunderstand. Okay, let's not test him like this next time. Should we go find him now and tell him that we are sober and ask him to record the song? Forget it. I can change my flight to the day after tomorrow. There's no one in the company right now anyway. After Su Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she suddenly stared at Xu Lijun with a strange smile on her face. What do you want to do? Hey, honey, you kissed Qin Feng so many times today to help me get a song. I want to thank you now. No need to thank me, help me. Downstairs. Qin Feng paused for a moment while typing rapidly, then frowned and looked at the roof and said, "Is this woman drunk and crazy so late at night? It seems that no matter how luxurious their house is, it is impossible to prevent the noise from upstairs." Disturbed by the noise from upstairs, Qin Feng lost the mood to write the script, so he took out his guitar and mobile phone and prepared to record a few songs for Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao and Xu Lijun were playing on the bed. The disheveled Xu Lijun shouted, "Stop, stop, stop. Listen, what's that sound? Don't change the subject. Just obey me. I will be responsible for you." Su Xiaoxiao said this and pounced on Xu Lijun again. "Don't make a fuss, there really is a sound, it sounds like a guitar." "Guitar?" Su Xiaoxiao quickly sat up, pulled the slipping strap back to her shoulders with her hands, and listened carefully. "It's really a guitar. This is Qin Feng playing the guitar." She rushed to the balcony and opened the balcony window. Suddenly, clearer guitar sounds came into the room, and it was confirmed that it was Qin Feng downstairs who was playing. "Junjun, the sound is still a little quiet, let's go down and listen." Xu Lijun frowned and said, "Isn't this bad? We are pretending to be drunk. If you don't go, I will." Su Xiaoxiao didn't care about all that and immediately rushed downstairs. "Wait, I'm going too." Xu Lijun was not worried about Qin Feng and Su Xiaoxiao being alone in a room, but mainly because she also wanted to hear Qin Feng play the guitar and sing. Qin Feng had just tuned up the music and was about to start singing when he heard someone knocking on the door. "Who is it so late?" Qin Feng was disturbed by others one after another, and he was a little annoyed. Could it be that Luo Yongshan wants to warn me again? Humph. This old man may not know that he is already a master-level expert. If he dares to show off again, I don't mind letting him understand what a master is. Thinking of this, Qin Feng put down his guitar and rushed to the door. The moment he opened the door, he just stood there in a daze before he could even start cursing. Su Xiaoxiao and Xu Lijun were both standing at the door in cool clothes, looking at him. One could even see a gully under their loose collars. You are. Qin Feng quickly turned his eyes away, not knowing what the two women were doing. "He's not looking for me in the middle of the night to have a chat, right? What's more, there are two of them. Qin Feng, I just heard you playing the guitar, right? I want to listen to you sing and record it." Su Xiaoxiao didn't think too much about it. She hugged Qin Feng's arm and took the initiative to pull Qin Feng into their house. "My room is not cleaned, why don't we go to the living room?" Qin Feng didn't have time to ask how they both woke up, because he thought of something very important. He had just finished a shower, and his change of clothes was still on the bed. "Hey, we don't care. What are you afraid of as a grown man?" While Su Xiaoxiao was speaking, she had already pulled Qin Feng to the bedside. Qin Feng quickly broke free from Su Xiaoxiao's hand and hurriedly threw a few sets of clothes into the closet. He usually changed his clothes like this, and the servants would come to clean up in the morning. But today, Su Xiaoxiao and Xu Lijun suddenly showed up, making him a little embarrassed. Xu Lijun was a little embarrassed at first, but when she saw that Qin Feng was even more shy than them, she felt funny in her heart. She noticed the phone on the bedside and asked, "Are you recording a song?" Qin Feng nodded and said, "Yeah, didn't I promise to sing a few songs for Xiaoxiao? Seeing that you guys are drunk, I'm going to record them and send them to her tomorrow." Su Xiaoxiao was about to speak, but her eyes were attracted by the content on the computer screen in the corner. "Qin Feng, is this a script?" This typesetting format is generally used for writing scripts. Su Xiaoxiao is naturally more sensitive to scripts and music. Qin Feng did not deny it either, nodded and said, "Yes, I was going to write a script at first, but it felt a bit noisy, so I just wanted to record the song first." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Xiaoxiao and Xu Lijun blushed at the same time, knowing that they had disturbed Qin Feng when they were playing around. However, Su Xiaoxiao still said gratefully, "Thank you, Xiaofeng. I didn't expect you to care so much. I don't know how to repay you. What's the point of repaying or not repaying? Didn't Junjun give me the reward?" Qin Feng said, looking at Xu Lijun with a half smile, and then continued, "Since I promised you, I will certainly not break my promise. I forgot to take my phone. Wait a minute." Su Xiaoxiao then realized that she didn't bring her cell phone, and quickly ran out of the room. Qin Feng and Xu Lijun were the only ones left in the room, and the atmosphere was a little ambiguous for a moment. That. The two of them spoke at the same time, and Qin Feng could only signal Xu Lijun to speak first. No matter what the reason is, I still want to thank you on Xiaoxiao's behalf. Xu Lijun looked at Qin Feng and said sincerely. After her parents got into trouble, the person who had the best relationship with her was Su Xiaoxiao. In her mind, Su Xiaoxiao is not only her best friend, but also her only relative. I told you not to be polite. Qin Feng was a little unaccustomed to Xu Lijun's politeness. After all, you also paid me. Speaking of rewards, Qin Feng couldn't help but touch his cheek. I have to say, this feeling is quite memorable. Xu Lijun's face turned red again, thinking about what had happened to him before and why he did such a crazy thing. But seeing this guy still not satisfied made her angry. She could only snort coldly and said, "For Xiaoxiao, I can do anything." Really? Didn't Xiaoxiao let you? Har har, if I told Xiaoxiao that I wanted more songs and scripts, I had to let this woman accompany me at night, would they agree? Shut up. Xu Lijun was a little furious. This guy actually wanted to take advantage of the situation. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao ran back panting. Sorry for the wait. Here's the phone. Let's get started. It's okay if you slow down, Qin Feng said as he picked up the guitar and sat on a stool, ready to start playing and singing. Su Xiaoxiao and Xu Lijun sat on the bed opposite him. Su Xiaoxiao picked up her cell phone and started recording. Qin Feng was about to start, but his eyes unconsciously saw some inappropriate scenes. Both of them were wearing suspender skirts with the hems above their knees, which didn't cover much even when they were standing. Now the two of them were sitting on the bed, with almost their entire legs exposed. With the help of the light in the room, they looked dazzlingly white. As the two people moved, Qin Feng even caught a glimpse of panties of different colors. Gudong. Qin Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and quickly turned around and said, "Ladies, can you change your sitting position?"